There's a stiff jab that sent Cody Steele down to the mat, but Cody Steele helps right back up. And a flurry of shots here by Rong Zhu. Cody Steele drops right back down to the mat. He's looking for a leg lock. He's got inverted guard here. He might try to set up an inverted triangle. And he's got to watch out by Rong. And there's the leg lock attempt here by Cody Steele. He's able to get Rong Zhu down to the mat. And Rong Zhu trying to crawl his way out of danger. But Cody Steele is like an alligator with those legs. Just coming after him, using inverted guard here. Rolling again, getting that heel hook position again, that single leg X guard. Except it's belly down. And Rong Zhu does have that knee up and out of danger. But he's got to look out. If he turns his back, he might get reverse calf slicer. We got to be careful. We saw that last week where a fighter nearly got finished with it. And still cranking down on that leg, but Rong Zhu is able to slip that leg up and out of danger. We meet back in the center of the octagon on top of the Monster Energy logo, and a beautiful calf kick there by Zhu Rong. Yeah, it was a stiff jab that landed just so flush that sent Cody Steele down to the mat. But both fighters seem fresh, and this fight continues. What an amazing fight we got on our hands here. Right cross and a looping left hook combination there by Zhu Rong, just falling a little bit short. Go with jabs by Cody Steele. Jab parried away by Cody Steele. Zhu Rong with another stiff jab. He is looking for that power jab again. Cody Steele with his chin sticking straight up in the air too. So he's got to be careful as this fight continues. There's a looping left hook there by Cody Steele. And it wasn't like Zhu Rong was throwing too many jabs out. There's another jab parried away this time by Cody Steele. And a jab to the body by Zhu Rong. And a big left hook by Zhu Rong. Cody Steele walks right through it. And still staying right in the face of Zhu Rong. Slapping left hook across the face of Zhu Rong by Cody Steele. Double jab to the left cross. And a looping left hook there. Both fighters with solid left hooks. Jab to the head by Zhu Rong. Parried away by Cody Steele yet again. Double jab and a right cross combination by Cody Steele. Both fighters, neither fighter really taking a step back in this one. At least in this round as we pass the halfway point. Big left hook there. Upstairs by Zhu Rong as Cody Steele was looking for a right hook to the body. Jab to the head there by Cody Steele. Another jab to the head by Cody Steele. 1-2 there by Cody Steele. Pulled. Jab there by Cody Steele as I finally get a couple of seconds here to take a deep breath. And it's now Zhu Rong straddling the warning track, taking a little bit of a step back because for the most part, this fight was on top of the Monster Energy logo. At least in this round it was. The first round was so chaotic, I don't even remember. Jab and an overhand right. There's a sneaky little looping left hook. Big overhand right and a left hook combination there by Zhu Rong. And Cody Steele did a great job blocking that using his face. Cody Steele, which is so big left hook again there by Rong Zhu. And there's a stiff jab by Rong Zhu again. Stiff jab to the head and a right cross there by Rong Zhu. Stiff jab again by Rong Zhu. And Rong Zhu is starting to find his range and is picking apart Cody Steele. And I think Cody Steele might need to make a little bit of an adjustment here. There's a 1-2 combination by Cody Steele, falling a little bit short. A couple of jabs faded out there by Cody Steele. You have an overhand right and a left hook combination. An overhand right by Cody Steele. Or pardon me, all that was by Zhu Rong. Overhand right by Cody Steele at the end of that. Leg kick by Cody Steele just missing. And Rong Zhu, there's an overhand left and some wild hooks here by Rong Zhu. And a stiff jab again by Rong Zhu. Overhand right by Cody Steele just missing. Rong Zhu is fighting like he's in the Matrix right now. This is the best performance that he has put on to date. Another slapping left hook as Rong Zhu continues to bully Cody Steele this round. Another stiff jab there by Rong Zhu. They both have chins on them. Yeah, which is weird that Cody Steele, that goes to show that it's not just power, it's precision because it was a jab that set him down, but he's eaten multiple big shots. Jab and overhand right combination again by Rong Zhu. Jab to the head by Rong Zhu. Slipped by Cody Steele. Cody Steele continues to paw at the lead hand of Rong Zhu. Stiff jab there by Cody Steele. Jab, and both fighters exchange jabs. A jab-heavy affair here in the final 10 seconds. More and more jabs here by Rong Zhu as he continues to look. There's an overhand right by Cody Steele, just missing as he looks for a single leg in the waning seconds of this second round. They both have chins on them. You're the poop of play-by-play. Oh, you're the poop with the play-by-play. I appreciate Dustin Baker and the PG. I like that. By the way, these stats are not accurate in the slightest. Not even close. Yeah, and Zhang Ru. Goodness me. Zhang Ru. Zhu Rong. Zhang Ru. Ru Jiang. Yeah, this was that first round definitely. That second round definitely for Zhu Rong. Definitely. There's no doubt about that one. First round kind of up in the air, honestly. And here we go. Third and final round. They hug it out in the center. Enough with that. Let's give each other some brain damage. Let's go. What a great fight we have on our hands. Both fighters exchange jabs. Going up this round. Both fighters on top of the Monster Energy logo. Yeah, I will say this much. There's a good overhand right by Cody Steele. Zhang Ru is definitely the better. Zhu Rong, by the way, is definitely the better fighter. Definitely the better striker, I should say. But Cody Steele is still one shot away, too. He is landing some great shots. There's a jab. There's a lead left hook there by Zhu Rong. Another left hook by Zhu Rong. Jab parried away by Cody Steele. Jab to the body there by... And there's a good double jab and overhand right combination there by Cody Steele, but he ran into the uppercut counter there by Zhu Rong. Zhu Rong with the left hook on the back foot. Left hook and the stiff jab there by Zhu Rong. A couple of jabs to the head by Cody Steele in response. Jab again there by Zhu Rong. Another good left hook there by by Zhu Rong, and Cody Steele with an overhand right, and a couple of stiff jabs there by Cody Steele. Zhu Rong with a couple of stiff jabs on the back foot. As we continue to fight this fight in the center of the cage, neither fighter taking too much of a step back. Jab and overhand right combination by Cody Steele. A couple of jabs by Zhu Rong. Jab, left hook just missing by Zhu Rong. Jab parried away by Cody Steele. Overhand right by Cody Steele. Just fell a little bit short. Double jabs here by Cody Steele. Overhand right by Cody Steele, just missing. Double jab, and a right cross to the left hook combination by Zhu Rong. Couple of jabs here by Cody Steele. Cody Steele's output's definitely there this round. Zhu Rong working off of his jab, fighting a little bit more defensively. Presumably up 2-0 over Cody Steele so far, but it could be 1-1. Stiff jab and moving there by Zhang Ru. Double jab and a right cross and a back fist there by Zhang Ru. Zhu Rong, goodness me. Jab there by Cody Steele. Jab and overhand right and the left hook combination by Cody Steele. A couple of jabs by Zhu Rong. Left hook to the body. Some hard hooks to the body by Cody Steele. And now he's finally taking his corner's advice with those head strikes. Because Zhu Rong is doing an excellent job at blocking his head, and they're telling him to start going to the body when he's keeping up a high guard. We saw it that time. Stiff jab there by Zhu Rong. More and more jabs here by Zhu Rong. And there's a slapping left hook counter there by Zhu Rong. Yeah, and Cody Steele is looking very good, but he's ultimately a combat jiu-jitsu specialist at the end of the day with some good striking. But Zhu Rong is seasoned. It's weird to call a 25-year-old seasoned in the striking department, but this is now his, 32nd fight? 32nd fight. He's got 31 under his belt. And not in bad promotions either. Wolang Fang is an excellent promotion. He's got 18 fights with them. There's a good left hook there by Zhu Rong again. A couple of jabs here by Cody Steele. Jab and overhand right combination by Cody Steele. And Zhu Rong, by the way, came into this fight nearly a plus 200 underdog. Only 15% of the Tapology community picked him in this one. And Cody Steele is fighting. There's the good combination there by Zhu Rong. And there's a right hook that wobbled Cody Steele, it appeared. More and more jabs flicked out there by Zhu Rong. Jab to the body exchanged by both fighters. 1, 2, 3 combination of slap and left hook to the head there by Zhu Rong. Round 3 head strikes 40-16 in favor of the Chinese-born fighter Zhu Rong. As Cody Steele needs some sort of wild Imanari roll, overhand right, something big to finish this fight because he's on his way to losing a decision for sure. Double jab there by Zhu Rong. Overhand right. There's a good left hook there by Zhu Rong. And left hook by Cody Steele. Inside leg kick by Zhu Rong, taking the leg out from underneath Cody Steele for a brief moment. Jab and overhand right combination by Cody Steele. Zhu Rong getting a little cocky, doing a little Ali shuffle. Yeah, calm down, dude. Calm down. You're still 1-2. Or 1-3 in the UFC. Stiff jab there by Zhu Rong. Cody Steele, by the way, came into this fight undefeated. And he has taken a beating. Good overhand right and left hook. And some wild hooks here by Cody Steele. He's biting down on his mouthpiece, throwing some haymakers, and Zhu Rong playing to the crowd a little bit. Talking to him. He's pointing at the mat. He's saying, let's go. That's Zhu Rong, by the way. Will they do it? They're hyping up the crowd. Come on, let's fight here. They're throwing their hands up a little bit more. They had enough time to throw like 4 or 5 more strikes apiece. Shades of that. A little shade of that. But 2 younger fighters with that adrenaline. I love it. I love it. That was a great fight. Certainly fight of the night so far. And if a fight is better than that tonight, we're in for a treat. So I think these guys are going to walk away with an extra $50,000 bonus. Holy. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Donna. I like that finish. I liked it. Yeah, and Cody Steele, even though he was behind in this one, there was no quit in him. He was taking a beating and continued to plot forward, continued to look for ways to win this fight. Never gave up. I mean, you got to give a lot of respect to Cody Steele. Now, I do think this is a winnable fight for him. Yeah, these guys were throwing down in the final seconds. And I think in that exchange, Zhu Rong busted up Cody Steele's nose because he was leaking blood. And Rong Zhu, 1-3 in the UFC, making his return. He was 0-1 since his return. After 3 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards for a decision. All 3 judges scored this contest 30-27. You're the winner by unanimous decision. Rong Zhu wins the unanimous decision tonight, picking up his first victory in the UFC, or pardon me, first victory in his return back to the UFC. And he's still 25, man. That's his 32nd fight. Is that what you expected from Cody Steele? I didn't even realize they trained together. Yes. I feel effing good. I love that. I love that. I love that translator because he emphasized it. He was like, I feel effing good. I love that. I love that. Good job, translator. Shout out to that guy. All right, let's see if I can get this up on the monitor with my phone. I like this kid. This guy's definitely entertaining. Will he be a future world champion? Probably not. Probably not. But I like what I'm seeing from him. I know Cody very well. He's my friend. Since going to City Kickboxing, he made some absolute improvements. Maybe the airplay will work better. Usually it doesn't. This is a lot better here. I gotta figure out how to. Why? Call. Relax. But I have to figure out how to get this into my ears. Because this frame rate's better. I didn't get it in my ears. That's what I got today. So much that hectic. Why there isn't any headphone jack on besides. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't know what I'm doing anymore. What's up? Oh, you got some hair in your mouth. Did you just do some tummy time? Some good fights you're missing out on, JD. You look so good. Say goodnight, JD. They liked you. Let's keep them up. Bring him down here after he's down. If he's not fussy, of course, yeah. I do need to figure this out because the frame rate's so terrible going from the laptop to the big screen here. But I do realize that, yes. And I'm casting it from my phone over to the monitor now. And because I'm casting it from the phone to the monitor, there's no headphone port. So yeah, I don't know. We're at a weird... I don't know. Do you see any headphone port? No, before they get to me. But that's exactly what I was looking for. Maybe I just have to deal with the frame rate. There's nothing there, right? Alright, I can deal with it. That is something I will work on in the future. Okay, just say goodnight. I'm not sure if he's gonna... Unless you want to hang out. Oi. Let's figure this thing out. Thank you guys for sticking with me and with my son, too. You guys are very, very polite. And maybe mysteriously it'll work. Why? No. Come on. There we go. I finally got it. But yeah, the frame rate's just terrible. Which I don't understand why. But it is what it is. Oh, thank you. Alright, I gotta start focusing on these fights, because... yeah, I am just at a loss here. No, it's just... I don't know what to do. I'm a little frustrated, but it is what it is. Can you get me, charger? Yeah. Thank you. Alright, thank you guys for sticking with me throughout all of that. We're back. I just missed seeing the mini Tyler. Sorry about that, sorry. But he'll be back here in just a second. She just needed to grab me some stuff. Alright, we're back. Cody Thicknessi taking on Alexandre Topuria, the brother of the current featherweight champion of the world, Ilya Topuria. Very similar in styles. He's a minus 390 favorite going into this one. Now, he is still relatively new to the MMA game. He is making his UFC debut tonight. He is 5-1 in his MMA career. In fact, a little bit of movement, it appears. Hello from Yuma, Arizona. Good, Yuma, Arizona. Good to see you. Squash, congratulations to the newborn. I appreciate it, Squash. Thank you. LOC says UFC has a watered down its product. Too many events. I like that. There's too many events, though. That's just me. I like fights, man. But I know exactly what you mean, and I understand what you mean. Perfect. There's a lot of them. As much fun as this is, I think I should have a new TV in here. We'll find a deal. We'll find a deal eventually. Is he okay? Yeah. Good. Okay, Cody Thicknessy, as I said before, and the brother of the current featherweight champion. Yeah, he mentioned to me. But yes, he is back. Sorry if this stream is a little bit all over the place, but we're fine getting back to it. Shit. Come on. Everything's slow right now. Everything's slow. Come on. Thickness. Okay, everything is screwed up right now. Everything's screwed up. Are we okay? Here, babe, can you just take the baby? Sorry. I like having him on, but there's just too many issues. It's not... Okay. No, why did this back up? Why did this back up? I didn't want it to back up. What happened? My whole stream is going down right now. So, anyway, Alexandre Topuria making his UFC debut tonight, as I said before. Making his UFC debut as he takes on Cody Thicknessy. Slickness, as he's also known by, is 7-0 in his MMA career. Alexandre El Conquistador Topuria, his adversary, is 5-1, minus 340 the favorite. Thicknessy, let's take a closer look at his fight. I can see another Hex Series fighting champion. Hex Fight Series 3-0 in that promotion. Making his UFC debut tonight. But he won a round 1 knockout. Come on, hold on. We're at a brief signal. But the thing is, it's not, the frame rate that I'm getting is this talking to this. It's not my internet. It's my computer talking to the monitor and the output. I don't get it. But anyways, going 3-0 in the Hex Fight Series. Let's get back on this, okay? Come on, zoom in. Zoom in. There we go. Zoom in. There we go. Okay, I need air. Everything's going nuts. I think I need the X out of Tapology.com. And just hang out here. We're just going to hang out here. I was trying. Thicknessy, like I said, 3-0 in Hex Fighting Championships. Winning the Bantamweight Championship. He's got 2 knockouts and 2 submissions in his 7 victories in his MMA career. Making his UFC debut, Alexandre Topuria making his UFC debut tonight. Minus 410, the favorite. At one point, now he's a minus 370 favorite. So a little bit narrowing of odds. It's gone 3-0 since 2021. Initially went 2-1 in his initial MMA run back in 2016. But now he's back. And he's got 3 knockouts and 2 submissions, 100% finishing rate going into this fight. Now, he's got 71% of the Tapology community backing him in this one. Thicknessy, 29%. What do you guys think of the brother of Ilya Topuria going into this one? This fight should be a smart brawl. Hello, folks. I'm late. Flying in from a trip. Terry Dice, good to see you. But yeah, I think a big problem was Tapology. Tapology was screwing around. Yeah, and obviously with the namesake Topuria behind you, there's going to be some obvious... No. And crash. Just work for me a little bit here. There we go. There we go. And these fights taking place live on ESPN as we move. What the hell? What's going on with my stream? Is everything good? You can still see me? Looks like we're okay. Yeah, every now and again, my computer just crashes. I think this is too much for my computers. Alexandre Topuria, lots of boos fighting out of Alicante, Spain. Minus 305, the favorite now. So the odds narrowed a lot, as a matter of fact, into the last couple seconds, in the last couple minutes. Alex needs to live up to the name. I mean, it kind of sucks. It's good and bad having that name behind you. And obviously Ilya Topuria in his corner, and in the corner of Cody Thicknessy is Alexander Volkanovski. So very interesting dynamic here with 2 of the featherweight greats on opposite corners with their guys. I don't know what to make of that other than that's pretty cool. Oh, goodness me. I'm not 10 seconds behind. They just don't. What is happening? Overhand right by somebody sent one of them down to the mat. I believe it was Thicknessy that sent Topuria down to the mat and a good kick to the body. But we're okay. We're good. We're good. Having all the technical difficulties, but we shall continue. Jumping knee back up Topuria. Thicknessy with another good left hook on the back foot here. An uppercut feinted by Thicknessy and a head kick blocked by Topuria. Double jab. Topuria is starting to really plot forward, just like his brother. It is so weird how they have the same exact tattoo. Front teep up the middle there by Thicknessy. Overhand right by Topuria. Thicknessy still on the back foot. Left hook. Thicknessy with the level change. Topuria stuffs it, however. Thicknessy with a couple of jabs here. Jabs by Topuria. Stiff jab by Thicknessy. And an overhand right by Topuria. There's some good hooks to the body by Topuria and a head kick by Thicknessy. Topuria still walking him down, but Thicknessy with a good kick to the body. Hard kick to the body, that is. Uppercut there by Topuria. Double jab and a good right hook to the head there by Topuria. As Topuria still walks down Thicknessy. Good kick to the body by Thicknessy. Kick to the body by Thicknessy. I'm going to call him Thickness now. I like that name. And Topuria continues to walk him down, but it's just not landing much. Kick to the body by Thicknessy. Inside leg kick for Thicknessy. Jab to the body for Topuria. Topuria really having a tough time here. Good head kick by Thicknessy. Jab, and now they clinch up here. Couple uppercuts to the body by Topuria. Couple of jabs here by Thicknessy, and an overhand right by Topuria. There's an elbow over the top there by Thicknessy. And Taporia clinches up with Thicknesse up against the cage. Yeah, smart brawl is what you said. Yeah, I take Alex by decision. Maybe. Good knees up the middle by Thicknesse. Stiff jab there by Thicknesse again. Double jab to the head by Taporia. I don't think the stats on ESPN are accurate. Because Thicknesse is definitely, I mean, they're not saying he's throwing a lot, but they're saying he's not landing at all, and it doesn't look like it. I mean, he's 5 of 36 on a significant strikes, allegedly. Double jab and overhand right combination by Taporia. Jumping knee for Thicknesse. Front team to the body by Thicknesse. Then again, this frame rate's so bad. Good overhand right by Taporia. Thicknesse's hurt bad. And he's hurt bad. Another big uppercut sends Thicknesse down to the mat. And Taporia is on top of him now. Thicknesse is now turtled up. Taporia riding his back here as Thicknesse explodes back up to his feet. Good uppercuts by Taporia as Thicknesse. Overhand right by Taporia. They did not count that as a knockdown, but nonetheless. Gosh, I can't take this anymore. It's giving me a headache. Overhand right and an overhand left there. By Thicknesse. Come on. Nothing. Goodness me. Let's I don't know what that. There we go. Good by head kick there for Thicknesse. Okay, looks like we just need to flip everything around a little bit. There's a double jab and an overhand right combination by Taporia. Now Thicknesse is looking for a level change again. Taporia drops him right on his head. What the fuck is that? Or excuse me. Huge suplex by Taporia! And he drops Thicknesse right on his head. That was a nasty, nasty one there. And thus concludes round number 1. Maybe, I don't know what the hell I'm doing wrong here, because it's the same, giving you the same issues on this side as it was on this side. You know the overhand's coming, but you're freezing. That's ironic that Volkanovski would say that, but that suplex was amazing. Dropped him right on his head. And here we go, round number 2. Definitely the first round to Taporia, and I think we're good now. I think we're good. You can hear me? Nope, definitely not good. This is 1,000 times worse here. Nope, we're okay. Maybe. Double jabs faded out there. There's a good leg kick by Taporia. Lead leg head kick for Thicknesse. Right cross there by Thicknesse, just missing. Double jab and an inside leg kick for Thicknesse. Good leg kick there for Thicknesse. Jab to the head for Thicknesse. Jab to the body for Taporia. Double jabs and a right cross there. And an inside leg kick and 1-2 combination for Thicknesse. And it looked like an eye poke. Correction, it looked like a low shot. So we get a brief break in. I'm driving myself nuts here. Good body kick for Thicknesse. But Taporia continues, by the way. Wheel kick for Taporia. Now that was so smooth. Jumping switch kick up high for Thicknesse. Double jabs. Good body kick for Thickness. Jab to the head for Topuria. Jab and an overhand right combination there for Thickness, just missing. What the fuck is happening? I have no clue what the hell is going on, but nonetheless. Outside leg kick, front teep up the middle for Thickness. Overhand right and a left hook. Good uppercut in tight there for Topuria. Jab to the head for Topuria. Jab, overhand right, overhand left there for Thickness. Jab again for Thickness, and double jabs here for Thickness. Jab to the head for Topuria. Outside leg kick there for Thickness. Front deep up the middle for Thickness. Double jab there, feinted out for Topuria to no avail. Jab to the body for Topuria. Hard calf kick for Topuria. Nearly taking the leg out from underneath Thickness. Overhand rights and lefts there for Thickness, just missing. Overhand right now. Here's a level change, getting Topuria up to the cage. Good knee to the body for Thickness and an overhand right after it. Jab to the head for Thickness. Good kick to the body there from Thickness. Right cross and a left hook. Everything's moving in slow motion for me here. Everything's moving in slow motion. This is no. Connect, damn it, connect. Good uppercut by Topuria again. A knee to the body from Topuria. Maybe I need to cast it and not use the HDMI port. It looks like that's better. Jumping knee and an overhand right for Thickness, just missing. Jab to the head for Thickness. Double jab there by Topuria. It looks like everything's good. Looks like everything's good. Get back over here. Yeah, and Topuria with a nice front headlock, and Thickness hops right back up to his feet. And so far, this fight has been all Topuria. Good front teep to the body there by Thickness. Better round for Thickness, at least. 21-14. Significant strikes in the second round in favor of Topuria. 20-9 first round in favor of Topuria. So far, significant strikes 42-26 in favor of Topuria. Double jab and an overhand right. Yeah, and it seems like T-Bone, the best MMA announcer on YouTube. I appreciate James Hanks. I'm just so frustrated with technology right now. So frustrated with technology. I can't, I'm so flustered because of how bad the quality is. With stuff that I pay good money for as well. Because of how staticky it is, it's like it's giving me a seizure. What's up, everyone? NC Slapaho, good to see you, my man. Thank you so much, by the way. Round 3 is coming up next. All right, looks like I'm back. Looks like I'm good. All right. Last round, and here we go. Third and final round. They hug it out in the center, and we continue. Topuria taking the center of the cage. Thicknesse fanning out a couple of jabs. Switch kick up high for Thicknesse. Body kick for Thickness. Topuria keeping up a high guard, walking through it. Thickness with a level change. Topuria cutting the angle. And now he's got the body lock of a turtled up Thicknesse. Thickness still trying to work his way back up to his feet. We're in the center of the cage. Topuria just holding on to him, maintaining hold of this body lock. Thickness trying to explode back up. He's crawling towards the cage to utilize that to get back up to his feet. And Topuria just maintaining a hold of this body lock, not letting him go. And Thickness was able to explode back up to his feet. Volkanovski still in the corner of Thickness. You can see him over there. Thickness trying to roll, it looked like, Frank Shamrock style into a knee bar. Topuria still grabbing a hold of this body lock, not letting him go. Topuria still maintaining a hold of this body lock, and I think he knows that he's ahead in this fight. Glad to see new little man. Beautiful job. Fight calling. I appreciate it, Val Winner. Thank you. Jabs to the head here from Thickness as we separate from the clinch. Double jab and a right cross combination by Thickness. Double jab and a right cross again. Good head movement by Topuria. Slipping everything. Thickness throwing out his direction. Good overhand right by Thickness, though, backing up Topuria. Topuria trying to respond with an overhand right of his own. Level change here for Thickness. But a good front headlock for Topuria. Topuria might be trying to set up an anaconda choke. He lets go of it. Elects to cut the angle and grab a hold of this body lock again. Topuria just grabbing a hold of this body lock and not allowing Thickness to escape it. Thickness trying to explode, trying to get that figure four lock. In fact, he pulls guard with this Kimura. He's going to keep on cranking on it. Transitioning over to an armbar from that Kimura grip, rolling. And he might try to set up like an inverted triangle, perhaps. He's in a good position for it, or even a buggy choke he might try to set up. He's in a good position. If there's ever a position to be in for a buggy choke, it's this. And now setting up, he fell right into a triangle. Now that right leg, he needs to get it out from underneath Topuria, and Topuria is able to escape it. He must have escaped it in between one of the frames that I'm getting every like 10 or 12 seconds. I'm getting one frame. Going body here is Topuria. And Thickness trying to set up a triangle. Doing everything he can. He was close on that other one. He fell right into it. Now looking for a guillotine. Set up the guillotine. He's got an overhook on one side, does Thickness. Yeah, he's trying to throw one arm. And now he's got this meat hook thrown in here. Meat hook rubber guard. And he's going to try to set up. He's got this meat hook put in place. It's rubber guard here. A variation. Topuria was able to staple the right leg down to the mat. But what he's trying to do with this meat hook, he's trying to push the left arm of Topuria through his own legs. When Topuria recognized it and stapled the right leg of Thickness down to the mat. That's some high-level jiu-jitsu there. Some 10th planet jiu-jitsu, as a matter of fact. Yeah, Topuria is able to step over now. He's essentially in half guard. Let's call it quarter guard here because of that one leg stapled down. Now he's in half guard, stepping over into side control. But Thickness was able to collect one leg. And Thickness is doing everything he can, trying to throw out submissions as best as possible. And Thickness is able to get on all fours and explodes back up to his feet. Nicely done. Rolling for a knee bar, it appears, and now rolling back into guard here is Thickness. Doing everything he can. Topuria is just one step ahead of him, though. Understands where these submissions are coming from, what he's trying to do. Going body, head here is Topuria. Body, head, Topuria. Getting some short little strikes thrown in there is Thickness. Trying to set up triangles. Topuria on top. Armbar attempt again and again and again. And he's throwing out submissions, doing everything he can, but this is Ben Toporia's fight. Thickness giving up his back here. Some short little strikes here for Topuria. And it looks like Alexandre Topuria will win in his UFC debut. I didn't even realize that these were 4-minute rounds that I had. But we will await these judges' scorecards here. Yeah. Did he look good in his UFC debut, Topuria? Maybe. Hey, what's the pin to your computer? 01040194. 01040104. Perfect. Thank you. Love you. Bye-bye. All right, for the official decision, here is Bruce Buffer. Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards for decision. All 3 judges score this contest 30-27 for the winner by unanimous decision. Alexandre Topuria. Makes good on his UFC debut. Was it the most impressive performance of all time? Not necessarily, but not bad, though. Not bad. Oh, goodness. There we go. There we go. Look at me go. Look at me go. Come on, come on, come on. There we go. Come on. I'm trying my little heart out as best as I can. Come on. I don't want to buy the pay-per-view yet. Not Tyler. I don't want to watch the prelims. Show me the prelims. Show me prelims. You would think I would have all this worked out beforehand, but apparently not. It's so weird that the older style computer works so much better. Not an impressive win, but a win's a win. Yeah, he did get a win on his record. That's the best way of putting it. He got a win on his record. What does that do for you? I'm not sure. Does that move him very much? I don't think so. I have to do a million things to make sure the audio works. For the love of everything that is holy. love of everything that is holy, nothing continues to work. There we go. All right, there we go. Finally. Crash the machine. We're back. But yes, we were talking about Dominic Cruz retiring. And honestly, good for him. Good for Dominic Cruz. It is unfortunate. This is the most frustrating thing on the planet. I don't know why things just don't work, especially when you pay good money for it. I don't know why. But nonetheless, Dominic Cruz, it is nice that he got a little bit of a tribute. It is unfortunate that his career kind of took a downfall towards the end there. I shouldn't say a downfall, but it is kind of unfortunate. Cruz fought already? No, he has not fought for quite a while. When was the last time he fought? But to say that he isn't one of the best bantamweights of all time would be such a lie, because I would consider him still the best. It's hard to consider things like Aljamain Sterling and even Merab Dvalishvili, but at least in his prime, what he was able to do was absolutely incredible. Yeah, too bad he didn't box more. He fought. Yeah, maybe not the greatest fight of all time, but still did decent. But coming up next, we got Kong Wang taking on Bruno Brasil. Wang's got a 1-1 record. She's a minus 440 favorite. As a matter of fact, she's got 2 knockouts and 2 submissions. Bruno Brasil, 3-2 in the UFC, 10 wins, 4 losses, and 1 draw in her entire mixed martial arts career. And some stats to throw at you here. 61% significant strike accuracy rate for Bruno Brasil, which is really, really impressive. When was the last time Dominic Cruz did actually fight? I don't remember. Oh, dear God. There we go. The last time he fought was back in 2022, so it took a long time, and that was a head kick knockout loss, which is kind of unfortunate. Yes, he indeed to retire. No, he's gonna, but he's gonna be on the mic. Yeah, he's gonna at least be on the mic. When was the last time he even commentated? I don't even remember. But yeah, it's been since 2022 where he ate a bad head kick knockout loss against Marlon Vera, and just weird end to his career. But you want to talk about a guy that plagued by injuries, and if he had stayed healthy throughout the majority of his career, how good could he have actually been? For his prime, I mean, the way he just dismantled Demetrius Johnson in their fight back in 2011 due to reoccurring injuries. He vacated it January 6th, came back 3 years later, nearly 3 years to the date later, knocked out Takeda Mizugaki in just a minute and 1 second. And then almost a year and a half after that is when he won the world championship, defended it once, and then had that loss against Cody Garbrandt. 4 years later, fought Henry Cejudo. I mean, just up and down. So many injuries in his career, spanning all the way back to 2005, from 2005 to 2022. But just an unfortunate, so many injuries back to back to back. He was Cheeto before the head kick. T1 Experience, by the way, good to see you. Listening to you in the car on the way home. I appreciate it, my man. Thank you. How many likes are we at now? Did we at least hit 100? 136. Wow, thank you guys so much. And we even got a new member thrown in there too. Thank you guys for all of your support tonight. Especially dealing with my frustration. Yes, he needed to retire, but he's going to be on the mic. That's good to hear because Dominic Cruz is an amazing analyst. An amazing analyst. And here's the thing, too, with Dominic Cruz. His style, I mean, that Willie Pep type of foot movement style, I considered him in his prime to be the best fighter pound for pound in the world at the time. It was him, Demetrius Johnson, and that was it. It was him and Demetrius Johnson at the very peak, and then John Jones was just so many issues that he had at the time. But when he was at his peak, it was hard to deny him the best pound-for-pound fighter because the only other guy was Demetrius Johnson. He beat him. So when him and Cody Garbrandt fought, I had him being the best pound-for-pound fighter on the planet. And I actually picked Cody to win that fight. I didn't think that he was going to beat him the way that he did. That was quite shocking, but yeah, once that footwork Willie Pep type of style, once it kind of got figured out, it was a little bit tough. It was a little bit tough. Yeah, to see where his career ended up. Because even in some of his wins, like against Pedro Munoz, he still got cracked. He was still getting hit hard. Bruno Brazil against Kong Wang. His rivalry with Faber was awesome. Yeah, it really was. Both fighters weighing in at 125 pounds. Both fighters are 5'6", 1 inch reach advantage for Wang. I don't think I can do this anymore. I'm not sure if I can look at this because it's driving me so insane. Maybe the second screen only will make it better. Actually, yes. Actually, a lot better. I think I cracked the code here. I think I cracked the code. When you're doing the dual screen, it didn't like it. But we just casted it to the screen. Nothing else. We're good. We're good now. We're good. Okay, I think we're finally cooking with some grease. Fuck. I hit the wrong button. I got too excited. Come on, come on, come on. First round. You ready to fight? You ready? All right, let's go. And round number 1 is upon us. All right, good calf kick by Bruno Brazil to open up this fight. Both fighters open up in the orthodox stance. Wong with a couple of jabs feinted out there. Bruno Brazil taking the center of the cage, however. This card is cursed. A lot of technical issues tonight. Yeah, a lot of technical issues, but it looks like we're okay now. It looks like we're finally getting there. But at least the stream has held up. Knock on wood. Knock on wood. And the issues weren't with you guys. Good overhand right there by Brazil, but it was just a little bit off target. Wong, by the way, is minus 440 the favorite. Jab and an overhand right, and a solid leg kick there by Wong. Jab and a good leg kick by Wong again. Left hook there by Wong. Slapping across the face of Brazil. Brazil with an overhand right just missing as a well-timed front kick landed right to the body there by Wong. Good leg kick again. Wong Kong again with another good leg kick. Jab and an overhand right by Wong there. And a leg kick checked by Brazil. Definitely going to be a striking heavy affair. Now, these are two hard-hitting flyweights. I know it's easy to look at the good inside leg kicks, to look at female fighters and think there's not going to be a finish. But both of these gals, by the way, remember to hit that like button, guys. Thank you very much, NC Slapaho. I really appreciate it, my man. Leg kick there by Bell, but an overhand right countered by Wong back to up back. Inside leg kick for Wong. Yet again, front team to the body by Brazil. Wong feigning with a couple of these leg kicks. 2:30 remaining in this first round. And a good outside leg kick by Wong. Jabbing overhand right and a left hook combination by Wong. Brazil briefly switching stances, but right back to orthodox. You can see the redness. Good lead leg head kick by Wong. You can see the redness on the legs of Brazil from all those leg kicks. Not just the left leg, but also the right leg as well. Body kick feinted there for Brazil, but Brazil moving just fine on those legs. Not too big of an issue, but you can see the bruising though. Those bruises suck. Like just eating all those leg kicks, brutal. I don't want to hear a T1 experience. I have dirt on you now. Ooh, what's the dirt? Yeah, NC Slapaho, absolute legend. Yeah, thank you so much, NC Slapaho. Inside leg kick for Wong, connects flush. Outside leg kick checked by Brazil. Brazil seems very gun shy. Only has thrown 14 significant strikes so far and landed one shot to the head. That's it. Left hook, and a right cross to the body by Wong there.
That client review was brutal.
We're gonna be underwater for weeks.
Good leg kick again by Brazil.
This is fixable.
Front. Brazil went up for a jumping knee. Switch kick up high for Wong. Just falling a little bit short. Kind of switching a little bit of stances here is Brazil, but just such a weird performance turned in here by Bruno Brazil. There's a 1-2 combination. As I say that, an overhand right connected for Brazil. $20 seconds remain. Inside leg kick for Wong connects. Outside leg kick feinted there for Wong. Front team to the body by Wong. 10 seconds remain in this first round. And so far, all Wong Kong. And there's Wong Kong just throws Brazil down to the mat. Hard after catching that kick. $161 people watching. Wow, what a turnout, guys. Thank you guys so much. Wow, thank you guys. If you guys are new to the stream, like I said before and many times, please leave a like and please subscribe. And congratulations. If you guys are new to the stream, congratulations on finding the best MMA commentator on YouTube. Now, Kong Wong kind of living up to the expectations that she has set. 5.81 significant strikes landed per minute and only absorbs 1.63. 100% takedown defense rate also going into this one. Now, Bruno Brazil, 2.94 significant strikes landed per minute on average. She's kind of living up to that. Just limited output from Brazil has really been her wrongdoing in this one. Round number 2 upon us. Not yet, actually. And we continue. Round number 2. Good inside leg kick by Wong. Outside leg kick from Brazil, just missing. In the corner of Wong, just telling her to keep going to that leg. Jab and overhand right combination by Wong, and another leg kick there by Wong. And when she throws these leg kicks, she really turns her hips over and throws everything into it. It's not these like flicking little kicks that doesn't do anything other than just get a significant strike and make you feel like you're doing something. There's an outside leg kick from Brazil. Side kick up the middle there, just missing there for Wong. Yeah. 10-9 Wong after round number 1. Yeah, no doubt about it. Good calf kick by Wong. And she's not just attacking the outside thigh, but she's also attacking the calf, the inside thigh. I mean, really mixing up and destroying every piece of that leg. Yes, sir. Best smart commentating. Glad to see you back, T-Bone. Long-time listener, the best commentator. War Meds. I love that name, by the way. I love that name. As a combat medic, former combat medic, I should say now. I love that name. Head kick just missing for Wong. I will give Brazil this much. Defensively, to her body and head, decent job. Good leg kick by Brazil. Inside leg kick for Wong. Wong continues to plot forward a little bit here. Brazil circling on the outside of the warning track now. And even though that leg is pretty chewed up, it's not affecting Brazil very much, other than psychologically. Psychologically, she's very light on that lead foot, but not really physically changing her at all. 12 leg kicks for Wong. 12 significant strikes to the head, 6 to the body, 12 to the leg there by Wong. Make that 13. Brazil, only 2 strikes to the head and 1 strike to the body. 3 significant strikes landed to the body and head. Brazil landed 7, so 10 strikes total. There's a good 1-2 combination and a leg kick for Wong. And Bruno Brazil has done an excellent job at not throwing strikes. Jab and an overhand right combination for Wong yet again. Leg kick for Wong. We passed the halfway point of a scheduled 15-minute affair here. And so far, this fight has been easy for Kong Wong. Outside leg kick for Wong again. Scooter Lannister. I love that name, by the way. Good to see you. Sharp commentary and sharp attire, LOL. Yes. Good body kick there by Brazil, but ran right into the side kick of Wong. So anytime that she gets on the board with anything. Good leg kick again by Brazil. Leg kick by Wong. Some boos coming from the crowd. A little bit of boos. Nothing too crazy. It's not a bad fight by any means. That's a right cross by Wong. After eating the inside, or after throwing that inside leg kick, that is landing it. Inside leg kick by Wong. Jab, 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 jab to the head there by Wong. Continuing. Another good leg kick by Wong. Overhand right and a head kick by Wong missing. Wong Kong continues to walk forward here and lands another good leg kick. Can somebody explain to me, does anybody know why the Chinese first and last names are always switched? Like they display one thing and it shows another thing and it's always switched. You never know. Does anybody know why? Brazil feinting with a spinning kick. Inside leg kick for Wong. And Bruno Brazil is just a deer in the headlights. And she came into this fight plus 340 underdog. Plus 390 as a matter of fact. Kong Wong minus 440. And you're seeing it here. But even then, Brazil has just been... She's not fighting with any sense of urgency. Good front teep to the body. Or pardon me, it was a side kick to the body there by Wong and an overhand right after it. But like I said, Brazil is just deer in the headlights. Left hook and an overhand right. Brazil has done... It's just running away from Wong. There's a right hook to the body by Wong. The overhand right and a left hook combination. Brazil's hurt. And she's smiling and she's running away. If I'm in the corner of Brazil, like, another hard leg kick by Wong. And Wong is putting together a performance of a freaking lifetime. And Brazil is having an absolute nightmare. I mean, I hate it when fans say this, like, they did more running than fight. She's doing more running than fighting right now. Like, legitimately. Turning her back and running. I mean, she turned her back more than has thrown significant strikes. And that's saying something about her performance tonight. Chinese last name first. Last name first. Okay, I see what you mean. Exactly, no urgency. Team experience is secretly subscriber to the OnlyFans of Jailton Almeida. Jeez. That's a wild thing on your resume for sure. How did our Conor McGregor do, by the way, T-Bone Nikan? Did he win? Because he fought last week, didn't he? Or does he have a fight still coming up? But legitimately, Bruno Brazil has zero chance at winning this fight. And the corner cares about her well-being. They should throw in the towel because that's how bad of a performance. Minus 2,800 favorite is Wong Tong right now. Wong Kong. And unless Brazil pulls a rabbit out of the hat here, there's not a chance in hell that she has at winning this fight. I mean, it's like Brazil is trying to not get hit and is trying not to win the fight. There's another overhand right by Wong. The coach is pleading with Brazil. Oh, there's a right hand by Brazil. Okay, I was trying to understand what they were saying, and the corner of Brazil was just pleading with her to fight, just pleading. Jab and overhand right. Brazil is starting to throw a little bit more here. But the corner of Brazil saying 1-1. You gotta, I don't know what kind of rabbit, what kind of magic she could pull off here. But this is one of those demoralizing type of fights. Yeah, Sean Bitter goes, Brazil doesn't want to be there, and I don't blame her. I would go as far as to say this. The corner should have been threatening to throw in the towel if she doesn't start, like, doing something. Because this is one of the worst performances I've ever seen from a fighter. I mean, she looks like Mark Coleman in the final minutes of fighting Murray Smith. That's what this looks like here. Except the difference between Brazil and Mark Coleman was one of the most exhausted fighters I've ever seen. Brazil is just not fighting. I mean, this is just one of the worst performances I've ever seen from a fighter. But Wong has just been ping, 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 pung, pung. There's an overhand right from Brazil, though. She's got some fight left in her. I mean, she's essentially been a pylon tonight. I should say, she's been fighting like a literal chicken. Like, hard to corral. Like, hard to corner. And that's saying something. If you're fighting like an actual chicken, there's a hook kick up high there for Wong. McNugget won a decision, bro. Went life and death with Michael Kume. Hell yeah. There's another good leg kick and an overhand right. And there's a good right hook by Wong on the break from the clinch. 2 minutes and 19 seconds. Minus 2,800 live odds, and I'm assuming it keeps on tricking in favor of Wong. And you gotta wonder what Brazil was. This is one of those fights where a fighter is getting beat so bad but hasn't been hurt. You know what I mean? One-two combination by Wong, falling a little bit short. Our ringside commentators are John Anik, Michael Bisping, Danny Cornby, EA, and Heidi and Droll. Megan Olivi is not in town over in Brazil. Head kick, blocked by Brazil. Side kick to the body by Wong. Stiff jab to the head there by Wong. When I get her back to the gym, we'd be having a heart-to-heart. Brazil came in not mentally ready. But not mentally ready. It's just like, I'm not sure. Sometimes fighters are just stuck in the mud. Sometimes the lights are too bright. Sometimes it's just, and that's what it looks like here from Brazil. It's just, you would think after 14 minutes, you'd be warm enough. But I think she's just been hit too many times this fight. Now she's trying for a level change and a right hook up top, but just missing. Maybe she's a lot more hurt than I think. But you can hear her corner, the corner of Brazil, screaming at her. There's another good overhand right from Brazil. Brazil with multiple overhand rights. And Brazil is loading up with that overhand right, which I don't blame her. Load up on the right hand. You need one shot. But there's got to be some point where you just have to... There's a wheel kick from Brazil where you just got to start windmilling punches and just hope something lands. There's a good left hook by Wong and a leg kick by Wong. Spinning back elbow from Brazil. You know what? I'll give it to her. She tried a shot. But she got caught by Wong and thrown down to the mat. And I will say, I know I was focusing on Bruna Brazil and her terrible performance, but Wong Kong looked amazing that fight. She looked absolutely amazing. I mean, her punches were so precise. Her output was tremendous, and she really was just doing some mind wizardry with Brazil. I mean, there was so much output, so much accuracy, that Brazil just couldn't do anything. Like, she was pulling some voodoo out. And that was such an amazing performance that she turned in. And in 90 of 189 significant strikes, Bruna Brazil ends the fight with 10 head strikes, 8 body strikes, 9 leg strikes, 27 total. Landing about 1 significant strike a minute on average. Gotta beg pro fighters to fight time to quit. Wow, thank you. Appreciate your random question. Me and the boys have debated for years. Who would have won between Krokop, 2004, Krokop or Orlovsky? Did Rico Rodriguez get robbed by the Pride judges against Nogueira? No, I don't think Rico Rodriguez got robbed. And thank you very much for your donation. I really do appreciate it. I don't think Rico Rodriguez got robbed at all. It's hard for me to recall that fight off the top of my head. I have seen it before, and I've never... The only reason why I say that is because I've never questioned that result. However, the 2004 Krokop and Orlovsky, 30-27, by the way, across the board, for the winner by unanimous decision. The Joker, Wong Kong. Yes, and to answer your question, by the way, and thank you very much for your donation. I really appreciate it. Krokop versus Orlovsky in 2004. I would have gone with Krokop, honestly, but in 2004, because that was when Orlovsky was having that trilogy fight with Tim Sylvia, and maybe I think I'd give Tim Sylvia such a hard time. But I'll have to look at them side by side here to give you an accurate. But I would say, like, right off, my gut will tell me right out of the gate, Mirko Krokop. Is going back to 2004, because I always said up until the Pride merged with the UFC that the heavyweight division was always dominated by would have been more dominated. No, this was actually well before. I didn't even realize. I thought the trilogy fight with Tim Sylvia was in 04, but that was actually in 2006. But in 2004, he was fighting Vladimir Matyushenko, Wesley Kohera. That's what you said, right? Would have won 2004. Krokop at the time. He got knocked out by Kevin Randleman. When did he knock out? Because when did it become so? He lost to Nogueira, but when did he knock out Vanderlei? That was back in 2006. So I was thinking them back in 2006. That's when he was knocking out guys like Alexander Emelianenko, Kevin Randleman. He defeated in the rematch, Mark Coleman. That was during Mark Coleman's losing streak, though. 2004, he did get cracked by Kevin Randleman. That was a wild shot that he did get hit with. Got submitted. But yeah, to give you an accurate answer, I would have probably gone with Mirko Cro Cop. Did their paths ever cross? I don't think they ever did, which is kind of unfortunate. That is weird that their paths never cross in their careers. But yeah, I hope that answers your question. Wong is overrated, but still fought first minute and then nada. I don't know. Wong looked amazing that fight, and maybe I'm selling her a little too much, but she looked really good. Tim Sylvia, her heavyweight, was a bad time for the division. It really was. It really was. Not necessarily for the division as a whole, because like I said, in Pride, they were wonderful. They had amazing fights over in Pride. That's when you had Nogueira, Cro Cop, Fedor Emelianenko, Cro Cop. I mean, the list goes on and on. I mean, Tim Sylvia eventually went on to get knocked out by Ray Mercer. I've been watching that fight recently because I like to humble myself a little bit. That's one of my favorite knockouts of all time, though, is when Ray Mercer knocked out Tim Sylvia, because Tim Sylvia was one of the most unliked champions in UFC history. And he's not a bad guy. He just sucked, and he just kept on winning. Tim Sylvia was kind of like Dricus du Plessis in a way. I mean, he was one of those guys that hit hard, but was super awkward and fought good. That was weird. Just meaning that it's very easy to look good when the other fighter's not really trying to win. And that's a good point, KS. How much of that was Bruno Brasil just trying to collect a paycheck and not really try to fight? Or was that Wong Kong looking really, really good? And I will say this much. Wong Kong did look really good in that fight. There's no doubt about it. She looked really good. But Bruno Brasil also looked really, really, really bad. And it's very hard to analyze it any further than that. So to say that somebody's overrated based off of that fight, it's just not possible. You can't really make an accurate... You cannot say something like she's overrated based on that fight. But I'll tell you what. She did look good. What is black leather? All of it. Because in the middle of Tim Sylvia against Wesley Kohana, for example, okay, which is, it's such a wild time to be a UFC heavyweight fan. But that was when Cro Cop and, pardon me, that was when like Nogueira and Fyodor Emelianenko had their trilogy, and they had some amazing fights over there in Pride. So there was a time, even though the heavyweight division was so weird in the UFC, Pride had the elite of the elite, for sure. Now, here's a question for you guys. Bet my house on Strickland, says Bummy. Now, that's a little bit tough. That's a little bit tough. She abandoned the leg kick and stopped trying, in my opinion. Yeah, and she also got leg kicked a lot. Now, this is going to be a good fight here. Lots of hype behind this one here. Tom Nolan against Vyacheslav Borshchev. Slava Claus coming up next. Oh, and right out of the gate, they're starting. Taking a closer look at this fight, by the way, or at this fight card so far. We had that first 19-second knockout, and since then, decision. So 4 straight decisions. Unlikely that this fight will go the distance, though. I'm not a betting man, but I wouldn't advise betting on Sean or Dricus. Like I said, Dricus du Plessis kind of embodies chaos theory. And the one thing about chaos theory is you can't predict it, because it's so complex and so just, there's so many integers that you can't really predict it. Which scientifically says you should not bet on this fight. Cro Cop was the boogeyman of his time. That's a good point. And especially, if you guys remember playing UFC Undisputed 2009 and 2010, he ran against Cro Cop. Good, forget about it. He was the boogeyman. He was the guy to fight, not necessarily for the world championship, but to get into that caliber. And by the way, Tom Nolan, 5 knockouts in his 8 victories. He is 3-1 in the UFC, lands 6.68 systemic strikes per minute, absorbs 5.17, 66% takedown defense rate. Vyacheslav Borshev, 3-3-1 in his UFC career, 8-4-1 in his MMA career, with 6 knockouts to his credit. Vyacheslav Borshev taking on Tom Nolan, and we get it on. They touch gloves, southpaw stance for Tom Nolan. Vyacheslav Borshev with a good inside leg kick in the orthodox stance. Inside leg kick for Nolan, that landed with a little bit more velocity. Couple of jabs feinting out there. Good body kick there by Nolan. Oh, beating, not a good card. It's boring. Strickland plus 5.5 is the move. Yeah, putting Sean Strickland at such kind of a big underdog at plus 170, and I think it's even shifting a little bit more towards Duplessis, is a little bit surprising, though. Borshev taking the center of the cage. Good kick to the body there by Nolan. Nolan drops down for a single leg, transitioning over to a double leg. Good takedown defense so far, though, by Borshev as he's able to fire off an underhook. But some good knees here in tight in the clinch by Nolan as they separate from the clinch. Meet back in the center of the cage. Good body kick there by Nolan. Head kick for Nolan, but it was blocked by Borshev. Front team to the body by Borshev. Borshev continues to take the center of the cage. There's a right hook by Borshev, and Tom Nolan's able to grab a hold of Borshev, trying to hit that outside trip. Unable to do so. By the way, live odds minus 115 apiece as he's able to drag Borshev down to the mat. And Borshev is able to explode right back up to his feet. Tom Nolan maintaining the hold of this body lock, riding the back of a standing Borshev. Holding on to this body lock. Good knee to the head there by Nolan. As Borshev's side is pressed up against the cage. Jumping onto the back there is Nolan. He's got one hook in. Can he get this second hook in? Just leaped onto his back. Leapt onto his back. Whatever you want to call it. Borshev trying to shake him off. Only one hook in here for Nolan, which is actually good. He's using this trunk position to prevent himself from sliding off the back. And he's able to drag Borshev down to the mat, pretty much just moving his center of gravity back and dragging Borshev down. And now he is on top of Borshev in the top half guard position and trying to get this Darce choke. And he's got this in deep. He's trying to get this Darce choke, stepping over, and he might get the tap here. That's a deep, deep Darce choke. And that's in very deep. It's an awkward position. He's almost in a north-south spot. Now, in order to really finish with it, he needs to transition over to mount. And now he's trying to step over to the opposite side. And now he's got like a rear naked choke, but it's inverted. And he lets it go. Yeah, very unusual. Good elbow there by Nolan. And Borshev is able to explode back up to his feet after escaping a series of choke attempts. And now we meet back in the center of the cage. 2:15 remaining. Excellent job done there by Slavaclaus to escape. Oh, wheel kick there by Nolan. A little bit off target. Inside leg kick for Nolan. Yeah, wild sequence there, and Slavaclaus was able to survive, and now he's taking the center of the cage. Uriah Faber, by the way, in the corner, Borshev. Right hook to the body, just missing there by Borshev. Double jab and a left cross combination, that is, for Nolan. Head kick for Nolan. Borshev leaned right into it, but he absorbed it nicely. Good front teep, and a spinning back fist just missing there by Nolan after that front teep was caught. 2 overhand lefts by Nolan, and a jab to the head by Nolan. Body kick there by Nolan. Front teep up the middle there by Borshev. And a spinning back kick to the body by Nolan. Nolan looking very good in this fight. Very diverse set of strikes. Head kick for Nolan. Blocked by Borshev. Head kick again there for Nolan, but it was blocked at the last second by Borshev. He got a piece of it. Inside leg kick checked by Borshev. Another inside leg kick checked by Borshev. And some short little hooks in tight for Borshev. Overhand right, uppercut, and left hook combination by Borshev. And a good right hook in tight there by Nolan. Head kick by Slavaclaus, blocked by Nolan. Spinning back fist missing for Nolan. And Borshev clinches up for a brief moment after that spinning back elbow. Failed to connect. Head kick missing for Nolan. Right cross to the body there by Borshev. Oh, good head kick preceded by an overhand right by Borshev, backing up Nolan slightly. Lead leg head kick for Nolan as a level change. Attempts here for Nolan And and Borishev is able to defend it, and they meet back in the center of the cage. Wheel kick for Nolan, and just glancing on the hairs of the chin of Borishev. 25 seconds remaining here. In round number 1, that is. Good time knee there by Nolan, but just a little bit off target as Borishev briefly changed levels. There's a good right hook there by Nolan on the back foot. 10 seconds remaining in this first round. Front teep to the body, pushing Nolan back. Spinning back elbow there for Borishev. Head kick just missing for Nolan. And the story of that round was just missed for both fighters. All right, excuse me one moment. I'll be right back. What did I miss? What did I miss? Oh, I made it back in time. Look at me go. Woo. All right, here we go. Round number 2 is upon us, and what has been a very entertaining affair. Good leg kick there by Borishev. Lead leg front kick there by Borishev. Another couple of those front leg side kicks there to the lead leg of Nolan. Nice spinning back elbow by Nolan, and a good body kick by Nolan again. Right hook to the body for Borishev. Head kick for Borishev. I'm out of breath, man. Jab to the body there by Borishev again. Couple of jabs to the head again by Nolan, and an inside leg kick for Nolan, backing up Borishev. A good right hook to the head by Nolan. Yeah, if you guys are just new to the stream, please, try to share me a little bit. Try to share it a little bit. I don't say that very often. Yeah, try to put me out there. There's a right hook by Nolan, slipping through the defense of Borishev. Head kick for Borishev, for Nolan, connecting on Borishev. There's a right hook to the body, and there's a good late kick to the body there by Borishev. Jabs feinted out there for Borishev. Good elbow over the top there by Nolan. Couple of jabs feinted out there for Nolan. Jabs to the head, feinted for Borishev. There's a 1-2 combination for Nolan on the back foot. Rear uppercut for Borishev. Body kick for Borishev. Overhand left for Nolan, just missing. Jabs to the head for Nolan. Body kick for Borishev, misses. Couple of front side kicks there from Borishev, missing. Overhand left for Nolan, misses. Front teep up the middle there for Nolan, connecting right on the chest of Borishev. Or right on the center of the belly, I should say. Nolan with a couple of front push kicks to the lead leg of Borishev. Overhand right for Borishev, backing up Nolan. Head kick for Borishev, misses. Right cross to the body for Borishev. Jab to the body as we pass the halfway point of a scheduled 15 minutes. And Cal, you're exactly correct, as Nolan does look like a very big, good inside leg kick, very big lightweight. Props to watch, over 1.5 rounds, -130, under was +100. Couple of jabs there for Nolan, so cash in your tickets there. Outside leg kick for Borishev connects. Inside leg kick for Nolan yet again. Jumping knee for Nolan and a left cross right after it. Wheel kick to the body and a back fist right after from Nolan, just failing to connect. I can never share you. I will never share you. I will gatekeep T-Bone for as long as I can. I love that. Level change here for Nolan and Borishev. That was like taking down a fire hydrant. And there's the level change finally, but Borishev underhooks one of the legs and almost hit a nice switch, but was unable to do so. Nolan's finally able to climb up Borishev and finally get him down to the mat. Front headlock here, and there's a high elbow guillotine attempt here. Borishev is trying to roll out and escape from it, but still maintaining a hold of this neck and just squeezing at the neck at this point. He's now north-south. This is like a north-south guillotine is the best way to describe it. Still a high elbow here as Borishev continues to roll, and now he's able to stand up to his feet. And there's a good overhand left and an uppercut there, but a good knee to the head on the break from the clinch there by Nolan after eating a couple of strikes by Borishev. But we are back up to our feet with 50 seconds remaining in this second round. Feel like I've watched boxing all night. There's a left cross there by by Nolan. Yeah, I would say this is a more competitive round than round number one, but definitely this round I would say is still in favor of Nolan. Did somebody get the spammers there, please? Sorry. There's a good left hook there by Nolan. Here, let me just switch my... I was watching on my wrong account on my phone. Wheel kick to the body there by Borishev in the final seconds there as we conclude. There we go. Yeah, round number 2 to Slava Claus, or pardon me, not to Slava Claus, but to Tom Nolan in my opinion. And that's really all I got. That's the best summary there. And then coming up after this fight, we got Jack Jenkins against Gabriel Santos, the final preliminary bout. The only finish so far tonight took place in 19 seconds, and that was the first fight on the card. And so far, he asked for 50K. He's getting a bonus for sure. So far, anyway. You click off the stream for 1 second and 1 million spam messages are sent. No kidding, right? Third and final round. They hug it out in the center. So many. Oh, nope. So many hugs. That was before the round started. I'll give them that. Lots of hugs tonight. Head kick blocked there by Borishev. Front teeps to the body there from Nolan. A couple of jabs by Borishev. Body kick for Borishev. Connects. Couple of jabs there by Nolan. Overhand left for Borishev. Head kick blocked by Nolan. And a good left cross right after that. Good right hook of the back foot for Nolan. And a body kick for Nolan. And a left hook in tight there by Borishev, just failing to connect. And there's the level change by Nolan. But nice sprawl there from Borishev. And Borishev even attacking the neck here. And Nolan forced to roll on his back to avoid getting soccer kicked it looked. A couple of good up kicks here by Nolan. More up kicks by Nolan. And Borishev acknowledges it and is like, you know what? I'll just stand over you and kick at you a little bit. Let me just kick at your legs while you're on the ground. Mark Goddard just taking a look at the action. He even looked up at the clock. Oh, what a head kick for Nolan. And that looked like a wobble Borishev off his back. He came up with a head kick, and he's still on his back. And he's smiling, laughing at each other. All right, and now Mark Goddard lets him back up. Here we go. That was fun. That was cool. That would be one of the most wild knockout wins of all time. A lot of hugging, not a lot of finishing. Yeah, there was... When I say hugging, I don't mean like clinch up against the cage. I mean like, hey, I love you, man. Good fight, good fight. I'm like, just give each other brain damage. Do it after the fight. You can wait 5 minutes to give each other a hug. Spinning elbow, and it's another spinning elbow, and a head kick by Nolan, blocked by Borishev. Head kick blocked by Borishev, and a front keep up the middle by Nolan. Inside, ow. Ow, did that land low? Ow. He's giving thumbs up, but that looked like it hurt. That sounded like it hurt. Lots of boos from this crowd, but Slava Claus ate a bad low kick. That was loud. Yay! that was loud. You could hear the pop of the cup. Not fun. Not fun. So we get an official timeout. All right, we continue. Maybe I need our good luck charm, because when JD was here, we got a knockout in 20 seconds. Nolan with a good overhand right by Borishev, though. And Nolan, what's interesting is he backs up, but he's the one with the more output. He's aggressive. He's more aggressive than Borishev on his back, on the back foot, which is interesting. Nolan with a level change here. Borishev threatening with a headlock. And now Nolan on his back again with more up kicks. Oh, there's an up kick that landed illegally, but Mark Goddard let it go. Some hammer fist here by Borishev. And Nolan giving up his back here. Can Borishev take his back and get a submission? Does Borishev have any submissions? No, he doesn't. Nolan rolling into half guard. If we're going to be here, we better score, says the corner of Borishev. Some elbows off the back here from Nolan. Nolan with more and more elbows. Nolan doesn't even have a submission to his credit either. He's got 5 knockouts, 3 decision wins. Come on, Tom, finish him. Overhand left there by Borishev. Borishev with some good ground and pound strikes. But he's got to be careful, though, that Nolan doesn't throw up a triangle. He's looking for it. Borishev's corner. Oh, good up kick. And did that split him open? I see blood on the top of the head of Borishev. Yeah, Tom Nolan might just have the best up kicks I've ever seen. Wow. And Borishev just elects to get into his guard now. Just walked right into his guard. Good elbows and hammer fists off his back here. Nolan might be one of the best fighters fighting off the back. Shades of not James Vick. He was the one that got knocked out. Shades of Nico Price and Kevin Holland. Yeah, Borishev cut open by that up kick, it appeared anyway to me. Borishev can grab a hold of that leg and crank on it if he really wants to, but he will not. Nolan continues to land good hammer fists off his back. Borishev landing a couple good hammer fists on top. Nolan landing more elbows off his back, hammer fists off his back, just having a good old time. And Borishev, by the way, landing some good ground and pound strikes. He might be ahead in this round, but he's eating just as much as he's given. But he's ultimately winning the position. So maybe he might pull ahead in this round. I think it's unlikely. I would say that Nolan's ahead 3 rounds to nothing. But maybe a bad judge can give that round to him. By the way, Borishev leaking bad. It's like on the top of his head. Like on his scalp. Good hammer fist here. And now there's a leg lock attempt. And he's cranking on a straight ankle lock. And Nolan just laughing at it. But you know what? Why not? Why not just crank on something? He tried. He tried. You know what? I'll give it. That's more than most fighters can say. He tried. And I respect that. Was it even close? No. But he tried. And Tom Nolan looked good this fight. He really did. And Tom Nolan, presumably he's going to win this fight. And if he does, he moves his record to 9-1, 4-1 in the UFC. Slava Claus moves to 3-4 in the UFC with 1 draw. Very good. Hi. Good. Thank you. Love you too. I got a lot of family here now, I guess. Huh. Wasn't expecting that. Man, we have been invaded by these spammers. I'm going to put slow mode on a little bit longer. I'm going to switch it to 5 seconds so that we don't see this spam so much. 29-28, 29-28, and 30-27 for the winner by unanimous decision. Tom Nolan wins the unanimous decision. There are so many spammers for a card that's not that good. It sucks because it's not the names that make the fights, it's the fighters that makes the fights. And so far the fighters have just done medium. Yeah, Slava Claus is now 3 wins, 4 losses, and 1 draw in his UFC career. But he's a fun fighter, though. More than if it was a McGregor card, which is kind of crazy. But here's the thing, though. The chat rate is pretty slow. So it appears that there's more because you just see them all. And you know what? Tom Nolan, he had such a diverse set of strikes there. And I think we're just a little bit bugged out because there's been so many decisions in a row. And, you know, I am totally one of those guys where it's like you cannot judge a card until the card actually happens. But that was a good one. Medium low, yeah. Must be from your wife's side. What? Oh, yeah, from my wife's side. Yes, yes, it is. Yes. Her whole family's here. That's kind of what happens because I had some fun money after getting out of the army. Well, I'm very good with money, so I've saved very well. So it's not necessarily fun money, but as I got myself a little bit of a gift as I exited the military. And I bought myself like a 100-inch TV in my living room, and it's dope. It's not just a 100-inch TV. It's like high resolution. It's one of the coolest things, and it's one of the most proudest moments of my life. I was more proud of that, buying that TV, than I was buying my house, honestly, because I've always wanted a big TV. I've always wanted it. I don't know why. Just since I was a little kid, I've wanted to buy just a massive TV, and I got this big TV with a pretty good surround sound system that was relatively inexpensive, too. Yeah, if you guys have the money, man, I highly, highly recommend it because it is pretty dope and worth every single penny. So, finally, we reached the featured bout on these prelims. Let's go back to Tapology. I think we'll give Tapology another chance. Even though I had to rage quit a little bit. But we got Jack Jenkins against Gabriel Santos. And if this doesn't show you the names on this card for a pay-per-view, I usually don't like to look into like who's got a Wikipedia page named after them, but yeah, look. There are 3 fighters on the main card that do not have a that's all I'm going to say. They do not have a Wikipedia page. That's all I'm going to say about that. Okay, come on, Tapology. I really hope Tapology.com doesn't turn... Because I can't use SureDog MMA anymore. SureDog is a wonderful website. Can't use it anymore. Cannot because it crashes too much. It takes up too much internet. There's too much pop-up ads. Tapology might go down that route. Night, guys. I'm going to bed. Had a long flight today. Hey, Terry Dice, thank you very much again for tuning in. And yeah, have a good night. Come on. It's trying. It's crawling along. Tapology, man. I don't know who's running Tapology, but these pop-up ads, I understand that you need the ad revenue. This is too much, though. If we can't use your website, it's not worth it. All right, there we go. Jack Jenkins against Gabriel Santos. 13-3 versus 11-2. Jack Jenkins 3-1 in his UFC career. He's got 6 knockouts and 3 submissions in his mixed martial arts career out of his 13 victories. He lands 4.83 significant strikes per minute, absorbs 2.92. He lands 2.12 takedowns per 15 minutes. Gabriel Santos is his adversary, 1-2 in the UFC, 2-0 in the LFA. Was the former LFA 145-pound tournament winner. Wasn't even a champion. With 3 knockouts and 4 submissions to his credit. 64% picking Jenkins in this one. 36% picking Santos. Let's start off with Gabriel Santos. He's 11-2 in his MMA career. He's got 3 knockouts, 4 submissions, and 4 decision victories. 2-0 in the LFA. 1-2 in the UFC so far. He lost to Lerone Murphy via split decision, lost to David Onama via knockout, and won his last fight via decision. He did win the LFA tournament championship. It wasn't even for the championship. He's taking on Jack Jenkins, Jack Farr Jenkins. 3-1 in the UFC, 6 knockouts, 3 submissions, and 4 decision victories. Defeated Herbert Burns in his last fight, but also lost to Chepe Mariscal. Since winning the 3rd-round knockout in the Dana White Tuesday Night Contender Series back in 2022, 3-1 in the UFC, defeating Don Shanis, Jamal Emmers via decision, lost to Chepe Mariscal due to arm injury, and then knocked out Herbert Burns in his last fight, the brother of Gilbert Burns. Appreciate your commentary, Big Pimp. Sorry, that's funny. They used to call me Gator. Gator wants his gat, you punk ass. I'm not going to finish that, but yeah. Gator needs his gat, you punk ass bitch. Hit the like button, subscribe. It is free, which means anybody can afford it except Tito Ortiz. But unless your name is Tito Ortiz, you can literally afford it. Jack Jenkins walking out with that beautiful mustache. 1 of 2 active Australian UFC featherweights. Can you name the other one? One of the pound-for-pound greats of all time, Alexander the Great Volkanovski. Yeah, and Jack Jenkins, 6 knockouts, 3 submissions, 4 decision victories. Gabriel Santos, 3 knockouts, 4 submissions, 4 decision wins. Never heard of both guys. Jack Jenkins has been in the UFC for a while now. 69% of Tapology community picking Jenkins in this one. There's no way. Is he the betting underdog? He is the betting underdog, surprisingly enough. Considering that he's had such a good UFC run, and Gabriel Santos is... Yeah. That's so surprising that Jack Jenkins is the betting underdog. What am I missing here? Did Jenkins, get injured or something, by the way? Tai Tuivasa in attendance. Yeah, and Jack Jenkins makes his entrance into the cage now. Tito versus Shamrock MMA made MMA mainstream. I don't know about that. I don't know, man. I don't know if it made it mainstream or not. Did it help? Yes. And did it help on the Did it help the Ultimate Fighter too? Yes, for sure. It helped their ratings a little bit. Well, their ratings were always good. Or were they season 3 of the Ultimate Fighter together? Or are you talking about Frank Shamrock? Because Tito and Frank Shamrock did fight, and Frank Shamrock beat the ever-living brakes off of him. I think Tito tapped due to strikes in their fight. I remember it was 4th round, but I can't remember how it finished. Gabriel Santos screams into the camera as he gets introduced. Spike TV made MMA mainstream. What made MMA mainstream? I mean, it depends how you define mainstream. Because it was always the redheaded stepchild. I would say MMA really became mainstream during the Fox deal. That was when it moved away from like the Spike TV extreme sport into an actual sport. It was always an actual sport, but I think that's where it transitioned from like Spike TV extreme sports, whatever, to Fox, you know, real legitimate part of the sports culture. I would say the Fox deal is when it really became what it is today. Now, when did it get big? Spike TV, yes. All right, here we go. Round number 1, the featured bout of these prelims. And already you can see Jack Jenkins, orthodox stance, Santos, southpaw stance, and you can see the lateral movement. Each fighter trying to establish getting their lead foot on the outside. Typically, in an open stance fight, that lead foot is the first little battle. Once you get the foot on the outside, typically you have the striking advantage, typically. And there's a left cross there, missing for Santos. Body kick parried away for Jenkins. Outside leg kick for Jenkins, connects. Outside leg kick for Santos, connects on the lead leg of Jenkins. Overhand left for Santos, misses. Spike TV, the golden years for the UFC. It depends what you consider the golden years of the UFC. I would say we're living in the golden years, to be honest with you. Fights every single week, and every single week fights are very good. I mean, to be honest with you, you go back and watch a lot of those fights and you romanticize them a little bit. The amount of skills that we have nowadays, I mean, you would never see somebody throw a wheel kick back in 2005. From 2005 to 2008, name one wheel kick that you saw to the head, even attempted. Now, even though they haven't landed tonight, we've seen at least a dozen, maybe 2 dozen thrown tonight. Maybe not 2 dozen, but still. At least a dozen thrown. I mean, the skills, even from unranked fighters, are unbelievable now. Oh, big head kick from Jenkins sends Santos down to the mat. And Jenkins looking for the finish. Some big left hands here. And Santos throws up a triangle, and Jenkins slams him down to the mat. And now they jump right back into the guard here. And some big shots here from Jenkins. Jenkins looking for the finish. Santos trying to throw up an armbar, and he continues to eat some big left hands. Jenkins continuing to rain down punishment. And Santos continues to survive, trying to grab a hold of the arms of Jenkins and throw up submissions. Triangle attempt here for Santos, and that's in very deep. Big, deep triangle here for Santos. And he's got the arm across the body. He's pulling down on the head and shin. And I think Santos has got this locked in. Now his hips are kind of off to the side, which makes it a little bit more difficult to try to finish with. That's a tight submission, and I think Jenkins is going to go to sleep. It's a little bit tough here. A little bit tough because you want to underhook the far side leg. His hips are not directly underneath Jenkins. They're a little bit off to the side. But Jenkins eventually, if he hangs out here, he will go to sleep. If he hangs out here, it's not going to be good. Stay composed, not waste energy. And now that's locked in very deep. He's got the arm straightened out. And Jenkins is not almost out. He's pulling down the head and the neck here. That triangle, he needs to get the elbow across his body, though. That's why Jenkins survived that, because his elbow was not across the belly button of Santos. It was on the near side. And because it was on the near side, he was able to create just enough space for blood to get to his head. That's why he was able to survive that. It was tough camera angle. And Santos just needed to make slight adjustments in order to get that triangle. Just slight adjustments. Which is kind of disappointing because I was in very deep. And Jenkins with one big knockdown, Santos with one big submission attempt, and we got ourselves a fight. Some good knees to the body here from Jenkins. Santos trying to hit this inside-out trip, trying to get him down to the mat, unable to do so. Some short little strikes here for Santos. Yeah, and Winston, the GSP, you're exactly right. That is when, I would say Spike TV is when it became popular, but when it became mainstream popular, and mainstream is a little bit different to me. There's a level change here from Santos, and what a beautiful knee tap takedown as he gets Jenkins down to the mat. And Santos, by the way, on top of Jenkins now, in the top half guard position. And he's even triangled his own legs. And can Santos maybe pull ahead in this round? I mean, he got knocked down. It seems very unlikely. But if he's able to land some great punishment, maybe. But no. I take that back. It would need to be a lot of punishment. But man, what a round that was. Good knee to the body there from Santos. But Jenkins doing a good job off his back here. Controlling the posture of Santos. Not allowing Santos to posture up and land any big shots. One little elbow. Two little elbows for Santos. Elbow from the bottom there by Jenkins. Another short little hammer fist there by Santos. But what a finish of the round there for Santos. Great freaking round. Oh, what happened there? Mike Beltran yelled at him for some reason. I don't know what that was about. But round number 2 coming up next. I watched a full minute and 5 extra seconds of commercials. Might be the only time I've ever done that. Can't donate cash, but I've got time. Thank you so much, man. I do appreciate that. I do appreciate that. Unnecessary, please watch, but that is really nice of you, actually, and I'm actually quite flattered. Thank you. Yeah, that is actually super nice of you. Yeah, honestly, I don't think it became, quote, mainstream until the ESPN deal, and yeah, it definitely took it to a different caliber. I wonder what the ratings are like from ESPN to Fox, or from Fox to ESPN, if they changed it all. But that is when it became, I would say there's always the big 4. I think we got the big 5 now. The big 4 meaning like baseball, football, in the U.S. that is. Baseball, football, basketball, and hockey. And I would say that MMA is now in there as the big 5. And here we go. Head kick for Santos. Just missing as Jenkins ducked underneath it. Overhand left missing for Santos. Body kick for Jenkins connects. Inside leg kick for Santos connects. Head kick for Santos blocked by Jenkins. Looping right hook to the left cross combination. And a level change here from Santos. And a big knee to the head by Santos as Jenkins kind of slipped. Oh, left hook by Santos backing up Jenkins. Yeah, usually when you see... Oh, good uppercut there by Jenkins. Overhand. There's a good little right hook and an overhand left there by Santos. Head kick for Jenkins. Slapping across the arms and I think the forehead of Santos. Inside leg kick and a good left hook there by Jenkins. And a good left hook by Santos in response. Jab, lead uppercut. I guess I would call that there by Santos instead of a jab. Body kick there by Santos. Fox really did make me realize how few people actually followed it. Huh. Yeah, maybe I am wrong there. Huh. And now Santos pressing Jenkins up against the cage. Double underhooks. And Santos got cut on his forehead. And it's not leaking that bad, but that is a pretty big cut. Like, it's a pretty girthy cut. But it's not leaking that bad. It's kind of weird. Good takedown by Santos. He ends up with the full guard of Jenkins. 2 for 4 on his takedowns. Good elbow there by Santos. And Jenkins just double overhooks, not allowing Santos to tee off anything. But Santos now looking for an arm triangle. He steps over to the half guard. He's got the arm wrapped around the head. And his head underneath the arm of Jenkins. And Jenkins is able to get the elbow to the mat and escape that arm triangle position. I wouldn't even call it a submission attempt, but it was there. The position was there, I should say. Some short little strikes here from Santos in the top position as we pass the halfway point of a scheduled 15 minutes. Friendly fighter from Phoebe from Korn made Tito's song before the Shamrock fight. Good elbow there by Santos. Jenkins with a hip escape, and he ends up collecting Santos in his full guard. And continuing to land some short little strikes here at Santos. And so far, this fight, to be honest with you, has been all Santos, aside from that one knockdown. And that one knockdown has made this fight extremely competitive and damn near even. But outside of that, great performance turned in by Santos. And Jenkins did land a couple of good strikes too. Really surprising. Gabriel Santos, 11-2, 1-2 in the UFC, betting favorite against a guy like Jack Jenkins in his home country too. Some short little strikes here by Gabriel Santos from the top position. This chat is always chill. Yeah, it really is, Vibe. Yeah. Spam alert. Yes, let me get him. Let me get him. Where'd all my moderators go? Stay busy, stay busy. Good elbow there by Santos. Yeah, and I don't really understand. Mark Goddard was giving them warnings. And Mark Goddard's the most, like, pick me referee. He likes to make fights about him. Likes the spotlight on himself. Is that Mark Goddard? I can't remember. And I think we might get a stand-up here really soon. Second warning. It wasn't Mark Goddard, by the way. It wasn't. I don't know who this referee is. 10 seconds remaining. Yeah, and Gabriel Santos kind of had Jenkins on at checkmate there. And there wasn't much Jenkins could do there. Yeah, it's Mark Goddard all about him. But the referee wasn't Mark Goddard. I do apologize. But I still stand by that comment. I still stand by it. Mark Goddard is very much a pick-me referee. Gonna be more chill with those ambient lights, bud. Next month, if you haven't gotten them, I'll donate some cash. Okay, cool. And please, send me a link. Send me a link for that, because I understand what you mean, but I also don't. I should say I know exactly what you're asking for. I don't know what type of product. Oh yeah, some lighting would be a nice upgrade. Perhaps an aquarium with some African dwarf frogs. I don't know. Well, I can't afford that. I'm not going to be able to take care of that. But some ambient lighting would be pretty cool. And I maybe, because I have all bright lights on me. I got 2 big studio lights. I wonder if I'll just have one and kind of dark around here. Painting everything black. I'm painting everything black. But yeah. Alrighty, round number 3. Good body kick there by Santos. Head kick there by Santos. Oh, good front kick up high by Santos, backing up Jenkins. Yeah, front kick right to the head. And now the level change here for Gabriel Santos. And Jenkins ends up on the mat. And now Santos is jumping on the back. He's got one hook in. Can he get the second hook in? Jenkins explodes back up to his feet. Yeah, 19-19. Yeah, you got to remember Jenkins did win that first round, no doubt about it. Definitely not a 10-8. Definitely not a 10-8, unless some serious home crowd advantage happens. But, oh, and I didn't even realize Santos got the body triangle put in place. I thought he only had one hook in. But he's got the body triangle on a standing Jenkins with 4 minutes remaining in the round. And unless the referee decides to separate them for whatever reason, I think that Jenkins is in a very bad spot. And that looks like 3/4 Nelson here for Santos as he's trying to drag him down to the mat and did so successfully. Yeah, that was such a beautiful front kick. Right up the middle, landed right on the Foz. Good short little strikes here by Santos. And Santos is essentially... Wow, did you hear that voice crack? Whew. He's essentially 325 away from winning the fight is what I was trying to say. But let me take a sip of this Gatorade here to try to get that out of my system. Had a Forrest Griffin style. Oh, now there's a rear naked choke attempt there by Santos. I think it's unlikely that he's going to get that rear naked choke, but who knows? He might get a TKO finish, though, from this body lock, and I take that back. Look at that choke. It's underneath the chin, and Jack Jenkins going to sleep. There's the tap. And there we go. Gabriel Santos gets the rear naked choke, and anytime that I say something, bet the opposite, because Gabriel Santos got it done with the finish, with the choke that I said wouldn't happen. Yeah, great job done by Gabriel Santos, and even threw in a nice front kick up the middle there. And I think I did hear that voice crack. I know. Or even do the chalk paint so you could use it for the events. Oh, that's smart. If you mess with painting or have any art friends, you can throw some neon paint in the black walls and backlighting. I think it's unlikely. Shut up. I've said that many, many times. I jinx everything. Yeah, that, and he even had like the fulcrum effect on it, where he had the palm on palm and the wrist on the back, and was just cranking on it. Yeah, Gabriel Santos looked amazing that fight. Amazing. Yeah, he looked really good. He looked really good. Pushes his record to 2-2 now in the UFC. I like what I'm seeing from that guy. He looked really good all around, aside from one big head kick that he had to eat and walk through. He looked fantastic. And even when he was hurt, he was throwing up triangles and had that triangle in deep too. So I like what I'm seeing from him. I think he's got a very bright future. Sounds like a glitch in the Matrix. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, that voice crack was pretty bad. And we now move to the main card, and the main card, like I said, maybe doesn't have the best name power of all time, but I have a sneaking suspicion that something special is going to happen tonight. I don't know, but I think there's something that we're missing here. Woo! Declaring the winner by submission due to a rear naked choke, Gabriel Santos, Muscatino. Man, really tricky fighter. I could see him doing some good things in the future. What do you guys think? Sada. I did hear the voice crack. Thank you, Sada. Did you hear it from upstairs? All right, before everything gets too crazy, I will... Come on. Because everything moves at slower than the speed of smell with these computers here. I will try to get this pay-per-view up and running. So I'm sorry, Gabriel Santos. Come on. Yeah, and the UFC definitely needed that finish because they were running out of time. Lots of decisions. And we finally broke up the monotony of decisions. And that was the first submission we've had in a long time, as a matter of fact, because, believe it or not, let's see here. Let's get this thing up and running. We didn't have a submission on last week's card either. Now, does this card justify spending $100? I don't know. Oh, goodness me. I gotta turn off my freaking VPN. Yeah, is this worth $80? Probably not. Please help me out. God dang it. There we go. Now we got this going. These less stack cards sometimes have wild moves you never see, though. Guys trying to show out. You are right, too many events. It's not necessarily too many events. It just was weird matchmaking with the local fighters in Australia. And there's a lot to prove for sure. But definitely main event and co-main event heavy, that's for sure. So lots of fighter, and even then, I mean, you have Francisco Prado against Jake Matthews. Jake Matthews been in the game for a long time. Jimmy Crute looking to keep his spot within the UFC. I mean, Jimmy Crute at one point I consider to be one of the up-and-coming contenders. And now he's fighting for his spot within the promotion in just a handful of fights. It's kind of disappointing to see that. It's nice a couple times and buy a pay-per-view. It's nothing but leg safe, so I'm not doing that ever again. Doesn't justify spending $100 on this card. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Like I said, kind of help me out a little bit here. Anyway, 183 people watching. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. And congratulations to everybody that is new for discovering this channel. Please stay tuned for the best commentary on YouTube. We got Jake Matthews against Francisco Prado, Jimmy Crute against Rodolfo Bellato, Taliesin Teixeira taking on Justin Tafa, and then the main event and co-main event of the evening, we got Dricus du Plessis against Sean Strickland for the middleweight championship, and Zhang Wei Li against Tatiana Suarez for the women's strawweight title as well. Same with the leg, which is why I prefer listening here. Can sometimes pretty much visualize the fight based on T-Bone's commentary. I appreciate that. So I appreciate every single one of you guys for sticking with me tonight. Why pay an arm and a leg when you can have T-Bone? There we go. I appreciate it, guys. And I will say this much, so the UFC omnipotent beings can get off my back, let's call it, buy the pay-per-view. I'm not trying to get pulled. I'm not encouraging you guys to not buy the pay-per-view. Buy it with your money. Dateline, Sydney, Australia. We have UFC 312, which could be one of the sleeper events of the year. Do not get it twisted. The main event and co-main event are going to be entertaining bouts. There's no doubt about it. They are going to be entertaining bouts, and these are very important bouts for the longevity of their division. It's not like this is arguably Zhang Weili's toughest competition in Tatiana Suarez. This is a fight that people wanted for a long time. Tatiana Suarez was out for many years and ended up coming back. There we go. Strickland's going to whoop that ass. T-Bone needs to get hired by the UFC. Brock Gillespie, thank you very much. National Putting Tour. I love that name, by the way. Thank you so much. And Dateline, UFC 312 going live in Sydney, Australia. Champion Dricus du Plessis set to make his second title defense against the man he took the title from via split decision, Sean Strickland. And then champion Zhang Wei Li taking on Tatiana Suarez. Do we go as far as to say that Tatiana Suarez is the female Habib of the division? That might be a little big of a comparison. However, though, the style is relatively similar. Tatiana Suarez is one of the better wrestlers in the women's division's history. Top-notch commentary. I appreciate it, Wong. 4 a.m. here in Norway. Ricardo tuning in from Norway. By the way, money line starting to settle at minus 220 for the current champion, and for current champion Dricus du Plessis. And believe it or not, odds subject to change. According to DraftKings Sportsbook, Zhang Wei Li is the betting underdog as champion, which is quite surprising. It's not the first time we saw it this year, however, where Murad Dvalishvili defended his title against Omar Nurmagomedov. T-Bone should replace Cruz. That would be pretty cool. Yeah, would love that. Lots of bad blood between Dricus du Plessis and Sean Strickland, Michael Bisping says. Yeah, there is. They don't. When I say they don't like each other, maybe a little bit, I still can't believe Strickland beat Izzy. Yeah, and I can't believe that Izzy lost again. And Nasruddin Namayevov, where does he sit? He's got to be watching closely at this main event tonight because he will more than likely be next in line for the World Championship. I'm watching the card with you as background commentary. Thanks for the great commentary. Do a backflip. I cannot do a backflip. I will do a backward somersault. I can't move the camera though, but just for that, off camera, I will do a backward somersault just for you. Move some stuff out of the way, just for you. There we go, did it. You're welcome. I know you couldn't see it. I know, but I promise you I will send Cal B a video of me doing a backward somersault because that's all you're getting out of me. Hamzat is next, not Amayevov. And Hamzat very well could be next as well. That is a good point. He very well could be next. Tatiana just met her match. Bring back Goldberg alongside Timo. That would be a cool combo, I would think. That would be a cool combo. Interesting enough, you want to hear something crazy about that? I've never really talked about this, okay? I had an interview with a bare knuckle promotion once to cover their fights. I legitimately did. It didn't go anywhere because guess who they hired instead of moi? Mike Goldberg. It was the Triangle Fight Club. I can't remember the name of it, but it was the Triangle. But yeah, that actually happened. That I interviewed for that position, which I shouldn't say they hired Mike Goldberg, but he already filled that spot. So they were kind of like, well, we already have this position filled. You were recommended by, it was when I had that deal with Caffeine TV at the time. And yeah, that was interesting. Yeah, that did happen. I forgot. I'm not sure if I even told you about that. That's pretty damn cool. It is Triad Fighting Championships. Yeah, and they were super busy with a lot of things. So the fact that they were able to squeeze me in, it was kind of a weird interview where they were just kind of selling it for me. But yeah, it was still fun nonetheless to kind of get my name out there a little bit. So as we continue to look forward, we talked about the main event and the co-main event many times on this fight card, or many times on this stream. By the way, 223 people watching. Thank you guys so much. Jake Matthews against Francisco Prado is an intriguing fight. Jake Matthews has been in the game for a long time, 13-7. Do I see him winning any world championships anytime soon? Not really. By the way, Francisco Prado, 6 knockouts, 6 submissions, 100% finishing rate. 9 of those were in the first round. Bare knuckle, really? Yeah. Yes, you mentioned it in the old live streams. I don't even remember that. Yeah. That's an intriguing one. Jake Matthews, I think, has established himself in the UFC. Francisco Prado does have a 100% finishing rate, so can he finish Jake Matthews? It is certainly possible. I would go with Jake Matthews there. Big time. I think that's a very safe bet. However, though, Jimmy Crute against Rodolfo Bellato. Jimmy Crute is one of those big disappointments of mine, okay? I saw him as a serious up-and-coming contender, kind of like James Vick, okay? I saw James Vick as a big up-and-coming contender when he fought Justin Gaethje, and we saw how that fight went and how the rest of his career ended up going, okay? Jimmy Crute, I saw him being a serious up-and-coming contender as he took on Anthony Lionheart Smith, and we know how that fight went, and then we know how his career has gone since then. 3-fight losing streak. Let me double-check that again, because it is quite disappointing. Not Jake Matthews. Get off my screen, Jake Matthews. Jimmy Crute. Yeah, I shouldn't say 3 straight losses. Had that draw against Alonzo Metafield, where Alonzo Metafield was deducted a point. So, really, that could have been a loss. He hasn't won since 2020, so with a loss here tonight, and then they had that rematch, and Alonzo Metafield submitted him. And that was Jimmy Crute's one of his best games. That was the biggest part of his game, in my opinion. Oh, don't worry, guys. He does have something to fall back on. He was a full-time forklift driver prior to being signed by the UFC, so at least he's got that to fall back on. Some good education. Now, he had that weird doctor stoppage against Anthony Lionheart-Smith, got knocked out by Jamal Hill, majority draw against Alonzo Menifield, and then lost to Alonzo Menifield via submission. And to lose, how many submissions does Alonzo Menifield have? 3. Yeah, 3. Jimmy Crute, shoulder choke against Fabio Charant, and then rear naked choke in the LFA. So to be submitted by Alonzo Menifield when that is a big part of your game is kind of surprising. And then we got Taliesin Teixeira taking on Justin Tafa, which is pretty much supposed to be one of those fights that will end in the first round. And once again, UFC throwing us a Justin Tafa main card fight. For whatever reason, they're just like, hey, we need a fight to fill the main card. Fuck it. Or screw it. Excuse me. Screw it. Justin Tafa. Let's just throw him on. I don't get why they keep on doing that, but it is so freaking funny that they keep throwing Justin. I wonder if Justin Tafa has something in his contract where it has to be he fights on a main card pay-per-view. I don't know why. Because every single one of his fights, let's look at Justin Tafa's career here. A little bit closer. So maybe not all of them, but 293, Austin Lane, main card. Parker Porter, main card. UFC 247, Justin Tafa, main card again. Jorgen De Castro, 243. That was not on the main card, or was it? It was on the main card. I don't know what the deal is, but half of his fights, 1, 2, 3, 4. Now this is his 5th fight. That just happens to be on the main card out of 9. So over half of his fights were on the main card on a pay-per-view. And he's won all but one of those on the main card, which is kind of interesting. Even had a head kick knockout over Harry Hunsucker. And then, aside from that one knockout loss against Jorgen De Castro, which was, he got hit so freaking hard against Jorgen De Castro. What's he up to nowadays, Jorgen De Castro? After that one knockout win, he lost to Greg Hardy, Carlos Felipe, and lost his last fight in the UFC back in 2021. Lost to Danilo Marquez and Denise Galsov. Fighting in Cage Titans, 3-1 in his last 4 fights, so maybe not doing great, but he had that one brutal knockout win over Justin Tafa. He was still fighting in the UFC. Interesting how things work. But the UFC loves Justin Tafa. Don't really know why, but I won't fight him. Oh, damn, one of the Tafas is fighting. Part of this fun. Matthews is, if it's boring. Francisco Prado making his entrance into the cage. 22 years of age, which is a nutty age to be fighting at. That is so much younger than even me. He is 22 years old. Damn. 1-2 in the UFC, 22 years old. When was he born? June 16th of 2002. He is a young guy. Very young. Prado, second round. Yeah, the real one, huh? Yeah, that's a good point. The real one, yes. But just so weird that the Tafas keep showing up. I don't know why. You just can't get rid of them. Cannot get rid of them. But Francisco Prado making his entrance into the cage. 100% finishing rate. 6 knockout wins. 6 submission wins. 9 first-round finishes. He is a plus 180 underdog going into this fight, which I think is a little bit understandable considering the experience factor of Jake Matthews. And Jake Matthews is a very, very talented fighter. And I am having some internet issues. I got 50 people at the house all using the internet, so that might be an issue as we continue to move forward. But we will continue. We will continue. But let's take a closer look at the career of Jake Matthews. Jake Matthews made his UFC debut back in June of 2014. Been nearly 10 years since his UFC debut. Who's the best welterweight of all time, GSP or CM Punk? It's a tough one. Pretty much split down the middle. I don't know what the hell is happening. But back in 2014, defeated Deshaun Johnson via triangle choke. Johnson was deducted 1 point as well in that fight. Won his next fight via rear naked choke. Lost to James Vick. Won 2 straight, both by finish. Lost to Kevin Lee and Andrew Holbrook. Won 3 straight from 2017 to 2018. Defeated Bohan Dulkovic via split decision. Li Jing Liang and Shinzo Anzai. Lost to Anthony Rocca Martin. Won 3 straight again. One of them against Diego Sanchez. Lost to Sean Brady. Defeated Andre Fialho via head kick knockout. Or via knockout, that is. Lost to Matthew Selmasberger. Defeated Darius Flowers. Lost to Michael Morales. Defeated Phil Rowe in his last fight. So on a win-loss streak since 2020. Win-loss, win. So, if history repeats itself, he will have a lawsuit. I am getting 1 frame a minute right now. Mike Jackson on the prime. Yeah, they're in his prime. What? He ended up being a complete weirdo. Like, wasn't he some, how do you put it? Like, black Israelite weirdo? Like, what? He believed some wild stuff, and he ended up being like a super racist person. I don't understand it. He was a weirdo. He was a real weirdo. Like, the stuff that came out about him. Yeah. Man. And then, obviously, it's so weird seeing what happened with Bryce Mitchell. Freaking Bryce Mitchell, man. This talk about a guy that's probably not racist. I don't think he is, because I've known him for many years, watched him on The Ultimate Fighter, one of the nicest human beings on the planet, but just completely stupid. Yeah, I don't know. Just one of the dum-dums on the planet. When you have the Taffa brothers in their card, you'll know for sure a KO or a boring decision. It's one of those double-edged swords where if he doesn't knock you out, you'll probably get a boring decision where the 2 fighters gas out in the first couple of minutes. Now, hopefully, we get this fight started before. Hopefully, my stream pops up before this fight actually starts. It's gonna take several minutes, more than likely, considering my luck. But Jake Matthews, 5 knockouts, 8 submissions, 13 finishes in his 20 victories. LOL, dum-dum. What's going on, Josh Watts? He was on the Jackson podcast today. Was he really? I gotta watch that, because it's kind of hard to clean yourself up after that, because at that point, it's basically just damage control, but how much can you actually control? I think, because when you get CNN talking about you, and yeah, I don't know. When you have the MMA fan base mad at you for something you said about something, I'm not going to call it political, but something like that, you know you screwed up. You know you screwed up. And there are some even more dum-dums, because we have a lot of dum-dums in our sport. A lot of dum-dum fans. So maybe he made some fans. I don't know. Bryce might be stupid, but they cut a 30-second clip out of a whole podcast and made it seem that way. That 30-second clip was pretty bad, though. That was pretty bad. And here we go. Round number 1 in UFC 312 pay-per-view is officially kicked off. Both fighters open up in the orthodox stance. Jake Matthews is a very big welterweight. I always forget that, how big of a welterweight he really is. Jab to the head there by Matthews. Jab and a right cross, just missing for Matthews. Left hook counter there for Prado, blocked by Matthews. There's a stiff jab to the head by Matthews and a left hook right after it. There's an overhand right by Matthews, falling a little bit short. Switch kick to the body by Matthews, parried away by Prado. Jab to the head by Matthews, just falling a little bit short. Head kick, good overhand right and left there by Prado, but an overhand left on the back foot by Matthews in response. Leg kick by Prado, connects. And there's a right cross by Matthews, and he catches the leg kick of Prado and sends him down to the mat for a brief moment of time, but Prado hops right back up to his feet. Both fighters meet in the center of the... Good overhand left there by Prado, backing up Matthews up against the cage. Matthews now on the outside of the warning track as we approach the first minute of this first round. Jab and right cross and a left hook there by Matthews. Both fighters went upstairs with a left hook, and Matthews connected right on the top of the face of Prado. Maybe a little clash of heads as they get close there. Mike Beltran's our referee. He let it continue. Overhand right and a left hook combination there by Prado, and the front teeth of the body right after it. Matthews a little bit out of range of those significant strikes. 262 watching. Thank you guys. There's an overhand right by Matthews, falling a little bit short. A left hook sailing over the head of Prado. These guys are throwing some heavy leather at each other. Good kick to the body there by Prado. But they're also very, very tight defensively. Good leg kick by Prado. Guys, thank you. Such a great turnout. Thank you guys so much. A couple of jabs feinted out there for Matthews. There's a left hook just missing there. And a couple of great uppercuts here by Matthews. And Prado's got the Muay Thai plum, landed a couple of good knees in the process, but he ate like 5 to 10 good uppercuts from Matthews in that exchange. Shades of Nico Price against Robbie Lawler. There's this looping left hook blocked by Matthews. Switch kick to the body, parried away by Matthews. I think it might have grazed the body of Matthews, but nonetheless, still did not land at its full power. Matthews now taking the center of the cage. Prado on the outside of the warning track. Matthews switching to southpaw. And a good overhand right by Matthews as he switches back to orthodox. Or pardon me. Yeah, switches back to orthodox for a brief moment of time. Switch kick to the body by Matthews. Prado with a switch kick. Parried away by Matthews. Slapping overhand left there by Matthews. And Prado's eating some big shots. Good calf kick there by Matthews. Or pardon me, by Prado. Prado with another leg kick. Worst guy on the internet, though. If you feel bad, you gotta trust your gut. Overhand right feinted for Prado. Overhand right for Matthews, just failing to connect. Matthews continues to take the center of the cage, feigning out that jab multiple times. Overhand right, and there's another good left hook there by Matthews. Matthews has continued to throw that overhand right and coming back up with that left hook quick. Switch kick. Up high there for Matthews. Another switch kick parried away by Prado this time. Left hook just missing for Matthews. Where's the whiteboard with your picks? Yeah, I haven't had that in many years. I've retired that a long time ago, as a matter of fact. Overhand right from Matthews, just falling a little bit short. There's a level change here from Prado with double underhooks. Now he presses Matthews up against the cage, trying to hit this inside-out trip, and he gets the fight down to the mat. Does Prado. And Matthews is already ahead in this round, and I'm not sure what more Prado can do from this top position to try to win this round unless he polishes up and lands some good ground-and-pound shots, but Jake Matthews starting to work his way towards the fence, got that headlock, and Prado got the takedown. Good. Not doing much with it, however. Posturing up, there's a good elbow by Prado, and there's a downward elbow there by Prado, but Matthews able to explode back up to his feet. Good switch kick to the body there by Prado. And it looks like there's a good left hand and a right hook there by Matthews, in tight in that exchange. Backing up Prado slightly. Leg kick missing for Prado. And it looks like Prado's cut up right around the right eyebrow. There's a left hook there by Matthews. Jumping switch kick for Matthews. Overhand left and right. Multiple hooks there by Matthews. Mr. Honda, good to see you. And thus concludes round number 1. Entertaining round. And round number 2 coming up next. First round most certainly in favor of Jake Matthews. Hard to imagine anything otherwise. Start circling back. He cannot get... He switches. I can't quite pick up exactly. I need to work on my Spanish, but... Yeah, these uppercuts. It was Francisco Prado that had the Muay Thai plum around the head of Jake Matthews. And it was actually Jake Matthews, while in that Muay Thai plum, landing repeated uppercuts. Which... Did it rock him at all? Maybe not, but did he do some damage with it? Yes. Carl, good for you, man. Good for you. I'm really proud of you. Second round. You ready to fight? You ready? And here we go. Round number 2. They touch gloves, and here we go. Couple of jabs fanted out here from Matthews. They take the center of the cage. Some wild hooks here from Matthews. Pretty much all missing as Prado continues to keep up a very high and tight guard. Front teep up the middle there for Prado. Parried away by Matthews. Good leg kick there by Matthews. Or pardon me, by Prado. Overhand right by Matthews in that exchange. Elbow over the top there by Prado. Looping hooks to the body by Matthews. Those were some solid hooks. And there's a cut. Oh, good overhand right there by Prado. But there's a nice little cut on the bridge of the nose of Prado. Overhand right, and there's a little left hook there by Prado. Slap it across the face of Matthews. Left hook just missing for Prado. Jake Matthews is incredibly talented. You can see his experience, so refined in his games as Robbie Glover. Yeah, and Matthews is one of those very underrated guys in the welterweight division, if you ask me. I mean, he's been there for a long time. There's a good left hook and an overhand right for Matthews. And for Prado, this is such a massive step up in competition. It does seem a little bit weird that the UFC put this together. I mean, you're 1 and 2. There's some good knees to the head there from Prado. Good overhand right by Matthews. Overhand right from Matthews again, backing up Prado. But you're 22 years old. Bet in the, let's see, 2014, he was 12 years old. So what's that, first grade? Prado was in first grade when Matthews made his UFC debut. Looping left hook from Matthews, falling a little bit short. Matthews continues to walk forward. I need Prado to win 1 round. Yeah. That. I'm not even sure if he's going to. Overhand right, feinted for Prado, but Prado is still 1 shot away from maybe not winning this fight, but at least making it close. He's always 1 shot away. Significant strikes 38-35 in favor of Matthews. So maybe this fight's a little bit more competitive than I anticipated. I'm not sure who the statisticians are. I do think they have been a little bit off tonight. There's a good left hook by Matthews again. Leg kick for Prado. Mr. Haunted, good to see you. Smoking Purple, good to see you, by the way. Carl Trommeter, good to see you as well. Good uppercut, a left hook combination, and a solid overhand right for Matthews. And a level change here for Prado as we pass the halfway point of this second round. And that also signifies the halfway point of a scheduled 3 5-minute bouts. 3 5-minute bout, that is. Prado has got Matthews up against the cage here with the body lock. And Prado just having a tough go of it so far. This is relatively a neutral position, though. Some short little strikes exchanged for both guys here. The stats are always off. This one's pretty bad, though. This one's pretty far off. Prado still pressing Matthews up against the cage. Not doing much with this position. Both fighters exchange knees. Double underhooks now for Matthews. Prado's able to slip out of one of those underhooks. Still pressing Matthews up against the cage. This is kind of a tough round to score, honestly. I would say that Matthews is ahead. 3 5-minute bouts. 3 5-minute rounds. And new, says Steve Burnside. Which one? And new times 2. And new just 1. Which one's and new? And by the way, Steve, thank you very much for your donation. I really appreciate it, my man. Good knee to the head and a right hook to the head there by Matthews as we separate from the clinch. 1 minute and 10 seconds remaining in this second round. I'm going to sneak a call in here. If I'm right, you'll never forget it. If I'm wrong, you'll forget it in 10 seconds. 37 seconds remaining. Matthews is going to land a left hook to the head, knocking out Prado with 37 seconds left. Either in the second round or third round. I think it will be in the second, but maybe in the third. There's a good uppercut by Matthews. 40 seconds remaining. All right, and you'll forget it. All right, forget it. Didn't happen. Overhand right there, missing for Matthews. Some wild hooks in tight there by Matthews. A couple of uppercuts in tight. Overhand right by Prado. Leg kick missing for Prado. Been watching you for years, T-Bone. How's the wife and son doing? They're both doing wonderful, Carl. I appreciate it. They're right upstairs. The son was on the stream. Oh, looping left hand for Prado, just missing. And Prado is cut open again, but I can't pinpoint exactly where. Switch kick up high for Matthews. Overhand right and left accommodation for Matthews, just missing as round number 2 comes to an end. Yeah, the baby doing very well. A little bit colicky from now, every now and again. He's sleeping right now, otherwise I might have him on the stream, but yeah, I miss him. But he was on the stream earlier. If you guys want to watch that, you can go back at the early part of the stream. Yeah, it looks like the cut is on the scalp, as a matter of fact. Not even on the hairline, but pretty up deep in the scalp. My official prediction, and still, both title fights will end in a draw / no contest. That is a possibility, for sure. Who do you have winning that other round? Jake Matthews, 49 significant strikes, 42 significant strikes for Prado. Prado has landed 16 leg kicks that have done basically nothing. Yeah, I would still say Jake Matthews is ahead in this fight by a pretty solid margin. I can't commit to a winner for the main event. It's really difficult. And I've been tossing it in my head back and forth. I would say Sean Strickland will win. I think Sean Strickland has a higher likelihood of winning. But I also don't think he's going to win. I don't know, homie. Overhand right, there's a left hook just missing for both fighters. Holy smokes, these guys are throwing some heat. Some ballistic missiles fired at each other. All missed. Jab and overhand right combination there for Matthews, falling short. Francisco fighting without working fed yet. Fire? Yes, I actually am. I started the academy January 6th, so we're about a month in. A little over a month in. Head kick blocked by Matthews. Matthews continues to walk down Prado. Prado on the outside of the warning track. Overhand right for Prado missing. Is Prado fighting without urgency, somebody said? Yeah, I don't know. Oh, there's a good left hand for Matthews. I think he's just fighting a better fighter, honestly, in Jake Matthews. This was tough matchmaking. Tough matchmaking for him. I don't like that the UFC put this fight together. And Matthews with the body lock here. Knee to the head by Prado. Yeah, Prado kind of falls into that Kevin Lee category is what people have said. And I kind of understand. He's a little bit too big for 155. Little too small for 170. But either way, you're just it's an unfortunate gap. But I like 170 as a weight class. I don't think they should change it. But that is a pretty big gap. And then 170 to 185 is a big gap. Some good hooks to the body there by Matthews. And Matthews, once he gets in tight, he is throwing some heavy, heavy leather to the body and to the head with these hooks. Jag is definitely winning, yes. And Duplessis by KO for sure in all caps. Possibly for sure. Possibly, yes. That is most certainly a possibility. Switch kick to the body for Prado, connects. Calf kick for Prado, connects as well. There's a good left hand for Matthews. That kind of stiffened up Prado briefly. There's another good left hand for Matthews. Prado's chin has been I shouldn't say if your chin has been outstanding in a fight, that's usually that fight is not going good for you. But Prado has eaten some big, big shots. And now they clinch up. Prado initiates the clinch, presses Matthews up against the octagon. Yeah, Daniel Cormier said this. They were asking about, like, do you notice the heat in the octagon? The octagon's hot because of the lights. They have some bright lights on you. People forget about that, how bright the lights are, and that does generate heat. They separate from the clinch. There's a left hook just missing for both fighters. Right cross for Matthews. 140 remaining in this third and final round. And so far, this fight has been all Jake Matthews. Presumably, overhand right missing for Prado. Two good little right hands for Matthews, backing up Prado. Welterweight division should be 175, and they should introduce a 165 and 225-pound division. Yeah, and people, I think we're so rigid in our weight classes nowadays. There's a good little right hand by Matthews again. So rigid in our weight classes because it's been this way for so long, but we've adjusted weight classes in the past. Most notably, I mean, we had the 170 to 200-pound gap. Because for those of you that don't remember, I'll put a pin on it. Put a pin on it. I know it sounds crazy what I said there. We got 52 seconds, and I'll talk more about that. For those of you MMA historians out there, those MMA nerds. And now it's Matthews pressing Prado up against the cage. They separate from the clinch, meet back inside of the cage with 40 seconds remaining. And I think Prado needs to find something to thread the needle and land on the chin of Matthews, because Matthews is on his way to winning this fight pretty handedly. These judges have been very good tonight. Some knees to the thigh from Matthews. Prado trying to get like a little, try to use the wizard to create some separation, unable to do so. Good knee to the body from Prado. 10 seconds remaining, and we've added weight classes in the past. Obviously, the most notable in the last several years was the integration of the 145, 135, and 125-pound divisions. And now they separate, and this fight comes to an end. And it looks like it's going to be 30-27s across the board for Jake Matthews. Who do you have winning the main event? If I had to put, if a gun was put to my head, I would pick Sean. But again, that was if a gun is put to my head. I really don't know. I'm not confident in that pick at all. But obviously, and to say that the UFC's 135, 145-pound division were added to the UFC would be a lie, because they were in the WEC for a very long time, and the WEC was Zuffa owned. They just kind of changed the title. 125 was legitimately added to the UFC, and then the female divisions later on with the 115-pound division, the 125-pound division. But adjusting a weight class, taking a weight class like, hey, 170 pounds, let's move it up to 175. It's happened before. In fact, it was even lower. The light heavyweight division, which was actually called lightweight, moved from 200 pounds to 205 pounds, which is kind of an odd thing. We go to the judges' scorecards for decision. All three judges score this contest 30-27 for your winner by unanimous decision. Jake Matthews, 30-27s across the board. Perfect scorecard for the veteran Jake Matthews. Yeah, for those of you that don't know, kind of some history of the UFC's weight classes. And yes, I'm about to get really nerdy on you guys. So, back in the day, one weight class, okay? There was one weight class and that was it. Then they added weight classes. They had heavyweight, which was 200 pounds and above, and they had lightweight, which was 200 pounds and below. Or I should say 199 pounds and below, okay? Then they had three weight classes. They had lightweight, which was 170 and below, middleweight, 200 pounds to 170, anything above was heavyweight. And then they had bantamweight, 155 and below. So we had bantamweight, lightweight, and then eventually they changed it, bantamweight for just a little bit of time, then they changed that one to lightweight. Welterweight eventually was implemented or renamed from the lightweight division to the 170-pound division. And then it was 170 to 200 pounds until Dave Manet and Gil Castillo fought for the first ever middleweight championship, which was 185 pounds. And when that was implemented, they shifted 200-pound light heavyweight division to 205 pounds. And then they got rid of the 155-pound division, the lightweight division at the time. They got rid of it after BJ Penn and Cal Uno. So Jens Pulver left the UFC, vacated the championship, BJ Penn and Carlino fought for the vacant championship. Had a draw. They scrapped the division, and they didn't add it back until I believe it was Sean Shirk against Hermes Franca. And that was back in 2006, so there was like 4 or 5 years they didn't even have the 155-pound division. Back then, that was small. These were small guys at 155, and then they eventually added it back. BJ Penn ended up taking the world championship, and then it went to Frank Yeager to Benson Henderson to Anthony Pettis to Rafael Dos Santos to Eddie Alvarez to Conor McGregor to, and the wheels kind of fell off from there. Eventually, we ended with Habib vacates the title. Now we got Islam Makhachev. Okay, a lot happened. Obviously, I jumped a couple of steps there, but that's what happened. So to say that we can't switch the weight classes would be a lie. We've done it before. Maybe we are a little too established, and we don't want to become boxing where every single weight is a world championship. It dilutes the competition, okay? Especially, I mean, champion versus champion matchups is fun. We like it. But the thing is, I think it's starting to get a little bit old, and we're starting to understand when to do it and when not to do it. I think we're starting to figure that out a little bit more. Neil Magny call out for Matthews. That's a good call out. I like that. But Jimmy Crute gets Adolfo Bellato coming up next. Oh, hold on 1 second. The second inductee into the 2025 UFC Hall of Fame Classic. This epic fight would one day be under the fight wing. Let's see. In 2019, when 2 middleweights became forever linked to UFC history. Middleweights, 2019, 236. Israel Adesanya and Kelvin Gastelum for the a Hall of Fame fight. Israel Adesanya and Kelvin Gastelum. That's a Hall of Fame fight. Not bad, not bad. That was a great fight. Yeah. So Kelvin Gastelum and Israel Adesanya, new inductees into the UFC Hall of Fame. That was a great fight. That was a really good fight. That's pretty cool that Israel Adesanya is now in the Hall of Fame. What do you guys think about that one? Finally nabbed them up. What up? Good to see you, Family Farms. For those of you just tuning in, the newest inductee, the fight wing on the UFC Hall of Fame, Kelvin Gastelum against Israel Adesanya. Man, Kelvin Gastelum in the UFC Hall of Fame. How about that? How about that? That's interesting. We should do more than just catchweight fights. Lots of division mix-up fights that were more fun back in the day. That was an amazing fight. It's weird to think that that fight got put in the Hall of Fame because it just seems so recent, but that was 6 years ago now. Or coming up on 6 years ago. Yeah, I like that. What do you guys think of that the newest inductees in the UFC Hall of Fame? Israel Adesanya and Kelvin Gastelum, fight wing for the interim UFC 185-pound championship back in the day. I mean, Israel Adesanya, I will never forget when he looked at Kelvin Gastelum across the cage and says, "I'm prepared to die." That was one of the most epic, one of the most epic quotes I've ever heard. And Kelvin Gastelum landed a damn head kick on Israel Adesanya and nearly finished him with it. And then he went for a takedown right after it. He was so close to winning. And for the longest time, the only guy to give Israel Adesanya any trouble was Kelvin Gastelum for some reason. And I thought for a long time that Rafael Cordero had figured out Israel Adesanya because the only 2 guys that gave him any trouble up until that point was Kelvin Gastelum and Marvin Vettori, both trained under Rafael Cordero. I'm not mad at that at all. Kevin is an odd choice with all the weight misses, but, well, I mean, it's the fight wing. And Mark Goddard was interviewed for it. That's pretty cool, actually, here in a referee's perspective, because it's difficult for a referee because you're not looking at a fight from a fan's perspective. Remember how anxious I was getting? I was thinking at one point Kelvin was going to give up and I could stop this fight, but he never did. He just kept getting up, kept getting up. Yeah, so cool to see. Israel Adesanya, by the way, is in attendance. You'll see him. Is Kelvin Gastelum in attendance too? They only call one guy for some reason to accept it. It seems weird to me. I love that, though. I love that. I love that. I mean, I love the UFC Hall of Fame. This is one of my favorite moments as a fight fan, to see fighters accept the Hall of Fame nomination. It's some of my favorite moments. I mean, one of my favorite moments as a fan was watching Chael Sonnen become a UFC Hall of Famer when he was inducted in the Hall of Fame alongside Anderson Silva in the in the fight wing. That was just so unexpected. Israel Adesanya and Kelvin Gastelum. Fight of the year in 2019 and inducted in the UFC Hall of Fame. Yeah, just a week ago, Israel Adesanya was knocked out cold. I mean, it was kind of an early stoppage. I understand it, but he was knocked out, and he was flat on the canvas, and now he's a UFC Hall of Famer. I mean, that's pretty cool, and I love that tribute. History will be very kind to Israel Adesanya. People don't like him sometimes, but I think people are starting to come around. Yeah, I wonder where Kelvin Gastelum's at right now. Yeah, and I remember Kelvin Gastelum on the season with Chael Sonnen, as a matter of fact. Chael Sonnen and John Jones, and he just had a crazy story of how, because he was 22 years old, I believe, when he was on The Ultimate Fighter. Kelvin Gastelum's got an amazing story. Just an up and down career, though. So many weight misses, fluctuating between 170 and 185, and eventually fought for a world championship, an interim world championship, I guess, against Israel Adesanya, and nearly freaking won, and now is in the Hall of Fame. I mean, when you look at him on The Ultimate Fighter, he was a massive underdog. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, he was the last picked fighter on that roster. And he ended up going on to win the damn thing against one of the scariest. I mean, when Uriah Hall, he ended up defeating Uriah Hall to win the Ultimate Fighter. It was one of the most unexpected Ultimate Fighter victories of all time. Uriah Hall was one of the scariest fighters in the UFC at the time, not just on The Ultimate Fighter. I mean, he was supposed to go on to fight. There were so many comparisons to Uriah, so many comparisons to Anderson Silva, and even John Jones. I mean, when Uriah Hall was on The Ultimate Fighter, the hype was so sky high, and people thought that he was going to be the guy to take out Anderson Silva, who was champion at the time. So nobody gave Kelvin Gastelum a chance at winning, and he ended up winning. So yeah, pretty cool story about Kelvin Gastelum. I mean, one of the coolest stories too, this is more to highlight Tyron Woodley. I mean, Kelvin Gastelum missed weight by a tremendous amount, was fined 30% of the purse, and when you're fined, your purse goes to your opponent, and Tyron Woodley denied it and gave him the 30% back. Hey, Tyron's a better person than I am, because you miss weight, you suck, you're fat. I did everything right, you didn't. You were too fat, I'm sorry, you were too lazy to make the weight. Making his entrance into the cage, by the way, Rodolfo Bellato, who's 1-0 in the UFC, 12-2 in his MMA career. 7 knockouts and 4 submissions. He went 4-0 in the LFA, was the LFA light heavyweight champion. He is a -140 favorite going into this fight, and he is an imposing figure making his entrance into the cage as we speak. Yeah, let's take a closer look at Rodolfo Bellato. Bellato is 12-2 in his MMA career, 29 years of age. 7 knockouts, 4 knockouts in the first round, 3 knockouts in the second round, 4 submissions, 4 of which taking place in the first round. He's only got 1 loss in his career, 2 losses in his career, both by way of knockout. Lost on Tuesday Night Contender Series way back in the day, back in 2022, so really not back in the day. Lost to Vitor Petrino, who's now in the UFC. Lost twice to him, as a matter of fact. The only guy he's ever lost to in his career, both by way of knockout. And then he won 2 straight in the LFA, picking up the light heavyweight championship in that promotion. Won on Dana White's Tuesday Night Contender Series the next year via round 2 TKO, and then defeated Ihor Boteria via round 2 TKO, winning himself Performance of the Night. And now here he is taking on the veteran Jimmy Crute. Jimmy Crute, one of those guys that I thought super unfortunate what's happened to him in his career. Rodolfo Bellato, 4-fight win streak, Fight of the Night award in UFC debut. I said Performance of the Night, Fight of the Night. 7 knockouts and 4 submissions. Finished 11-12 wins, 9 of which took place in the first round. Jimmy Crute 4-4-1 in his UFC career, which super unfortunate, if you ask me. Hey, you remember so much detail. Your mind is off the hook. What do you mean? What did I do? It was a long time ago, but like when Couture and Coleman got in, Randy was my all-time favorite, and the Hammer was awesome. But yeah, I mean, if you're talking about my memory of that Ultimate Fighter season, it's an integral part of my childhood watching the Ultimate Fighter. Jimmy Crute making his entrance into the cage. He won on Dana White's Tuesday Night Contender Series in 2018. Defeated Paul Craig and Sam Alvey, which if he had lost that fight against Paul Craig, he would probably be champion right now. That just seems to be how it works. But he defeated Paul Craig, defeated Sam Alvey, lost Shamisa Serkinov via Peruvian necktie, which was freaking awesome. Defeated Michael Oleksiejczuk and Modestas Bukauskas, both in the first round, both picking him up Performance of the Night bonuses. He was 4-1 in the UFC. I was like, the sky's the limit. He's going to beat Anthony Smith, and did not defeat Anthony Smith. Lost to Jamal Hill, had a draw against Alonzo Menafield, and then got guillotine choked by Alonzo Menafield. In that draw, it was Alonzo Menafield that got a point deducted. Was on his way to losing that fight, and then had a fight booked against Marcin Prochnow this week. Prochnow withdrew, and in steps Rodolfo Bellato. The particulars going into this one: Bellato is 6'3", Jimmy Crute 6'2". Bellato's got a 77-inch reach, 3-inch reach advantage to Jimmy Crute. My son and I were fighting UFC on Xbox. They're telling him the Hammer was the reason why there isn't headbutting in the UFC anymore. Yeah, man. Well, it's not. Mark Coleman had great headbutts, don't get me wrong, but it's not his fault. It was the New Jersey State Athletic Control Board who came up with the first set of rules for mixed martial arts. And because it's not Mark Coleman's fault. I do like that, though. I understand what you mean. And I'm kind of an asshole for correcting you here. But, man, he had some good headbutts. But really, the only reason was because boxing had headbutts illegal. They had to ban headbutts in the UFC. It was just an aesthetic thing to get people to actually sign off on the sport. Headbutts should be legal. And it bugs me so much that they will never be legal. I mean, it sucks that there's bare knuckle promotions out there, but no promotions out there allow headbutts, at least to my knowledge. Do they allow it in one? I don't think they do. But headbutts are very effective. You know who used headbutts very well early in their career? Khabib. Khabib Nurmagomedov had great headbutts. He would wrestle people down and smash them with his head. Yeah, he would hold them down using his arms and use his head as a weapon. I love that. Jimmy Crute looking like a big-ass Theo Vaughn right now. NC Slapaho, thank you again, man. Thank you so much for your donations. Man, really generous. Thank you so much, NC. This should be a fast fight. Someone's about to be knocked out. Jimmy Crute. All right. I would say Jimmy Crute's going to win this fight. That's my pick. But if I'm going to pick one of those specific ones, Mark Goddard, by the way, speak of pick me, is our referee. If I were to pick a random one, Bellato, 45-second knockout. But I think that's unlikely. I think Jimmy Crute actually has this one. But if Jimmy Crute loses, he's out of the UFC, though. There's not much you can do. But this is kind of Jimmy Crute's Achilles heel, is a guy that hits like Bellato. Bellato looking so much bigger than Jimmy Crute. I know he's only 1 inch taller, but just Bellato being a light heavyweight. He's a big boy. Big boy. Good leg kick there by Jimmy Crute. Jimmy Crute, kind of a smaller light heavyweight, too. In general, I mean, 185 is a big cut for him. He's kind of one of those in-betweeners, too, honestly. Double jab there by Jimmy Crute. Good leg kick there by Jimmy Crute. Left hook falling short there by Bellato. Spinning back kick to the body there by Jimmy Crute. Overhand right missing for Jimmy Crute. And Bellato with the trip, but it's Jimmy Crute that ends up with the full mount. And Jimmy Crute's got some excellent submissions, too. He's got an excellent jiu-jitsu game. And now Bellato's giving up his back. What is he doing? And now posturing up here is Jimmy Crute as Bellato escapes the rear naked choke. But that was, yeah, he is giving up his back again, but he's able to hip escape. Risk giving up his back, but he was able to hip escape out. And now has Jimmy Crute in his half guard. Yes, I'm wearing a suit and wearing shorts. Deal with it. Jimmy Crute now in the half guard of Bellato. And Jimmy Crute has got some great submissions, too. And we haven't really seen them much in this losing and draw streak that he's been on. I mean, he's got great kimuras. He's got great chokes. And already he's looking for that arm triangle. He's trying to pry the right arm of Bellato up by his head. Some short little strikes here by Jimmy Crute. Now he's going for a far side arm triangle, which is very unlikely that he'll finish it. But he's got to pass, and that's a very open half guard. Jimmy Crute can pass that with ease if he elects to. And he does so. Does so successfully, and he's already looking for that Kimura. Bellato recognizes it, and now north-south position here for Jimmy Crute as Bellato continues to try to turn into Jimmy Crute. Does so successfully, and now Anaconda attempt here by Jimmy Crute. In fact, he's going to switch over to a Darce, and he lets it go as Bellato escapes, and now it's Jimmy Crute in the full guard of Bellato. Crute is now posturing up, landing some big shots in the full guard here. Big shots here from Jimmy Crute. Bellato trying to throw up an armbar. Good hammer fist here by Jimmy Crute. And Jimmy Crute jumps back down into the half guard of Bellato after landing some good repeated shots. And I do think Bellato did just enough to maybe deflect some of those blows. But nonetheless, Jimmy Crute in the top half guard. This is the best he's looked since his last victory back in 2020. It's been nearly 5 years since his last win. Pete Barrow, by the way, good to see you. 346 people watching. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. And Jimmy Crute's able to matador the legs away, and he's able to pass the guard again here. But he gets caught right back into the half guard. Big elbows by Jimmy Crute, repeated elbows. And instead of going back to those elbows, he tried setting up an arm triangle, which I don't think was a very smart idea on his part. I think he was having a lot of success with those elbows. But this is what I mean. Jimmy Crute is such a talented fighter, and I think he's just been on a bad streak. I really wonder if he's able to turn it around. Some short little strikes here for Jimmy Crute from the top half guard position. Some short little strikes from the bottom by Bellato. Jimmy Crute is threatening with the Kimura, and he's just trying to slip his right leg out and slip over into side control, it appears. And Bellato trying to get one of those butterfly hooks in. He elevates Jimmy Crute for a brief moment, but Jimmy Crute hops right back down. Good elbows here by Jimmy Crute. Yeah, fighting like he's trying to kill him, man, says John Anik. I love that. Yeah, he's beating Bellato like a drum. That's an angry Theo Vaughn. Looking for a Darce. And again, Jimmy Crute will continuously look for submissions. By the way, Peter Mike just, oh, big shot there as Bellato hops right back up to his feet. By the way, Peter Mike, thank you for your subscription. They meet back in the center of the cage here. Go overhand right, and he sends Bellato down to the mat. Big shot by Jimmy Crute. He's looking for the finish. And Bellato looks like he's going to survive as Jimmy Crute jumps right into his guard and landed some good ground and pound shots. And somehow Bellato survives. For now, big elbows by Jimmy Crute. Big elbows, repeated elbows. And can Bellato survive? 2 seconds, 1 second. And that is the end of this round. And the best round that Jimmy Crute has had in years. Great job done by Jimmy Crute. I've always been a fan of Jimmy Crute. I told you guys I've been pulling for him. And I thought it was over for a while. But I was like, this fight might be the time for him to get back. And maybe it is. He had Bellato hurt so freaking bad there. He hit him so hard. Where's everybody at? You guys are kind of... Oh, there we go. Never mind. T-Bone, haven't seen you in a while. Almost looks like a clone, T-Bone. I came out. Good to see you. Yeah. I'm like a clone. I'm different, that's for sure. Yeah, Jimmy Crute landed some hard ground and pound strikes. And I mean, Bellato did not do much off his back. And there was an overhand right that landed right on the ear. Broke the... Just... That looked so bad. It just destroyed the equilibrium. It wasn't like he lost much consciousness. Maybe he did, I don't know. But the equilibrium was gone. And he was trying, he was doing the chicken dance. And he nearly did the splits. Nearly screwed up his legs. And here we go, round number 2. Can Rodolfo Bellato survive and recover? Good leg kick by Bellato. As I say that, going right back to that calf kick that Anthony Lionheart-Smith plagued Jimmy Crute with. And Jimmy Crute going back to that. Good calf kick again by Bellato. Yeah, jab and a right cross there by Jimmy Crute. Overhand right again by Jimmy Crute. Jimmy Crute going right back down to that leg kick again. But it's Bellato. Good overhand right again there by Jimmy Crute. Stiff left hook and a right cross combination by Bellato. Overhand right by Jimmy Crute. Backing up Bellato again. 10-8 Jimmy Crute for sure. Yes. That's what Henry Cejudo just said. And now Bellato getting double underhooks. And he's able to push Jimmy Crute aside. Good stiff jab there by Bellato. And it seems like Bellato might be getting back into it a little bit. But that only says so much. He got rocked. And I think Jimmy Crute is just one big shot away from ending this thing. Good right crosses, I say that, for Bellato. And a couple of good uppercuts in tight there by Jimmy Crute. Overhand right, but a solid uppercut by Bellato in response. And Bellato seems very much in this fight. Head kick by Jimmy Crute. Bellato with a good left hook to the body. Good calf kick by Jimmy Crute. Uppercut to the body by Bellato. KO in the second for Jimmy Crute. Maybe, but Bellato's still in this. He is tired. He's tuckered out, but Bellato is still very much in this fight. Jimmy Crute does have a good chin, but Bellato has just been inches away from landing some big shots in response. But so far, this fight, the balls are definitely in Jimmy Crute's court, but Bellato's very much still in this fight. Jab and right cross. There's a good left hook as I say that by Bellato. Stiff jab there by Jimmy Crute. Good calf kick by Bellato. And Jimmy Crute is a little bit fatigued here. Did he punch himself out? Good level change, but a hard sprawl there by Bellato. And Jimmy Crute staying right on it. And Bellato is able to defend it again. Got on his back for a brief second, but he hopped right back up. And Jimmy Crute takes a big, deep breath. Jab to the body by Bellato. Left hook there by Jimmy Crute. Spinning back kick to the body by Crute. And Bellato's starting to put the pressure on. Stiff jab to the head by Jimmy Crute. 1-2 combination by Jimmy Crute. Right cross and a left hook combination by Jimmy Crute, but Bellato's still staying in the pocket. Calf kick there by Bellato again. Checked by Jimmy Crute. And an overhand right. Jimmy Crute just kind of feigning in, jumping in a little bit. 373 watching. Thank you guys so much. Double jab and a right cross, falling short for Jimmy Crute. Overhand right for Jimmy Crute again. And Bellato, I think, is starting to recover. Good overhand right as I say that there by Jimmy Crute. And I think Bellato is starting to take control of this one. Good overhand left by Bellato again. Jimmy Crute is still ahead in this round, but I think the momentum is going to start swinging in Bellato's favor. Jimmy Crute doesn't hurt him. And there's a slapping right hook by Bellato. As I say that, calf kick for Bellato. Overhand right for Crute. This would be the most Jimmy Crute result would be a decision or a draw. Good right cross by Jimmy Crute. Left hook and a couple of big uppercuts by Jimmy Crute. But Bellato's starting to eat these shots, and he's surviving. Alex Pierre in the corner of Bellato. Overhand right by Jimmy Crute. What's weird is the cornermen have more star power on this fight card than the actual fighters. Good knee to the head. Couple of big right hooks there by Bellato. And Bellato's now on the attack. Stiff jab there by Jimmy Crute. And a right hook slipped by Bellato. Got his head out of danger there. Jab to the body there. Jab to the body, that is. And significant strikes in round number 2. 35-36 in favor of Crute. But this is a close round. By the way, first round, 49-2. Significant strikes in favor of Jimmy Crute. Right cross, 2 right crosses for Crute. Jab to the body there by Bellato. Overhand right. Good check left hook on the back foot for Bellato. Good hooks here by Bellato. And they clinch up. And the final 20 seconds of this round might decide the round. But I do think. And good calf kick there by Bellato. Bellato might win this round. He might. Yeah, and Jimmy Crute changes stances. He ate a big calf kick. Good wheel kick for Bellato. Ooh, wheel kick for Crute missing. I think that the momentum swung in favor of Bellato. What a fight. Take a deep breath. Yeah, and all that those wheel kicks do apparently is just tucker you out. When you're tuckered out and you're throwing wheel kicks, man. I think we got a draw alert, by the way. I'm telling you, this fight will end in a KO by Bellato. Maybe it's going to come down to the third winner takes all. I mean, no, if Bellato doesn't get a finish, he won't win this fight. It might end in a draw, because that first round, if they don't score a 10-8 in that first round, I don't think you should score fights. Because 49 significant strikes to 2, knockdown, the ground and pound, there is no chance in hell. If you don't score that first round at 10-8, you shouldn't score fights. There's no doubt about that. If you guys are new to the stream, by the way, please leave a like and subscribe. Our goal every stream is to get 1,000 likes, but if we don't, that's fine. But at least try to get us close. And here we go. Third and final round in this light heavyweight battle. There's a jab to the body missing for Bellato. These guys coming out a little bit more composed. And if I'm Bellato, I'd be spamming leg kicks. Good left hook there by Jimmy Crute. I really want to know. Good calf kick by Bellato. Overhand right by Jimmy Crute. Slapping across the face of Bellato. Kevin Iole, don't score fights anymore. I love you, Kevin Iole, but don't score fights. Because he had 10-9 first round for Jimmy Crute. If you don't have that first round 10-9, you're dumb. I'm sorry, but you're just dumb. There's a left hook just missing for Bellato. Knee to the body. And there's a good right hook to the head by Bellato and a calf kick right after that. And Jimmy Crute's having a rough day with that calf kick. And Jimmy Crute diving in desperately for a takedown. And he gets Bellato down. But Bellato is able to flee danger. He's able to crawl away. What's that scene in Jaws where that captain is like trying to walk away from the shark? I can't remember his name for the life of me, but that's what it looked like. Good calf kick there, attacking the right leg now of Jimmy Crute. It's the left leg that's compromised, but the right leg he slapped there with a calf kick too. What a fight. We got 3 minutes and 20 seconds remaining in this third and final round. NC Slapaho, thank you again. Remember to hit that like button, guys. Thank you again, NC Slapaho. Back fist. What a back fist. It missed. But that was as wild of a back fist as you're ever going to get. From Bellato, that is. He threw some freaking heat into that back fist. It's like keeping a woman... I'm kidding. I can't say that. Can't say that. Can't say that. Couple of jabs to the head here from Bellato. Overhand right. Falling a little bit short from Jimmy Crute. Jimmy Crute, by the way. Bellato is blocking most of these strikes with his head. And Jimmy Crute is just like throwing all these haymakers and they're landing, but they're just not landing right. Like he's millimeters away from touching the button of Bellotto because Bellotto's blocking these strikes with his cheekbones, essentially. And now a level change here from Bellotto, and he gets the fight down to the mat. Great takedown. And now he's trying to take the back of Jimmy Crute. Jimmy Crute on all fours, and he drags Jimmy Crute down to the mat. There's a good little right hand by Bellotto. And man, if I'm Bellotto though, you need either a 10-8 or a knockout. Because that first round's a 10-8. Will the judges score it a 10-8? I don't know. But you have to assume because 49-2, significant strikes, knockdown, it doesn't get any more 1080 than that. There's a good 1-2 combination. They're back up to their feet. Jimmy Crute on the attack now. Good front team to the body by Bellotto. Right cross there by Jimmy Crute, just missing. And you still don't know how that second round was scored. That second round was close. It might have gone to Jimmy Crute. Overhand right head kick by Jimmy Crute. Yeah, and Jimmy Crute's he's tuckered out. He is tuckered out. Definitely put everything into finishing in the first round. Jab to the body there by Bellotto. I mean, what a fight we had on our hands here, though. There's a couple of good knees to the head by Jimmy Crute. Round 3, significant strikes, 22-16 in favor of Bellotto. Good calf kick there by Bellotto, and a head kick blocked by Bellotto. Calf kick again by Bellotto. 52 seconds remaining. Jab to the head, exchanged by both fighters. This is one of those fights I almost hope goes to the scorecards because I kind of want to see how the judges scored it. So that if they get it wrong, I can be angry. There's a slap and left hook exchange by both fighters here. Leg kick there by Bellotto. 1-2 combination by Jimmy Crute. Outside leg kick for Bellotto and a left hook by Bellotto backing up Jimmy Crute. 24 seconds remaining. Overhand right and left there by Bellotto. 20 seconds remaining. Oh, and I believe it's going to be a draw. Wild fight here. 15 seconds. Good little left hook by Bellotto. 12 seconds remain. Jumping knee for Bellotto and a left and a right hook, and Jimmy Crute sticks his tongue out at him. Dropping his hands. Slap there by Bellotto. Open hand slap. Jumping knee. Elbow and another elbow by Bellotto. What a fight. What a war. What a war. And I think that war will be for nothing. You're nuts, T. No 10-8. How is that not a 10-8? I will flip over this table if this isn't a draw because that's a 10-8 round. If all three judges don't score a 10-8, I'm flipping this table over and breaking everything because I'm done with MMA then. I'm done. It's corrupt. It's stupid. It's not corrupt. It's just it's corrupted with incompetence. That's not a 10-8. What does verdict say? Does verdict not score 10-8 that first round? $10 to 8.57 in the first round for Jimmy Crute. Yeah. So we are awaiting the judges' scorecards, and it is taking some time. That would be the most Jimmy Crute finish of all time, as if this fight ends in a draw, which is in all likelihood it will end in a draw. Which sucks because neither fighter gets a win bonus. It's good for the UFC because they save money, I guess, but Bruce Buffer's just throwing his arms out like, what do we do here? Mark Goddard, this is definitely a draw because Mark Goddard and Bruce Buffer are both looking at the scorecards trying to figure out what the hell's going on. This is going to be a draw. 10-8 in the first round. I mean, it depends how you score that second round, though. So there's some weird integers here. Alrighty, here we go. After 3 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards for a decision. Score of the contest, 29-27, 28-28, and 28-28. We got a draw. We have a majority draw again. Freaking Jimmy Crute with the draw again. He cannot pick up a win if it was laying in front of him. What? That sucks, though. That really does suck. I know. I'm happy it was a draw because the judges got it right, but it sucks because, yeah. $100 super chat if you flip over the table. You do it first, and I'll flip the table second. But I won't break anything, though. I'll move everything. But yeah, show me the money first, and I will. All right, some news here. Brandon Moreno against Steve Urseg. March 29th in Mexico City, Mexico. High up there. T-Bone called. Well, you can't really call a decision because you never know what the judges are going to say. But, yeah, that is the most Jimmy Crute finish of all time. And does he stay in the UFC after that? I hope. I like Jimmy Crute a lot. That was an awesome fight. But what sucks about that is neither fighter gets a win bonus. That's what sucks. Yeah, that blows. Hopefully they get a little something then, because that was a great fight. Great fight. Oh, by the way, Montreal, Canada, May 10th. I missed a couple of them, but yeah, at the Bell Center. Damn. But hey, there's bad draws where you're like, crap, that fight sucked, and now there's not even a winner. And there's good draws like, hey, that fight was pretty badass, and I could see how that fight was a draw. Yeah, that fight was a draw. That fight was as a draw can get. Nice flag. The Thai flag, yeah. I actually got that in Thailand. That was the day I met Buakaw, actually. For those of you that don't know who Buakaw is, he was the one of the best Muay Thai practitioners in Thailand. So it's cool. And yeah, I actually got to meet him and train with him a little bit. It was pretty cool. I come from a land down under. I don't know the rest. I've always just associated that song with the UFC nowadays for some reason. I love it, though. I love it. Judge did get it right. Good fight. Ricardo, yeah. I don't know how to sum that up other than the fight was awesome. And Jimmy Crute found a way to not win, but still somehow stay in the UFC. And here we go. Justin Taffa with another appearance, I guess you can call it. Another appearance. Guys, gotta run to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. And yeah, I'll play the Bruce Buffer intro.
And now, presenting the champion, fighting out of the red corner. This man is a podcaster. He stands 6 feet 2 inches tall, weighing in at 185 pounds. Podcasting out of Sioux Falls, South Dakota, presenting the host of T-Bone MMA Podcast, Tyler T-Bone Black.
And I just tripped over a bunch of shit. Good morning, everybody. It's good to see you. Boom, nailed it. I think they both earned another fight. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Oof. Retired. Dominic Cruz retired after injury. Of course he did. In the most Dominic Cruz way possible. Finally tapped out due to injuries. Yeah, I really wonder what would have happened to Dominic Cruz if his career wasn't hindered so much due to injuries. I mean, he lost like 10 years of his career due to injuries. And that is a slight exaggeration, but not really, though. He was legitimately that injured and lost that amount of time. And here we go. Justin Taffa somehow managed to slip his way into another main card, which is I'm not complaining about it. I just think it's so funny. This is the 5th time he's fought on a pay-per-view main card in his career. I'm drunk. Good for you, man. Good for you. I'm jealous. Just play rock, paper, scissors to break the tie. T-Bone, the thicker the commentator, or the tickler of the commentator to the terror of the commentator, I give you T-Bone, the tickler of commentator, the terror of the commentator, the tickler. I'm confused. I can't read very good. Justin Taffa, 7-4 in his mixed martial arts career. And Taliesin Teixeira is making his UFC debut, coming into this fight at 7-0, fighting Justin Taffa in his UFC debut in Australia. Finished all 7 of his wins, 6 of which by way of knockout. He won on Dana White's Tuesday Night Contender Series via round 1 knockout, and he went 2-0 in the LFA. All of his finishes took place in the first round. He's got 6 knockout wins and 1 submission victory. Bigger boys this round, LOL. No kidding. I wanted to bring my son down here to watch this fight because he's kind of been my little good luck charm for first round knockouts. And Justin Taffa, by the way, 4-4 in the UFC, 7 knockout wins in his 7 victories, 1.1 knockdown rate per 15 minutes, lands 4.09 significant strikes, absorbs 5.02. Justin Taffa is the betting underdog going into this one at plus 130, despite him being the more established fighter, I guess you can call it. Taliesin Teixeira is the minus 155 favorite. 66% of the Tapology community picking Teixeira in this one. 34% picking Justin Taffa. Mr. Boneless Sirloin with a bone. Yeah, and I remember so vividly one of my favorite heavyweight knockouts of all time was when he lost to Yorgan de Castro. I believe Cruz had both ACL tear on both knees. Poor guy. Not only, yes, he tore ligaments. I'm not sure if it was the ACL specifically, but he tore ligaments in both knees. And while recovering, he had a cadaver put in place for that ligament to replace it, and his body rejected it, leading to a serious infection. Yeah. He's had the worst luck. I'm calling you Tickler from now on. I don't know what that means, but okay. Just want to say you're the greatest commentator on the market, buddy. I appreciate it. I just don't know what the tickler means. 4-1 UFC knockdown ratio. That one knockout loss that he had was quite brutal against Yorgan de Castro. Sometimes it just takes a missile to knock out like these Samoan slash Australian, New Zealander type of fighters, because it just takes a missile. To share, kind of like when Mark Hunt freaking fought Stephen Struve. T-Bone versus Jake Paul in 2025. God, no, don't call him the tickler. He'll be mad at me. Sorry, T-Bone, my bad, buddy. I just don't understand it. The tickler? Do you mean like actually tickler? Like, I'm the tickle monster. Like that? I gotta do with my son. Taliesin Teixeira, 6'7", 263 pounds, fighting out of Sao Paulo, Brazil, minus 155 the favorite. Yeah, lots of hype behind this guy. All first round finishes, 7-0. Taking on Justin Taffa. And this is that featured bout on the this entire card, by the way. Justin Taffa against Taliesin Teixeira. Okay. The MMA gods should bless us with a finish here. If they don't, then this table's getting flipped. 83-inch reach. One of the longest reaches in UFC history. Referee in charge is Rich Mitchell. Rich Mitchell's a weirdo. for Rich Mitchell. And here we go. Don't blink. Justin Tafa against Taliesin Teixeira. How long will this fight take? Front deep to the body for Teixeira. Head kick for Teixeira, already backing up Tafa. That is one hell of a head kick. That's got some heat behind it. Tafa really having a tough time getting on the inside. I mean, this is and a level change here for Teixeira. I wasn't expecting that, as a matter of fact. And Tafa, like, taking down a fire hydrant. Big elbow there. Oh, he sent Tafa down to the mat. And that is it. 34 seconds. An elbow to the head. And that was it. Justin Tafa went down like a sack of hammers. I shouldn't say that. He just went down. Like, ouch, my face. It hurts. Yeah, and Tafa goes, you didn't even let me defend myself. What are you supposed to do? You went down. When you fall down like that, that was super odd. It was such an odd finish. But yeah, it wasn't long. And he just went down and covered up like something in his face broke. But he got up like, what are you doing? Yeah, it was an elbow, or it was an overhand right. Went for the takedown, stuffed, and in tight. It was like a short elbow that had some power behind it, to be fair. But he went down like, ow, my face hurts a lot. Boom. Oh, yeah, definitely broke his nose. Definitely broke his nose. And he just covered up. Yeah, that was a great stoppage. I don't know why Tafa was upset with it. But look at his nose before and after. Boom. Right on the schnoz. Oh, yeah, that nose was dented in like Mike Perry. Yeah, understandable. I mean, he broke his nose hard. And he just went down and covered up. This is a banger of a fight. Wow, and that's it. That was quick. And Taliesin Teixeira living up to the expectations. I mean, it's unfortunate that the fight ended that quick due to a broken nose. And yeah, 34 seconds is all it took. Rich Mitchell is called a stop to this contest at 35 seconds of the very first round, declaring the winner by TKO, Taliesin Teixeira. All it took was one elbow. And it lasted as long as my marriage, says Ryan C. 36 seconds, man. That's tough. What a way to make your UFC debut. Yeah, on a pay-per-view main card, 36 seconds. I mean, that's the second time. It was actually 19 seconds, the first fight on the card. Quinlan Salkild won in just 19 seconds in his UFC debut. And Taliesin Teixeira won in 35 seconds in his UFC debut. Pretty cool to see that. Pretty cool to see. You misspelled mistake there, Ryan. Oh, well, you got your finish. Yeah, we got our finish on the main card, which I don't have to flip over my desk anymore. What happened to the patience, my guy? I mean, it was just such a perfectly played. I mean, it's not like you're aiming for somebody's nose. But it landed, and it landed on the nose freaking hard. I'm 0 for 4 in my predictions. Oh, well, I'm done predicting. Been there before, my dude. Been there. I went in there. He's a tough opponent. It was my day, though. It was, yes. Let's take a look at your workup here. You shot for your shot, and you landed a beautiful elbow just in tight. It was a nice little knee to the body, and then boom, right to the nose. Boom! That was such a hard elbow. I mean, it's a strong bone versus, I mean, it's not necessarily, your nose is a little bit weird because it's not really bones. It's a lot of cartilage. There are bones up there. And he just broke everything up there. Whatever's there, he broke it. So we have a new heavyweight contender. I would slow down a little bit in terms of contender. Is he dangerous for anybody? Absolutely. Is he elite to the point of Tom Aspinall, John Jones? Maybe not. Maybe not. But I'm not counting that out as a possibility. But I like that. I like what I'm seeing. He's certainly going to be one of those can crushers for sure at heavyweight because there's a lot of them. Charles Dubronc's in attendance, by the way. And there's, what's his name again? Gabriel Santos, who fought earlier tonight, is in attendance as well. Tai Tuivasa in attendance. And just like that, we've already made it to the co-main event of the evening. We got Zhang Weili against Tatiana Suarez coming up next for the female women's strawweight division championship. Yeah, and my heart's starting to pick up a little bit more because this is a very intriguing matchup between the current champion, one of the most feared strawweights on the planet, knockout artist and finishing artist in general. 25 wins, 11 knockouts, 8 submissions. Zhang Weili, the two-time strawweight champion of the world, set to make her title defense against perhaps her worst stylistic matchup, honestly, and Tatiana Suarez, highest top position time in UFC strawweight history by a significant margin. And some stats I need to throw at you guys for this first of the 2 title fights. Got another subscriber. I'm seeing a couple here. I see Gahardis, Stefanis Nell has subscribed. NC Slapaho, by the way, if I missed it, thank you again for your donation. Yeah, I would love to see 19.1 subscribers tonight. That'd be pretty cool. I'm not sure if we're going to get that, but if you haven't subscribed yet, let's do this. Every single subscriber that pops up gets a shout out. So if you want your name shouted out by some cool YouTube guy in a suit, just subscribe or just comment. I will gladly, if you want your name said in front of 400 people, that's pretty cool, isn't it? That's pretty cool. So let me know. Earth is flat, says Grant Rogers. I don't think it is. It might be. I don't know. But yes, Grant Rogers. Glad to have you here. Even if you believe the Earth is, all is welcome here. We love you. Thank you. Thanks, Donna. Smoking Purple. Donna Fagan. Jay Calvert. Vibes. Farth is Elat. As long as you guys don't like Power Slap, or as long as you guys don't like Power Slap, you're cool with me. Knife Tonks, whatever you believe in, it doesn't matter. We're just happy to have you here, and we're happy that you enjoy MMA no matter what weird beliefs you might have. Unless you're a jerk, unless you're mean to people. I don't like people that are mean, though. Mean people are just not cool. I just don't understand being mean. I just don't understand that. Why would somebody... Anyway. Too funk to drunk. No, it's not welcome. Says Jake Albert. It's actually a cube. Whatever you think it is. I'm looking at Australia, and it's hot there, and it's cold here. I don't know how it works. I'll let you guys explain that. Let's go. Jason Aldrich, good to see you. Jam 4-2 Power Slap is so dumb. You see, you're cool with me. You're cool with me. I feel like, though, I would watch it and be like, okay. I would kind of like it. Who do you want to win? Me, personally, I got Strickland, but I like both. Yeah, I like both. There's no, like, oh, I want this guy to win over this guy. Honestly, it might sound weird. If you're asking me who I want to win, I kind of want Sean Strickland to win simply because I like this matchup between Dricus and Sean Strickland. I would like to see it again. I wouldn't to see this fight end because Dricus has 2 wins over Sean Strickland. I like fluidity. I like mobility. And at 185 right now, there are so many. It would throw a wrench in everything, though, honestly, if Sean Strickland won, because if Dricus is on the sidelines, you've got so many contenders. Talk about 185 heating up, by the way. 185 was always one of the slower divisions in the UFC, especially when Izzy was on top. Not because of Izzy. He was a great fighter and a great champion and was very active, but he just was so far ahead of everybody. And now, I mean, you remember the days when when the middleweight division was just so stacked. I mean, you had Anderson Silva in the mix. I'm talking like from 2014 to 16, where you had like Michael Bisping as champion, Luke Rockhold. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. I got some quesadillas. Thank you. It's just cheese, but I like that. Honestly, these are a perfect thing for me because they don't make my mouth too watery, and I can still talk while eating them. I truly believe that Strickland won the first fight, and we've watched it 4 times. And yeah, I'm kind of with you there. But it is tough seeing a title change based off a controversial decision. But I will say this much. You can never complain, especially a guy like Sean Strickland, who doesn't really finish fights. He comes in there with the same approach every single time, and he wins either dominant decisions or close decisions. And if you're not finishing fights, I can't really have too much sympathy for you, honestly. It sucks sometimes. But if you have a close fight and you lose your title over it, I'm just not as sympathetic to you, honestly. T-Bone, let's get that shout out. Kunk Paul, good to see you. You're the man. I hope I didn't just say some sort of racial or sexual thing. But yeah. That was your GMO soybean oil meal. It's fresh cheese and flour tortilla. So if there's GMOs in flour tortillas, especially the ones that we cook, that'd be quite surprising. Strickland definitely won the first fight also. Yeah, who do you guys had winning the first fight between Sean Strickland and Dricus du Plessis? Because that's been the pretty much universal consensus, honestly, was that Sean Strickland won that fight. But yet, Dricus is still the betting favorite, and the majority of the fan base is still picking Dricus. Is it because of the last fight he had against Israel Adesanya? Because he looked great in that fight and even finished Israel Adesanya. So, as we move into the co-main event, Zhang Weili 9-2 in her UFC career. Tatiana Suarez 7-0 in her UFC career. Now, Tatiana Suarez, definitely an interesting and a long road to get to this point. Now, in women's freestyle wrestling, took 3rd place in Moscow in 2010 and 3rd place in 2008 in Tokyo. Now, there doesn't get much better than that, honestly, in the UFC today. Now, on The Ultimate Fighter, she fought back in 2016, defeated Chelsea Bailey, JJ Aldrich, and Kate Jackson to solidify herself into the finale fight, where she defeated Amanda Cooper via Darce choke back in 2016, won the Ultimate Fighter Season 23 Strawweight Tournament, and her career has just been stagnant. Not stagnant, but due to injuries and her being out for so long. Defeated Viviane Pereira via unanimous decision, Alexa Grasso, Carla Esparza via TKO back in 2018, Nina Ansarov back in 2019, then had nearly 4 years off, and then defeated De La Rosa via guillotine choke and Jessica Andrade via guillotine choke. Now here she is fighting the Sheep Love Eugenics food, though. Yep, but not with RFK anymore, that's for sure. And now she's finally made her way to fighting for the World Championship. But I really want to throw some stats at you that she's got, because they are quite off the charts. Tatiana Suarez lands 4.27 significant strikes per minute at a 63% significant strike accuracy rate. Lands 1.38 significant absorbs 1.38 significant strikes per minute. Takedown average 6.2. If you're curious about that, on average, she lands 6.2 takedowns per 15 minutes. So that's about one takedown every minute and 15 seconds she lands, by the way. Not just attempts, lands. Had a 61% takedown accuracy rate. She also has never been taken down in her UFC career. So just looking at her takedowns, 3 takedowns against Amanda Cooper, 4 against Viviana Pereira, 2 landed 9 against arguably the best wrestler in the strawweight division's history in Carla Esparza, 4 against Nina Nunez, 2 against Montana De La Rosa, and she won that fight in the second round, 3 against Jessica Andrade. Dre Ross says DDP will win by flying triangle choke. Possibly. Quite possibly. By the way, Moses the Jehovah's. Moses the Jehovah's. Thank you for subscribing to T-Bone MMA. Let's see, am I missing anything else? Moses the Jehovah's? Nope, that's it. Thank you, guys. Thank you for subscribing to T-Bone MMA. But her adversary, the champion of the world, Zhang Weili, 25 victories and 3 defeats in her UFC career, or pardon me, in her mixed martial arts career. Excuse me, she is making her entrance into the cage as we speak. Number 2 in the women's pound-for-pound rating, Zhang Weili, 25 wins with 3 losses in her mixed martial arts career. She lost in her MMA debut back in 2013 via second-round decision. Then she made her UFC debut against Danielle Taylor, where she won that fight via unanimous decision, defeated Jessica Aguilar via armbar, defeated Tisha Torres via unanimous decision, Jessica Andrade via TKO to win the UFC Strawweight Championship for the first time. Defeated Joanna Jędrzejczyk in one of the greatest strawweight title fights of all time, and definitely, in my opinion, the best female title fight of all time. Defeated Jędrzejczyk via split decision before being knocked out by Thug Rose, and then losing in a split decision in the rematch, which was a very close fight. Then she knocked out Joanna Jędrzejczyk via spinning back fist back in 2022. Oh, wow. Scott B., thank you so much for your donation. I really appreciate it, my man. Thank you. Thank you so much. Defeated Carla Esparza via rear naked choke November 12th, 2022 to win the UFC Strawweight Championship, and then defended against Amanda Lemos and Yan Xiaonan April of last year for her second title defense during her second title reign. Yes, Scott B., give him some love, guys. Thank you so much. Yeah, and a lot of people considering Zhang Weili to be the greatest female or greatest strawweight of all time. And it's hard to deny Thug Rose, honestly. It is hard to deny her. But, yeah, are you actually eating a crispy tail of a T-bone as I'm typing this? Go figure. How about that? What's Willowwood Willow? That's a cool name. Crypto OG. Joey Sr.? You see, Mr. Hunt keeps getting... Who is this Mr. Hunt that people keep talking about? It's Mark Hunt, okay? He fought in the UFC many years ago. Only Chinese champion in UFC history. These scammers are in full force. Exactly. Strickland getting staff and the Taporia guy going to decision ruined the card for me already. I don't know. Taporia did look pretty good. Definitely not like earth-shattering by any means. She's a champion for a reason, and the face of female MMA in China. China. I don't know why I said it like like some politician. I forget his name. Some politician. Now, looking at the particulars, it's actually Tatiana Suarez who is the betting favorite going into this one. Zhang Weili, 2-time strawweight champion. Second most title fight wins in UFC strawweight history behind Joanna Jędrzejczyk. And Zhang Weili to win by knockout / TKO plus 350. Suarez to win by submission is actually at plus 225. Zhang Weili is 5'4". Tatiana Suarez is 5'5". Suarez has 3 inches in reach. However, though, takedown defense for Zhang Weili coming into this fight was at 50%. Israel was the first Chinese champion. And really, that's a part of the world that just hasn't produced good. I think does it produce good talent? I'm not really sure, to be honest with you. Where China's lacking in MMA, I think what it does lack in is good fundamentals. Like, what I mean by that is, like the United States, you have wrestling. Okay, wrestling is so ingrained in our culture, and it's an excellent base for MMA. Look at Brazil. Brazil's got Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, and MMA is so ingrained in their culture. And MMA has been in Brazil for longer than the United States. Look at the United States, ingrained in our culture. And then you start to see it spread into England and Australia and all over the world. Even you have some amazing athletes coming out of Africa nowadays that train in the United States and train in New Zealand and train in many different areas. I would say MMA in China has been behind the curve because it is such a secluded part of the world, because it really is. And I think they're behind, just like there's a Bible quote out there that says, just as iron sharpens iron, one man sharpens another. And I just don't think there's that quite yet in China right now. And I think a lot of these young Chinese fighters, they fight each other because it's hard to branch out. When you fight in China and you come out of there, you can be like Zhu Rong, for example. That was his 32nd fight. He's 25 years old. But he's a good competition. I think everything's just a little bit lower, so they push fighters a little bit too soon. So to be a champion out of China is really impressive, honestly. It produces good viruses. Shut up, too soon. Let's just forget about the coronas. I try not to remember that. It was a bad time in everybody's life. Let's just focus on good things, like Zhang Weili, who is an amazing person, an amazing champion. Second time closing as an underdog in 12 UFC fights, which is nuts. Yeah, 9-2. She's only lost to one person outside of her MMA debut, and that was to Thug Rose Namajunas, who is just, I don't even know where she's at anymore. We are T-boners, we don't need spermers. Magnum, Zhang Weili. She's screaming her name with Bruce Buffer. That was pretty cool. Very relaxed, very confident. And this is just I've been looking forward to this fight for a long time. And a lot of people have. This is one of the most highly anticipated strawweight bouts in a while. Mike Beltran, a little bit weird. Handle your business, ladies. A little bit weird. Calm down, Mike Beltran, but Zhang Weili's Bruce Buffer impression was quite good. I love that. I love that. China has not embraced wrestling, but neither has a lot of other parts of the world, too. Well, I would say Australia kind of has, in MMA, that is. All right, here we go. Round number one. Their paths are finally crossing. Tatiana Suarez against Zhang Weili. Suarez opens up in the southpaw stance. Zhang Weili, known to switch stances, but settling in orthodox at the moment here. Now, you got to wonder how Zhang Weili's approach is going to be on the feet, because presumably she will have a significant striking advantage, definitely in the power. By the way, she has a higher knockdown rate than even Sean Strickland as a strawweight. And how will she adjust that to the potential wrestling threat of Tatiana Suarez? And will Suarez decide to take... There's a good overhand right. Now Suarez is able to grab a hold of Zhang Weili and get her down to the mat. And that was with ease. First attempt, and she gets Zhang Weili down to the mat, and she's already in top side control. First takedown surrender by Suarez in Zhang Weili. First takedown surrendered in 8 fights. Now Zhang Weili came into this fight with a 50% takedown defense rate. She just hasn't fought that many wrestlers. I mean, Carla Esparza comes to mind, and she beat the ever-living brakes out of Esparza. But already... Yeah, really the last fight to take her down was the rematch against Thug Rose 4 years ago. That's what they were mentioning. And Suarez already has this fight down to the mat, and she will hang out here. She will hang out here. Now, the thing is with Zhang Weili, she does have some good submissions. She's not incompetent on the ground either. She will do a good job defending herself. And she will do a good job at defending submissions. And she'll even throw submissions of her own as well. But this right here is the reason why this fight was favored for the challenger, honestly. Now, 67% of the Tapology community went with Zhang Weili, but ultimately this was a tough stylistic matchup, and we're seeing exactly why. I've seen Tatiana sub guys left from right in the center of the open mats. Yeah, and if that's the case, if she's able to submit men, that's rather impressive, especially as a female fighter who's a strawweight. And some good little strikes here by Tatiana Suarez. Got her left arm free, landed some good shots. And I've said it for a long time. I really thought that women's wrestling is going to become more and more prevalent because it was dominated by strikers for so long, like Ioana Jacek. Thug Rose kind of breaks the mold a little bit, but she is an elite level striker. Zhang Weili, Jessica Andrade, even. Like, you look at every single champion outside of Carla Esparza, all of them have been great strikers, at least in the strawweight division, that is. And my theory about that was you have a tremendous advantage if you have knockout power, for one. And if you're just a better striker, there's just a wide chasm in the skill sets in the striking department and not a whole lot of wrestlers. And Tatiana Suarez does kind of break that mold. And that's when you see fighters like Kayla Harrison, who's a judoka, have a lot of success. And even Ronda Rousey in her prime had a lot of success. And it wasn't until she kind of moved away from that game was when she started to have some failures. And Zhang Weili was able to get both feet on the hip. He was able to get the butterfly guard and elevate Suarez. But when you have a high-level wrestling game like this, I mean, the skill set is just so far different between Suarez and Zhang Weili in the wrestling department. And now Zhang Weili is able to get up on her feet here, but Suarez does maintain a hold, and she's dropping guillotine here. Bad spot for Zhang Weili. Zhang Weili is able to step over into side control. She's on top here. And like I said, Zhang Weili is very good in jiu-jitsu, but Tatiana Suarez is still cranking on that guillotine. And Zhang Weili is able to escape, and now she's on top of Suarez here. And this is a bad spot here for Suarez now. And she's going for that guillotine, but she's got both arms over the arms, and she's trying to hit like a sweep here. And she essentially has a front headlock, but Zhang Weili is able to cut the angle and is able to escape. And now she's even looking for an arm triangle choke. And I was saying this repeatedly, that Zhang Weili, she's very physically strong. She's very physically strong and not incompetent on the ground either. Yeah, and Zhang Weili looks like she might actually end this round on top. She's landing some good punches to the body. But ultimately, this first round will go in favor of the challenger. And that is the end of this round. Zhang Weili did end the round on top, but I don't think it was enough. You could go to bed with... I don't really like you. You're gonna get in time out of that. You're giving me weird vibes here. You give me weird vibes, Rant. Footwork and range. Footwork and range. Let's go to front headlock next time we're in the guard. Something like that. I can't remember. Yeah, Zhang Weili, by the way, neither fighter will really have any issues in the conditioning department. By the way, 525 people watching. I want to thank each and every single one of you. Rihanna, let's see, Van Ruyen, thank you for subscribing. Like I said, every single new subscriber that pops up will get a shout out. Please remind me if I forget. But yes, thank you for everybody that is new to T-Bone MMA and has subscribed. Round number 2 is upon us. And what kind of adjustments will Zhang Weili take? Because Suarez got her down with ease. It was like once she grabbed a hold of her, the fight was on the ground. But Zhang Weili did do a very good job at getting that reversal and escaping that submission. And even threatened with her own a little bit. Good inside leg kick by Zhang Weili. Head kick for Zhang Weili falling short, and she needs to capitalize on the moments where she is on the feet, and she can throw some haymakers. Guys, come on, come on, come on. Yeah, and already Suarez going right back down to a double leg. Has got Zhang Weili up against the cage. And Suarez down low on this double leg. And Zhang Weili is threatening with a guillotine, but that's not really going to do much. Zhang Weili trying to push down the head of Suarez. Suarez hitting that outside trip and drops Zhang Weili down. But Zhang Weili with the whizzer, and she actually ends up on top, and she's in the mount of Suarez. And Suarez is trying to hip escape out a little bit. Zhang Weili getting KO'd. I think that's extremely unlikely. Mr. Garfin, I think that's unlikely, but maybe. And the right knee of Tatiana Suarez is busted up, by the way. That's weird. The knee is. And Zhang Weili on top, landing some great strikes. And this is the thing for Zhang Weili. People forget how strong she actually is. And Suarez is trying to escape out the back door, a la Dan Henderson against Fyodor Emelianenko. But Zhang Weili is able to get the whizzer around the arm of Suarez. And now some big shots here for Zhang Weili. Zhang Weili with some big punishing shots. She's on top of Suarez here. Suarez is trying to hit a single leg switch, and she's landing repeated right hands. And now front headlock here for Zhang Weili. She's going for this guillotine. High elbow guillotine attempted here for Zhang Weili. Very low percentage. She lets it go. Yeah, some big shots there by Zhang Weili. As Tatiana Suarez drops right back down for a double leg again. Yeah, and this is what Daniel Cormier just said. How much is Tatiana Suarez's conditioning being affected by all these takedowns? There's 5-minute rounds here, and I doubt that it's going to have too big of an effect. Now they slip away from the cage, and now they are on the feet in the center of the octagon with 2:18 remaining, and this is Zhang Weili's world here. And Zhang Weili on the feet. Good right hand there by Zhang Weili, and that cracked Tatiana Suarez. That was such a hard overhand right. And Zhang Weili, she's breathing out of her mouth a little bit too. How much is defending these takedowns going to take out of her? Overhand right missing wildly for Zhang Weili. And a level change here for Suarez. That was more of a football tackle. And that wasn't even close to a good takedown. Not even close to a good, well-timed takedown. She just ran after Zhang Weili like she was a defensive back. But she does have over-under. She's pressing Zhang Weili up against the cage. And Zhang Weili's defending everything. And in fact, Zhang Weili's able to hit a reversal, and she gets Suarez on her back. And I mean, Zhang Weili's arguably winning. And by the way, Jay Calvert, I'll add to the JD fund for awesome commentary. Thank you, Jay Calvert. I really appreciate it. If you guys are wondering, JD is my son. He's 3 months old now. Thank you very much, Jay Calvert. I really appreciate it. Yeah, my son's name is Jedediah David. We call him JD. And Tatiana Suarez getting over, trying to get that front headlock off her back, but just to no avail. And she's just having a straight up bad day as Zhang Weili sits in Suarez's butterfly guard and continuously lands great shots. And round one was to Suarez. Round two, 100% in favor of Zhang Weili. 100%. $20 seconds remaining in this second round. And this is just a dominant round turned in by Zhang Weili. And it's not looking good for Suarez here, because even in her world, she's losing right now, which is really shocking. Great round turned in for Zhang Weili. Great round turned in. And I think Suarez is going to have a bad day moving forward. She's shot right back up to her feet. Not breathing too heavily. Mike check. Welcome to the T-Bone MMA Army. Thank you so much for joining. Hello from Alaska. Thought on the main event. Showed up late, but love listening to this channel. Earl Mack, thank you. And What was I going to say? I like the main event a lot. I love the two fighters, honestly. I mean, I think people kind of are a little too team-oriented when it comes to Sean Strickland and Dricus du Plessis, but I like both fighters a lot. I like their approaches. I like their banter back and forth. And honestly, this is a fight that I would like to see a third time in the future, unless there's a definitive finish. And here's the thing with Zhang Weili. She hits our... Oh, by the way, Justin Frazier on Cash App. Thank you so much, by the way. I really appreciate Justin Frazier. I just got that Cash App. Thank you. I was hoping to at least break even on this stream, and then I did have to buy a new monitor, which was $180. I'm hoping you guys kind of help out with that. I was hoping to break even on that tonight. So if you guys want to help out, please do so. If not, that's fine. Zhang Weili is minus 770 on the live odds, really. And by the way, Orthodox stands for Zhang Weili, Southpaw stands for Suarez, and Suarez surrendering the center of the cage. Head kick blocked by Suarez. And I really don't know how Suarez is going to adjust here. She can't take Zhang Weili down. Her odds go from 0 to negative infinity. Because the odds of her threading the needle and landing a shot to put down Zhang Weili is so unlikely. There's a wild overhand right by Zhang Weili. That's a good little left hand there by Suarez. Good overhand left by Zhang Weili. And Zhang Weili's punches, they're so up. Huge right cross by Zhang Weili, backs up Suarez. And that was a ballistic missile that landed on the face of Suarez. And Zhang Weili snaps down hard on that sprawl as Suarez dived in desperately for a takedown. And Suarez is having a freaking bad day as an RPG just landed across her face.
With Google Workspace, Drive lets you easily
and
search your
Suarez
files,
does survive,
making
but
videos,
she's trying
PDFs,
desperately for a
and over
takedown, and
100
Zhang
other file
Weili
types
snaps her
accessible
down
from
hard
wherever
on
you
her
are.
head.
That's secure storage made easy with Google Workspace.
This fight's going the distance? I don't think it will, honestly. Not if one more shot like that, I'm not sure if Suarez can continue, because that was a freaking hard shot. And Suarez diving in desperately for a double leg up against the cage. And even after that, even if she gets a double leg, I'm not sure if that's going to do enough for her. And Zhang Weili maintains a hold of the underhook, and she's defending every single one of the... Not just defending the takedowns, but reversing them. And there's a good knee to the body. Good overhand right by Zhang Weili and tighten the clinch. Suarez came into this fight 10-0. And it looks like... What's up, man? Okay, come here. I love you. Thank you for saying hi. No, I'm good, thank you. And another level change here from Suarez, and Zhang Weili just essentially pointing and laughing at her because there's not a single chance. Thank you. Love you, sweetie. And still, there's a good right cross again by Zhang Weili. And at this point, if Suarez... Oh, there's a good leg kick there by Suarez that briefly sent Zhang Weili down to the mat. Just swept the leg for a brief moment, but Zhang Weili, like a cat, just hops right back up to her feet. Overhand right by Zhang Weili. And at this point, I think Zhang Weili is just playing with her food. She's defended all but one takedown. There's an overhand right by Zhang Weili. Missed. There's a lead hook kick there by Zhang Weili. And you know what's crazy is this really goes to show how good prime Rose Namajunas was. There's a good left hook and right cross combination by Zhang Weili. And how much they kind of ruined her because she had all the talent in the world. Huge overhand right again by Zhang Weili, but it was buzzing the tower. Another overhand right. Now this is hard to watch. Another overhand right and a left hook and an inside leg kick by Zhang Weili. And she's beating the ever-living crap out of Tatiana Suarez. I mean, Tatiana Suarez is kind of standing in front of her like, I don't know what to do with these. I don't know what to do with my hands. Overhand right there from Zhang Weili. Winston the GSP, that is the great. Grant Rogers, what is this? Wave 4 in flag week? What do you mean? There's a right cross there by Zhang Weili. 30 seconds remaining in this third round. 3 out of 5 rounds down. And Suarez, like I said, just having a bad day. Zhang Weili at this point in the fight, Zhang Weili is playing with her food. Good outside leg kick by Zhang Weili. 10 seconds remaining in this third round. And there's a level change by Suarez. And that was as well timed of a level change as you're going to get because Zhang Weili jumped in with a haymaker of an overhand right. Missed. Suarez level change. Perfect timing. Didn't land it. Yeah, and she got cracked by that right cross. And I think at this point, it's all Zhang Weili. And she's just playing with her food. Happy Valentine's Day. I appreciate that. Thank you. But wave 4 and flag week. I always like that because a lot of people have issues with my Thai flag for some reason. It's America. It's America. I'm like, I fought for this country for 8 years. Okay. Where the hell is your pants? Says what? Where's your pants? I got paid to take off my pants, okay? And why would I wear pants? You can't see my legs. And whenever you see a knee, that's not my knee. It's some other guy's. I took it from him like a gangster. Here we go, round number 4. Like JLP. Round 4. And Suarez, I just don't know what she's going to do here because she's down now 2 rounds. You've got to remember that she did win round number 1. There's an inside leg kick from Suarez. How many has she even landed a strike to the head? 3 strikes to the head for Suarez. And I think that's a little, another overhand right and a left hook there by Zhang Weili. Zhang Weili with a takedown. Inside trip there by Zhang Weili, and she threw Suarez down to the mat. That's so insulting. So insulting for Tatiana Suarez. But Suarez is looking for a half guard sweep here. She has now underhooked the left leg of Zhang Weili. And by the way, Tatiana Suarez did come into this fight with a 100% takedown defense rate. And that's her first time she's ever been taken down. Weili is now minus 2,500. Jeez Louise. I cannot believe Zhang Weili just threw her around like that. She is 1 for 1 on her takedowns, and Tatiana Suarez is 1 for 10. Is that a staph infection on the right leg of Zhang Weili? Was there just a staph outbreak? Look on the inside of the right thigh of Zhang Weili. And what's so funny is, by the way, Zhang Weili in the full guard of Tatiana Suarez, and Suarez not doing much with it. Suarez does have some good jiu-jitsu, by the way. Oh, and an arm triangle attempt here by Zhang Weili. If she's able to tap out Tatiana Suarez, cash in your tickets because that would be one of the most unexpected finishes of all time. Now, it's over the face, but it's tight. She's cranking it on the far side half guard, which is super unlikely. But she's having a bad day right now, and Zhang Weili is cranking on it. Suarez can probably survive here for a while. But this is a very uncomfortable position for Tatiana Suarez. And it really depends how badly she wants to become champion, and she does escape it. That wasn't really that close. If Tatiana Suarez would have tapped out from that, she would have just given up on being champion. What is your allegiance to Thailand? It's not an allegiance. It's a flag that I got gifted from one of the best Muay Thai practitioners of all time, okay? So you can slow down a little bit, okay? That is a huge gash on the right knee of Suarez. A huge. Go, Grant, go take your meds. Yeah, go take your meds, dude. And I can fly whatever flag I want because this is America. There's some good right hands to the body here from Zhang Weili. And Suarez doing everything she can to try to get this butterfly sweep. And now here's a sweep there from Suarez. Suarez trying to get this front headlock. She's got a guillotine grabbing around the neck of Zhang Weili. Now, I held on to that a little too much. It wasn't even that close. But it wasn't that close. And now Zhang Weili stepping over to side control. And she's controlling Suarez. I mean, throwing her around, having a good day. Just having a great day. Or tonight. Or having a great night is Zhang Weili. And the only thing that she's really fallen short right now on is a submission. And by the way, I think Suarez cut her knee bad on, like, there's a slight gap between the fence and the beginning of the canvas. There's a slight gap. It's like a half inch. And I wonder if her knee got caught up in that. I don't know. There's another good elbow by Zhang Weili. 10 seconds remaining in round number 4. And still some big shots here from Zhang Weili as she continues to rain down punishment. Yeah, 20 minutes down, 5 to go. And it's essentially like Zhang Weili just has Tatiana Suarez at checkmate. And I don't know what the live odds are right now for, that's a massive freaking cut on her knee. A massive gash. Yeah, I'm not sure what the live odds are for Zhang Weili right now, but they're not enough. Listen, you got to go after this girl. Let's get on her back and finish her. You know what? I like that corner approach. It's not just like, hey, you gotta go here. It's time. Hey, it was, hey, get her down to the ground. You need a finish. Get her down to the ground. Get her back and get a submission. Takedown, work to her back, get a finish. I like that corner work. It's not like, you gotta go. You gotta do something here. You gotta, well, that doesn't do me any good here. Hey, you need a win here. Get to her back, giving her clear, concise instruction to her best route to victory. It's not some crazy, like, this isn't freaking the Mighty Ducks. She's not going to go out there and land a wild overhand right because her corner said, let's go. Take her down. Do everything you can. Take her down because it doesn't matter if you look stupid. Take her down. It doesn't matter if you go for 100 takedown attempts and you land one of them, great. That's your best chance to victory. Huge overhand right for Zhang Weili. Slap and a good inside leg kick for Zhang Weili right after that. And I really wonder, maybe this is just a theory of mine, if Suarez is avoiding wrestling, because for those of you that don't know, the mat, when you fight, the mat for the UFC mat, it's like somewhat porous and it's kind of like sandpaper. Good huge elbows there by Zhang Weili, and Suarez trying to take her down. Suarez has got Zhang Weili up against the cage here, and she ate some huge elbows in the process. Li Jingliang, by the way, doing Chinese commentary. I just noticed that. Suarez riding the pipe with a single leg, trying to get Zhang Weili down to the mat, trying to trip out that other leg. Zhang Weili surviving at the moment here, defending it. What incredible balance. And Zhang Weili with a huge sprawl, snapping the head down to Suarez, and even throwing a huge right cross at the head of Suarez. And Zhang Weili did kind of shake out her arms a little bit. Overhand left missing for Suarez. And that that had to be demoralizing for Tatiana Suarez. I mean, she's 1 for 14 on her takedowns, but all that matters is that one takedown. It doesn't matter if you failed 15 of them. You need one takedown to potentially win this fight. That's your best route to victory. You're not going to knock out Zhang Weili. Like I said, this isn't the Mighty Ducks. This isn't some Disney movie. You got to be realistic. And I would love to see that, by the way. I would love to see it, but Zhang Weili slips up a little bit, and now Suarez ends up on top. And Zhang Weili gets a foot on her hip and pushes her down. And Suarez is even ending up on her back, pulling half guard to try to hit some sort of a sweep. And she's trying to roll Zhang Weili over to try to hit this half guard sweep, and is just unable to. But maybe she could escape out the back door. She's got an underhook on this half guard side, and she's trying to go. She needs to go, but the thing is, Zhang Weili is posting out, and if she can escape out the back door, she does so successfully. Zhang Weili is one step ahead. Zhang Weili now takes the back of Tatiana Suarez, and she's got one hook in. And Zhang Weili just proved that she's the better wrestler tonight, which is shocking. And that goes to show just how good Zhang Weili actually is. Yeah, and Zhang Weili just proves how good she really is defending, not just defending the takedowns, but winning the takedown battle against the third best wrestler in 2008 and 2010 on the planet as a female fighter in 55 kilogram division. And Zhang Weili's not even known for her wrestling. That's the crazy part. And Tatiana Suarez is trying to hit this half guard sweep, and maybe she can hit some sort of Anderson Silva type of triangle choke in the final seconds. I'm not counting her out. Her jiu-jitsu game is good. Now, could she go up and fight Valentina Shevchenko? I mean, it's a size issue at that point. And it's crazy that Thal Gross has got 2 wins over her. Thinking about it nowadays, but you have to think that Zhang Weili is a better fighter nowadays than she was back then. And clearly, she's shown tonight that she is. Holy crap, I've just realized she has landed 83% of her total strikes, and that is nuts. 236 out of her 284. Yeah, and Zhang Weili, by the way, was the underdog going in this fight. She was the betting underdog going into this fight. Now she's 30 seconds away from one of the most dominant decisions that you're ever going to see. Guess going the distance after all. You don't know that. We got 18 seconds. Probably, though. Yeah, and I'm going to go ahead and stand and say Zhang Weili. That was one of the best performances I've ever seen from a champion. She's letting Suarez stand up. And that is it. What a performance turned in by Zhang Weili. That is one of the most impressive performances I've ever seen from a fighter. Now, I really wonder, and maybe I'm reading too much into it, I wonder if Tatiana Suarez got injured at one point. But it really doesn't look like it. I think it's because I think Zhang Weili is that good. I do wonder about that. I do sit here and think maybe she did get injured with that takedown, because that kind of looked like when Macy Barber fought Roxanne Modafferi. And it turned out that it turned out that Macy Barber had torn a couple ligaments in her knee. And that's why she looked so bad. R. Rich. Hi, T1. Thanks so much for the live feed. Appreciate you. Blessings to you and your family. Cheers, and appreciate you from New Zealand. What other countries do you put over your country of origin, soldier? Well, I'm not a soldier anymore. Actually, I still kind of am for the next 4 days. Yeah, if you guys didn't know, by the way, if you guys have been following me for a long time, I spent the last 7 years with the 82nd Airborne, and apparently I'm having some sort of a different allegiance today. I don't know. Even though that the Thai army is literally one of our allies, a very close ally, as a matter of fact, in the Pacific region. If you didn't know that, against a specific country that is threatened, is one of the major world threats today, and they're one of our closest allies in that region, which seems just shocking to me that somebody would think that it's a different region. Anywho, and for those of you that are curious, I now officially have my DD-214, and I'm separated from the service. I technically have 4 more days of active duty service before my contract actually ends. So yeah, in case you guys were wondering. 49-46, 49-46, and 49-45 for the winner by unanimous decision, and still the undisputed UFC strawweight champion of the world, Magnum Zhang Weili. Your dad was 173rd in Vietnam. How about that, Game Dog? I didn't know that. Yeah, stopped 14 of 15 takedowns for Zhang Weili. Even landed 1 of 3 of her own. That's crazy. And yeah, telling a quick story about that. So, that flag, in case anybody's wondering, because some people are having a small penis about it. We did an airborne operation. We did a training mission in Thailand, which was really cool. I can officially say the first time I've ever stepped foot in Thailand was from jumping out of a plane, which is a pretty cool thing to say. And spent several weeks training with the Thai Army. Met some wonderful people, to include a lieutenant by the name of Buakaw, who is one of the best Muay Thai practitioners of all time, and that was where I received that flag. So, in case anybody's wondering. Yeah, she got an injury, but she kept on going. Yeah, I really wonder if Tatiana Suarez did get injured, because maybe Zhang Weili is that good, and I'm not trying to discredit how good she looks, because I'm going to sit here and say that that is the best, one of the best performances I've ever seen. Just in general, an amazing performance. Weili got 1 takedown. Weili to get 1 takedown was like at plus 700 the other day. Was it really? Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. I love that. She's doing the Aussie chant. Thank you, everybody. She's freaking awesome. Like, how do you not love her to death? How do you not love Zhang Weili? And just talk about just a kind heart, kind soul. I love her to death. The fact that she got the flag on a trip the U.S. Army sent you makes Grant even look more of a retard. Exactly right. Can you be... I even like it because you guys know me and how much I hate Colby Covington. And I love the fact that Zhang Weili, with all the crap that he talked about China and all that, how she's just like, handsome, handsome. I love that so much. Grant has done a great job of getting hundreds of people to hate him. Ioana Jacek, UFC Hall of Famer and former UFC strawweight champion, is in attendance. That's pretty cool to see her. Tied with the most title fight wins in UFC strawweight history with 6. Vitor Belfort, Derek Lewis, and what is that before, after? Oh, alter egos. I gotcha. I gotcha. How do you have Dominic Reyes as an alter ego? By the way, coming up next, we have the middleweight championship up for grabs. Dricus Du Plessis makes his 2nd title defense against the man he took the title from, Sean Tarzan Strickland. People oftentimes forget that his nickname is Tarzan for some reason. Yeah, and the former champion, Sean Strickland, by the way, 29 victories with 6 losses, 11 wins by knockout, 4 wins by way of submission. UFC picks and balances. Let's go, Sean. That's a cool name, by the way. Do you make pick videos, UFC picks and balances? Let me see your channel here real quick. No, I wasn't sure if you made videos. I like to give people proper shout-outs if they do good things, if they make good videos. Anyway, moving on to the main events of the evening. I want to thank each and every single one of you guys for sticking with me tonight. You guys have been absolutely outstanding. We have 326 likes. Let's try to at least hit 500 likes. We got 569 people watching. Let's at least try to hit 500. So, Dricus du Plessis against Sean Strickland. Where are you at, Mr. Tapology? I'm bringing you back. Don't crash my internet again. What's going on here? I don't know. Deshaun Sneed Strickland. Deshaun Strickland, who you for in the Super Bowl? Honestly, at this point, I don't really care. Honestly, I might break the mold a little bit. I'm a little bit salty at the Eagles because they knocked out my favorite team, the Packers. So I kind of want to see them lose, I'm not going to lie. I know it's kind of going against the grain because everybody wants to see the Chiefs lose. I'm kind of one of those people that I'm like, you know what? I like seeing greatness. I'm one of those opposite people. I like seeing greatness. I want to see people do amazing things. And if he can win, if Mahomes can win another Super Bowl, I think that'd be pretty cool. So I'm not rooting for anybody, to be honest with you. And to be honest, I'm kind of rooting against both teams. I hope it's a terrible game. I hope there's so many punts. And I hope a kicker wins the MVP. That's what I'm rooting for. If I could see a kicker win a Super Bowl MVP, I'll be the happiest person on the planet. If I could see somebody from special teams, kicker, punter, just those two positions. If I could see that, or if even somebody on defense, that's what I'm rooting for. I'm rooting for the kickers and the punters for the Super Bowl. Is that fair? Is that a good fence I can sit on? And honestly, that's kind of what I want. I've said that for years, too. Weird thing about me, I like football. And I've liked football my whole life. I'm not a super fan of it by any means, but I love punters. I don't know why. I love it when I see my favorite play in all of football is when a punt, let's just say from, I don't know, goes however far, okay? And it bounces on the 1 yard line and just sticks there. And it's a perfect punt. Or even better than that is when you see a punt bounce into the end zone and you see guys dive and throw it back. I love that so much. That's my favorite play. For some reason, I don't know why. Anyway, Dricus still knocks du Plessis against Sean Tarzan Strickland for the UFC Middleweight Championship of the World. Nigel Carter. What was I getting at? 600 people watching. Thank you guys so much. Sean Strickland, 29-6. Dricus du Plessis, 22-2. Minus 210, the favorite is du Plessis. Plus 170, the underdog, the former champion. Dricus du Plessis, 77% of the Tapology community picking him in this one. Half of them picking him by decision, a little bit over half. 15.2% by submission, and 27.6% picking du Plessis by knockout. 23% picking Strickland in this one. 84.3% picking Strickland by decision, and 15.3% of the 23%, I should say, picking him by
of course, talking about GoDaddy
knockout.
Arrow.
Now, how many people
All I
are
have to
picking
do-
him via submission? 0.4%. I like doing this. A little bit of math, because weird thing about me, I like math, I like percentages. Sue me. 0.4%, okay? 4,100, 4,161. Take that times 0.23. Out of the 4,100 people, 957 are picking Sean Strickland. And then take that times 0.004. You know how many people are picking Sean Strickland via submission? Out of 4,100 people, 4 people are picking Sean Strickland via submission. 4. That's nuts. 0.4% picking Sean Strickland by submission. That's out of 23%. So, out of 4,100, only 4 people picking Sean Strickland via submission. I like that. That's cute. That's funny. Let's take a look at the careers of these two fighters side by side. Or one after the other, I should say. Very true. Both have the skill to take the match. Hoping they're healthy and have a good camp. Should be a fun match. Yeah, and I think the most likely victory would be a Sean Strickland decision win. If I'm looking at it, let's put it this way. I wish I could write some math for you guys. I wish I could do like a little John Madden thing, but let's put it this way. Out of the likelihood of finishes, okay? I'll do it with this. I'll do it with this, okay? The likelihood of finishes is like a bar. Right? I would say a submission is possible, okay? So, let's just say number 1, in no particular order, Strickland, decision. Then let's say Duplessis by decision. Strickland by finish. Or Duplessis by finish. I would say Sean Strickland out of the 4. Strickland by decision. Okay, and I need to do some math here. So I would say Strickland by decision. Let's just say 7%. Bacon Strickland by finish. So what's that? 40%. What does that leave? 60%. I would say 40%. I don't think that's right. My math sucks. What I'm saying is, if you look at the all possible outcomes, I think Dricus Duplessis wins more times. But the most likely outcome would be Strickland via decision. But the thing is, the most likely outcome making Strickland to win by decision is possible. And I think it's most likely. The fact that Duplessis could win by decision or by finish makes him the favorite. Am I making sense here? It's one of those weird circumstances. Now, my son picked, even though he's 3 months old, and I was trying to read certain looks and him raising his arms in random ways, was picking Sean Strickland via knockout. So, let's go down that route a little bit. If my 3-month-old son is correct, and if I read his mind in his prediction, okay? My 3-month son was picking Sean Strickland via finish, okay? I would say, and I've thought about it the entire night, because I will give my son some credit. That was something I didn't think about. Sean Strickland via finish. Is that possible? Well, that is some serious staph infection on that left arm. The fact that he is allowed to fight with staph is shocking to me, by the way. Sean Strickland has made his entrance into the cage, and the Aussies love him there. They absolutely love Sean Strickland. Come on, Strickland. I'm just waiting for the entertainment value. DDP for victory. And both guys are very entertaining, too. I think both guys are fan favorites. Yeah, and Strickland makes people tune in, which is funny because when you look at these two fighters, okay, Sean Strickland, his trash talk is so wild, out of the ordinary. You never know what's going to come out of his mouth next. But meanwhile, his fighting game is very basic, very rhythmic, I guess you can call it. And when I say basic, I don't mean it as an insult, by the way. I think basic and simplicity is great for fighting. I think it's wonderful. It's like that Bruce Lee, like, would you rather have a guy that practiced 10,000 kicks one time or a guy that practiced one kick 10,000 times? Right? It's one of those things. That's simple, right? But it's effective, and it's basic, and it's effective. Sean Strickland, he fights the complete opposite the way that he talks, which is funny because Dricus Duplessis fights like Sean Strickland talks. Meanwhile, Dricus Duplessis is very logical in his trash talk, very logical, very basic, but it's effective. His trash talk very basic. Nothing's so crazy. He doesn't say over-the-top things. Very basic, simple, and it works, right? That's why people love his trash talk. It's basic, simple, and it works, and it's effective. Kind of like Sean Strickland's fighting style. It's super bizarre in that sense, but it's so cool. Your 3-month-old is going to be champion in the 11-pound division, clearly. He's actually 15 pounds. He's a big boy. And he's not, like, chunky either. He's just a heavy-set kid. He's big. He's large. He's big-framed. I love my kid. Grant Rogers, who touched your willy, dude? And Dragos du Plessis has made his entry, is currently walking into the cage as we speak. And he is just dancing around right now in the tunnel. That was a little bit odd. Grant wants a mustache ride. He really does, doesn't he? Wait, so Sean really has staff? I thought it was just a rumor. Yeah, just a rumor. I'm looking at it. I'm looking at it now, okay? My eyes are the diagnosis. If you guys don't know, I'm a doctor, okay? I'm a doctor, okay? My eyes, staph, okay? I don't need a culture test. I don't need a swab test. That's staph. I know it when I see it because I've had it before. That's staph, okay? Grant is turned off by his staph. Oh, my goodness. That's funny, dude. That is really funny. Dr. T-Bone, yes. I wear a lot of hats, and doctor is one of them. No, I'm not a doc. I have had a lot of people, probably over 100 people call me doc, though. What was I saying? Dragos du Plessis 8-0 in his UFC career. It's hard to believe that he's only 8-0 considering he is on his second title defense already. I love everybody. I don't condone bullying, but Grant's kind of a bad person. That's all I'm going to say. Dragos du Plessis, UFC middleweight champion, longest active win streak in the UFC's division, currently at 8. Some stats side by side between these two. Dragos du Plessis, 6.18 significant strikes landed per minute. Absorbs 4.85. Sean Strickland lands 6.01 significant strikes per minute. Absorbs 4.48. Very similar on paper. The big stat differential. Dragos du Plessis has double the knockdown rate than Sean Strickland. At 0.61 knockdowns landed on average per 15 minutes, whereas Sean Strickland lands 0.26. 2-0 UFC record. When being outstruck by your opponent. Historically, UFC fighters get outstruck win 19% of their fights, which is actually higher than I anticipated. That is absolutely staff. That is absolutely staff. I don't need 10 years to diagnose staff. Sean Strickland, 23% of the Tapology community picking him. Both fighters are 6'1". Both fighters have a 76-inch reach. Dragos du Plessis is a -220 favorite. He's also 22-2 going into this fight. He's got 9 knockouts, 11 submissions, and only 2 decision wins. And Kibby Gibson. By the way, 1260 new subscribers. Shout out there. How many other subscribers do we got here? Mike Check became a member. So yeah, 1260. Shout out to the newest T-Bone MMA subscriber. Welcome to the team. Mark Goddard is our referee. Damn it. I don't like Mark Goddard as a referee. I just don't. But he is safe. I will say this much. If Mark Goddard's my ref, I would feel safe. I wouldn't feel scared, but I would feel like he would ruin my fight, but not ruin my life. That's a full-on staffy. I was in the medical field for 27 years, and that's staff. There you go, Donna. And now, for those in attendance and UFC fans watching around the world, this is the moment you've all been waiting for. Live from the sold-out Something Bank Arena in Sydney, Australia. It's time. 5 rounds for the undisputed UFC.
Can you guys hear me at all now? Can you guys hear me at all? I will just go with it, okay? That might sound a little bit weird, but we will continue. I don't know why my microphone just cut out there. And here we go, round number 1. Sorry about that. Can you guys hear me at all? That's probably horrible, but here we go, round number 1. Sean Strickland immediately opening up with jabs. I'll continue trying to work on that as this fight continues. Can you guys hear me now? Let me just see if this is working. If it's working, then I'm not going to do anything. I'm not going to mess with it. I'm not going to mess with it at all. Here we go. Round number 1. Sorry about that. Probably lost like 150 viewers there, but nonetheless, the audio is going to sound a little bit weird. Of course, we have to have some issues. But here we go. Sorry about that. I was just announcing the fight. That was it. That's all you missed. Man, many jabs here by Sean Strickland as we begin round number 1. All right, here we go. Sorry about that. So good head kick there by Duplessis. That backed up Strickland a little bit. Another head kick by Duplessis. Overhand left by Duplessis again. Stiff leg kick checked by Sean Strickland. We got 3:45 remaining in this first round. I do apologize for that slight delay. So it's fine. Okay, great. Stiff jab there by Sean Strickland. Strickland immediately opening up. Conventional approach, as always. Jabs and teeps. Stiff jab, parried away by Duplessis. Jab again. Good inside leg kick by Duplessis. Another inside leg kick. I did miss that first round, that first minute, so I might be a little bit behind there. But so far, Duplessis has landed some good strikes to the leg. And then that one head kick, too. Good stiff jab by bullfighters. Laptop mic. That's what we had to do. I don't know why mine isn't working anymore. I will work on it. In the second round, so bear with me. Good lead leg head kick there by Duplessis. Hopefully, we don't get some crazy finish. Stiff jabs here by Strickland. There's a good right cross there by Duplessis, but Strickland saw it coming. from a mile away and watch that sail right in front of his face. There's a head kick blocked again by Sean Strickland. Overhand right and left by Duplessis as we pass the halfway point of this first round. Show must go on. Absolutely. I want my buddy back. I know. I'm sorry. Boom kicks out in Spanish. Guys, I'm super sorry about the sound, guys. Please bear with me. I will fix it at the end of the round. 1-2 combination there by Strickland. That was more of like a, I don't even know what to call that. Double punch. Jab missing for Duplessis. There's a left hook missing for Strickland. Front leg side kick by Duplessis. Front teep to the body by Duplessis. Jab to the head by Strickland. And we'll fix it at the end of the round. There's a right cross to the body by Strickland. You sound fine. Okay. As long as I'm getting passing scores, passing report cards. There's a left hook there by Duplessis. There's a solid calf kick by Duplessis. A couple of jabs thrown out there by Strickland, all really falling short. There's a lead leg head kick again. Both fighters really having a tough time landing. And Strickland landing at less than 27% at the end of the day. Or 25%. Inside leg kick feinted. There's a left hook missing for Strickland. Spinning back fist and a body kick there by Duplessis. Jab missing for Strickland. More jabs by Strickland. It's weird looking at these two because Strickland seems like the taller fighter. But they're both, 6'2", 6'1"? Another good leg kick by Duplessis. Overhand left missing for Duplessis. Left hook by Strickland misses. There's an overhand right by Duplessis. There's another good head kick by Duplessis. Duplessis really trying to find that head kick. Yeah, and this really seems like Duplessis' round. It's even. Good body kick. Another body kick by Duplessis. In terms of significant strikes, pretty much everything split down the middle, but I think Duplessis is going to be ahead. But it's such a hard round to score. I mean, 13 to 16 significant strikes in favor of Duplessis. And it's the head kicks, really. The head kicks that are glancing blows. Those are the big ones. Good front teep there by Strickland, though, and a leg kick by Duplessis. Wild strikes missing for Duplessis as Strickland moves out of the way to the jabs. There's the leg kick. All right, bear with me here for a second. Bear with me. All right, looks like we're just gonna have to stick with the normal, or with the crappy microphone, which of course, for some reason in the main event, it goes out. But it's a weird round, a very weird round to score. And both corners are kind of like, you need to solidify these rounds. You need to show something. And Sean Strickland's corner was telling him, like, you could fire off that right hand. You don't need to, like, the feeling out process should be over with now. You can start throwing that right hand. And right now, this is kind of one of those fights where neither fighter really is looking for a finish. This is a strange fight. Front teep up the middle, missing for Strickland. By the way, live odds -160 for Duplessis, +124 for Strickland. Front teep and another front teep for Strickland. Lead leg head kick for Duplessis and a front teep by Duplessis. Good calf kick by Duplessis. Strickland coming in with that same style, that Philly shell, and his body is just so upright. It's so strange to see that in MMA. Good leg kick there by Duplessis and by Strickland for that matter too. There's a stiff jab by Duplessis and an overhand left by Duplessis, just missing. Front teep there by Strickland. Leg kick by Duplessis. Distance strikes 22 to 16 in favor of Duplessis. Overhand right by Duplessis and a good body kick by Duplessis. Another front leg side kick there by Duplessis, attacking the lead leg of Strickland. Good overhand right by Strickland. That caught the top of the head of Duplessis. Short little right hook there by Duplessis. Lands across the face of Strickland. Double jab and a right cross there by Strickland, slipping through the defense of Duplessis. Yeah, it seems like everybody universally is picking Duplessis in round number 1. Unusually low output from Strickland, is that was what everyone's saying. Looping overhand right there by Duplessis, falling short. Still that Philly shell approach here by Strickland. Switch kick up high, blocked by Strickland. Good leg kick there by Duplessis. Leg kick checked by Strickland. There's a left hook just missing there by Duplessis. And I think Duplessis is looking for that same left hook that Alex Pierre landed. Overhand right, stiff right cross there by Strickland. Caught Duplessis overreaching. And it was that right cross. Good right hook by Strickland in tight. And Strickland's starting to find his range a little bit. And I wonder if Duplessis is kind of baiting Strickland in a little bit because Duplessis' defense is looking a little bit sloppy. Oh, Strickland's leaking bad. It looks like from underneath the lip. And that's bleeding bad. That's super, an odd cut. Kind of like where, what do you call it, a soul patch, whatever you call it. And that's bleeding bad. Or is that on the bridge of the nose of Duplessis? I don't know. It looks like it's coming from Strickland. Yeah, and a little bit of blood coming from the bridge of the nose of Duplessis. Nothing crazy. A couple of front teeps here by Strickland, but so far, a much better round for Strickland. A far better round. And I wonder if Duplessis is trying to bait Strickland into a striking match because his defense is looking sloppy. There's an overhand left by Duplessis, and I think he's trying to get Strickland into some sort of striking exchange to land a big shot. There's a head kick blocked by Strickland. Inside leg kick for Duplessis. Looping left hand for Duplessis. Outside leg kick checked by Strickland. These guys are point fighting. It's a game of touch the button, really. There's a jab missing there for Duplessis from the southpaw stance. I don't remember the last time Strickland's been cut. Spinning back fist missing for Duplessis. Spinning back into the body by Duplessis. Overhand left by Duplessis, and I think Duplessis might be out-voluming Strickland now. It was a better round for Strickland, and this is an even close round than the first. There's a stiff jab to the head and a right cross to the body by Strickland. Good leg kick by Duplessis. And this looks like a continuation of the first fight, really. It's just razor close. You don't know who's ahead. And Duplessis reaching. Good head kick there by Duplessis. He keeps going for that head kick with that lead leg, too. Round 2 significant strikes, 23-15 in favor of Duplessis, and I think Duplessis is going to be ahead in this one. But Strickland, definitely a better round. Good overhand right. Both fighters landed good shots. Duplessis got tripped up a little bit. Lead leg head kick blocked by Strickland. Stiff jab by Strickland. Yeah, I don't think these stats are correct that are out there. I thought Strickland was outstriking Duplessis this round, but I could be wrong. Overhand left there by Duplessis. And round number 2 comes to an end, and I did not realize that my timer was a minute short. I need more, says the corner of Strickland. I need this round. When he's southpaw, start drifting to your left, try to stuff that kick, and the straight right down the middle. Then give me it. What's he saying? He's like, I have a hard time. Because Strickland is talking to his corner. That was a good body kick by Duplessis. That was a good overhand right by Strickland, too. I mean, such a strange fight for Strickland. So strange. And it really does seem like Strickland needs to pick up the last 3 rounds to win this fight. He needs to win 3 straight. 730 people watching. Thank you guys so much. Please leave a like and subscribe if you guys are new to the stream. And here we go, third round. We approach the halfway point of this fight. Good leg kick checked by Strickland and a head kick blocked by Strickland. There's a left hook just missing for Duplessis. Strickland continues to walk forward with that Philly shell. Now he's reaching out a little bit more. And the corner of Strickland was asking to take the center of the cage, stuff those kicks, and fire off a right cross. Pretty much what they're trying to do is get the lead foot of Strickland on the outside of the lead foot of Duplessis at the end of the day, wait for a kick, counter it with the right cross to maybe get some respect. There's a good double jab and right cross combination there by Duplessis, and Strickland's able to push Duplessis aside. Yeah, 763 I'm seeing now. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Good leg kick checked by Strickland. Strickland still walking down Duplessis. Right cross there by Strickland. Jab to the head by Duplessis, falling short. Overhand left by Duplessis. Live odds, by the way, minus 620 for Duplessis, plus 400 for Strickland. Jab to the head by Strickland. Strickland still walking down Duplessis. Overhand left by Duplessis. Double jab, and there's a right hook and a solid left hook by Strickland. And Strickland just needs more of that. Just needs more output, harder strikes. Overhand right by Duplessis. His chin has held up for now 25, 30, 35 minutes and counting against Duplessis. When you add their first fight, obviously, start walking him down because you're losing this fight. You're losing if this fight continues this way. And it looked like a low blow on Strickland, but we continue. They both acknowledge it. Stiff jab to the head by Duplessis. Overhand left blocked by Strickland. Front kick to the body by Strickland. Jab to the head by Strickland. Missing. Body kick by Duplessis again. Those body kicks. You can see the welt on the right side of the body of Strickland. Yeah, this is just a tough fight, honestly. There's lots of boost coming from this fight. Or coming from these fans. Overhand right missing for Duplessis. The head kick for Duplessis blocked by Strickland. Double jab, a right cross, leg kick checked by Strickland, and a right cross from Strickland. There we go. Yeah, and that's what the corner was asking for from Strickland. There's a right hook to the body by Duplessis as we pass the halfway point of this fight. And an overhand right from Duplessis connects. No wrestling so far. None at all, as a matter of fact. Inside leg kick for Duplessis. Spinning fist there by Duplessis. That slapped Strickland hard. And Strickland ate it. But that was a hard shot Duplessis landed. And it looked like Strickland kind of buckled maybe a little bit. But no movement, though. I mean, that's got to be confidence boosting for Strickland, but presumably, he's going to be down 0-3, and all of a sudden, he's in a position where he needs a finish if he doesn't change something now in this round. And Duplessis pushes Strickland aside. By the way, looking to at least hit 19.1 subscribers, so if you guys want to try to, if you guys are new to the stream, please leave a like and subscribe. Yeah, this has just been, oh, good jab, and there's a right hook by Strickland, but Duplessis just kept up such a high guard. Lead uppercut, overhand left missing for Duplessis as he continues to, oh, spinning back elbow landing flush for Duplessis, and Strickland just eats it like it was nothing. Head kick blocked by Strickland. Oh, jab and overhand right there by both fighters. That was a good overhand right by Strickland, as a matter of fact. Duplessis takes a big, deep breath. One thing to note, by the way, it's extremely hot down there. It is summertime in Sydney, Australia. Good front kick to the body, and you're fighting underneath the bright lights. Those are hot lights, by the way, in case you guys don't know. And that's been something that has been said consistently. So good overhand right again by Strickland. Another overhand right by Strickland. And will this be enough? Oh, and the light just flickered bad as I said that. Good overhand right by Strickland again, and now Duplessis looking for a takedown. He's dropping Strickland down, but Strickland's able to post down on that right arm and explode back up to his feet. Now, this begs the question. Did Strickland win that round? Good overhand right again by Strickland. Strickland's overhand right has been his shot. Now, did that overhand right win him that round? We're going to have to start opening it up. I will say for all, because the first round was close, the second round was close, third round was close. Second round, I would say 90% chance for Duplessis. First round, 75% Duplessis. This one was 50-50, honestly. You got to push, Sean Strickland. You got to push. Yeah, and the thing is, Strickland is absorbing these strikes because he's leaning back with all of them. And a lot of these shots, they're just glancing blows, except for that spinning back elbow. That was a huge spinning back elbow. I will say, for all intents and purposes, I think it's safe to say that Strickland, that it's 2-1. However you spin it, 2-1, whether Strickland won the first round, whatever the judges say. What does verdict have to say? I'm curious. 9.79 for, oh wait, no, that's for Bellato. Yeah, it seems unlikely. It seems like Strickland might need a finish. Minus 425 now, the betting odds favorite for Duplessis. I would say it's a possibility that it's 2-1. I would say if I'm in Duplessis' corner, I'm expecting 2-1. Because the third round was close, the first round was close. Stiff jab to the head there. Did I start the... Okay, I did. Okay, good. Head kick missing for Duplessis. There's a right hook to the body by Duplessis. There's a jab, couple of jabs to the head, and a front kick to the body by Duplessis, and Duplessis' activity level is just higher. Go down right by Duplessis, that cracked Strickland. Oh, Strickland turns it. And Strickland's fleeing danger. I think, oh yeah, his nose is shot. Dreykus Duplessis broke Sean Strickland's nose, and he keeps grabbing at his nose as he's spraying blood. It's like a faucet. Yeah, and Strickland keeps grabbing at his nose, and it's just running away from Duplessis. Blood is gushing so hard. Yeah, very similar to the Justin Taffa and Taliesin Teixeira fight. Looping left hook and an overhand right, and Duplessis looking for the finish now. Look at all that blood screaming out from that nose. Overhand right there by Duplessis, another overhand right. Strickland's in trouble. And Strickland's just dealing with pain right now. Don't you have a right cross combination there by Strickland in response. And Strickland might need a late finish here, but Duplessis is on the attack. Oh my goodness, that nose is shot. There's an uppercut, looping right hand, and Dreykus Duplessis chasing after Strickland here. And Strickland looks like he might survive, but that's so painful. It just takes one more shot. And now Strickland's forced to wrestle. Good elbow by Duplessis. Duplessis knows he's one shot away. One hard strike. Good leg kick checked by Strickland. Duplessis knows he's one strike away, and Strickland might go down like Rory McDonald against Robbie Lawler. Yeah, and somehow Strickland's still standing. Oh, and by the way, Sean Strickland passes Michael Bisping for most significant strikes in UFC middleweight history. Good overhand right by Strickland as I say that. Stiff jab again by Strickland, but I just don't think Strickland has the power to knock out Duplessis. Overhand right missing for Duplessis. And Michael Bisping says, congrats, Sean. That was a pretty cool moment of solidarity. And Duplessis still walking down Strickland here. Oh, good. That was a big clash of heads. And it looks like all the blood has clotted up now. It's leaking a little bit, but not nearly as bad. Strickland takes a look up at the clock. Overhand left and a big overhand right by Duplessis. Backs up Strickland again. Stiff jab by Strickland, though. And Duplessis is breathing hard here. Overhand right by Strickland, but these are all arm punches. Body kick by Duplessis. And Strickland needs to thread the needle. Oh, good way cross there by Strickland, though. That was a good shot, and that's what Strickland needs. Spinning back fist by Duplessis, overhand right, looping right hook where Duplessis misses. And good little right hand by Strickland might be enough to at least get something. I mean, Strickland's still very much in this fight, but at the point now he needs a finish. And a Sean Strickland knockout is so unlikely, but you can't deny that as a possibility. Overhand right there by Duplessis. And Duplessis is very much a killer bee kill as he lands another huge overhand. Another jab and an overhand right by Duplessis. 35 seconds remaining in round number 4. Head kick by Duplessis, blocked by Strickland. Strickland looking for that jab. Damn, I wish there was unlimited rounds for this one, honestly. Jabbing an overhand right for Duplessis. Because I want to see this rivalry. At this point, we can call it a rivalry because it's gone 9 rounds now. And it's about to reach a 10th if we're so lucky. Timer's off. It shouldn't be. There's an overhand right as Strickland just looks down at the canvas and blindly throws that overhand. Stiff jab there by Strickland. And 5th and final round coming up next. And Strickland needs a finish. That's where we're at here. You need to intercept his combinations. You can't effing just sit there and take them all. You got to intercept his combinations. Yeah, that right cross landed right on the nose, and it looked like it was broken like up top here. Yeah, and you can see, oh goodness me, he reset his own nose. You can see him reset it. His nose was in a different zip code after that right cross. And you can see him later on in the round reset it and put it back into place. That's wild. Yeah, he reset it. That's why he was running away. He was trying to put it back into place. That is crazy. Wow. Round number 5. They touch gloves, and Strickland needs a finish. Extremely unlikely, but we shall see. Yeah, and the corner of Strickland told him, you need a finish. You need to finish this round. What does that do to fire somebody up? If you win this fight, you're the champion. If you get a finish, you're the champion. What does that do for you? And Duplessis just needs to survive, essentially, right now. Double jab and an overhand right for Strickland. And Hung Ko says 4-0 Strickland, or Duplessis, that is. Yeah, and it seems like that's a possibility for sure. It could be 4-0. Could be 3-1, could be 4-0, but either way, Strickland needs a finish. Lead leg head kick for Duplessis. Leg kick checked by Strickland. Leg kick again there by Duplessis this time, though. Jab to the head. There's a good right hand by Duplessis, threading the needle and touching the face of Strickland. Good overhand right again by Duplessis. Overhand left by Duplessis. And it's kind of disappointing because I want to see Strickland go. I want to see this fight be more competitive because it could be. UFC is at a low point in the past 2. What are you talking about, Jake? This is a fantastic fight. I mean, Ilya Topuria knocking out freaking Max Holloway. I mean, everything you're seeing, it's such an amazing 2 years. Everything Alex Figueroa has done. Where have you been, Jake? You probably just show up every pay-per-view and think everything's bad. Double jab and overhand right combination by Strickland, just missing. Jab and overhand right, missing for Duplessis. Oh no, Conor McGregor hasn't fought. UFC sucks. Yeah, and Drake is one of those fighters that will look for a finish. Maybe as a champion is going to be a little bit different, but Duplessis is in a position here where there's an overhand right by Strickland, a little bit off target, but that was well timed, and he threw it with some heat. 2:52 remaining, round number 5. Clearly, there's one fighter, and I like what Daniel Cormier said here. Wheel kick missing for Duplessis, wild strikes missing for Duplessis. And Strickland with the front headlock here, and Duplessis slips as they separate from the clinch. Guillotine attempted there for Strickland. That wasn't really even that close. Guillotines are so low percentage nowadays, but it was an attempt. I mean, Strickland, he's behind in this fight. He needs a finish. Will he go for it, though? I mean, it's so rare, even with the best of fighters, to find something within themselves to even attempt to go for a finish. Stiff jab there by Strickland now. And Duplessis breathes out of his mouth so consistently, but he's not out of shape by any means. There's a good overhand right by Duplessis. And Strickland's face and body just splattered in blood. Good body kick caught by Strickland for a brief moment there. And wild shots missing there for Duplessis. And I'm kind of getting Leon Edwards and Kamaru Usman vibes, but I don't think Sean Strickland has that in him. I mean, I don't see that as a possibility, but maybe. And Strickland just hasn't really, he just doesn't know how to fight when he's behind. That's just not how he's engineered. Good leg kick by Duplessis. I'll tell you what, Strickland showed some toughness tonight. 106 remaining here, and Duplessis continues to land these punishing shots to the face. He's now at 123 significant strikes to the face, to the head, in total 55 of those to the head. And Strickland is so bloodied up. 50 seconds remaining. And Duplessis is trying to finish Strickland here. He doesn't want to walk away with a decision. But these guys have now fought for nearly an hour total in their careers. And honestly, there's an uppercut and left hook combination by Strickland to no avail. 30-second shots as the corner of Strickland. Needs something here. Overhand right missing for Strickland. But it's tough, man. It's tough when you're in pain like that to fire anything off. And Duplessis now on his back foot here. Level change for Duplessis. Strickland spinning back fist missing. Overhand right for Strickland. Nice little shot. 10 seconds remain. And an overhand right for Duplessis. Can Strickland land one big shot? There's an overhand right missing. And if there had been more of that, maybe Strickland would have had a chance, but that is the end of this one. And Strickland just blowing snot rockets out. Yeah, in all likelihood, this fight will go to Dricus Du Plessis, and the championship will go back to South Africa. And Du Plessis barely breathing heavy. And man, Sean Strickland is freaking tough because he had some hard shots. He was never really rocked and had his nose broken and reset it himself. That was the most significant moment of this fight. Hamzat next. Either Hamzat or Nasruddin Imavov. And Hamzat's so weird. I think it's going to be Nasruddin Imavov next. I honestly do, because Hamzat's so hard to actually get inside of the cage. What's up, Stephanie? Good to see you. Stephanie LaCroix. Boom, nailed it. Liz Soul, good to see you. Before you guys leave, like I said, please leave a like. Please subscribe. Shout out to Kevin, the newest subscriber, Kevin Wall. Thank you. Good fight. Thanks, T-Bone. Catch you guys in the next fight. It's just so hard to get Hamzat inside of the cage. It's almost impossible to. Yeah, and it seems pretty black and white. Did we at least hit 500 likes? We did not. I'm a little bummed about that, guys. I am a little bummed we didn't hit 500, but it is what it is. It's okay. We weren't even really that close, but thank you guys so much for sticking with me. Thank you so much for everything tonight. You guys have been great fans. We go to the judges' scorecards for decision. Judges score the contest 50-45, 50-45, and 49-46 for the winner by unanimous decision. And still now 9-0 in the UFC, second title defense. How about that? But yeah, let's try to hit 500 before you guys split, please. Dricus still knocks Du Plessis. And still champion And still the champion, Dracus Duplessis. Beast Team, I'll see you next time. And see you next time, Smoking Purple. Like this man's life. Grow exotic, thank you. I told you guys. When I come in here and try to knock this guy out, to knock him out is next to impossible. Love another round, but that's not going to happen. Submission and knockout. Or an absolute domination of a fight. That is what I gave. Give him my all. Sorry I couldn't get him out of here. Hope you guys enjoyed it. I could have been a little bit smarter about it. Thank you, Sydney, for showing me love. I know you guys booed me, but hey, still cheer me after a fight. Sean is deserved of all the hype. And disclosed, by the way, loved it. Love you too, man. Great call tonight. Till next round. Game Dog, thank you. Go Duffy, I don't know what that means, but thank you. I'll give you a like, Jay. Thank you. Longest win streaks in UFC middleweight history. 13 for Anderson, 12 for Israel Adesanya, 9 for Duplessis and Chris Weidman. Longest active win streaks, Islam Makhachev with 15, Rob Dishalavili with 12, Dracus Duplessis with 9. I'm quoting Chael, by the way. If I can quote, I said, there are no facts between lions and men. Is there no one else? Is there no one else? You're talking to Alex Pereira. Oh, interesting. Talking to Alex Pereira. Interesting, I like that. That's a cool call out if that's the case. When you broke his nose in the 4th round, how excited did you get? Looked like you went all out to try to finish. Probably going to get tased for that one by my coach. The game plan was stay calm. We know you have that dog. Strickland, one trick pony. His style never changes. That was not a 450X. That was not a snooze fest at all. That was a good fight. That was a really fun fight, as a matter of fact. I don't know what fight you watched. Now forget that Africa still has a champion. Don't want to make a habit out of these decisions, but he's a great competitor. South Africa, thank you so much. Sean coach sucks. And I thought Sean's coach did a wonderful job, as a matter of fact. I totally disagree with you, Victor. I totally disagree with you. Sean, the coach did a wonderful job. Sean just didn't execute. I mean, Sean's corner gave him everything that he needed to win, but he just didn't take it. I'm here for Sean Strickland. Obviously, the fight didn't go your way. Is there anything surprising about Dracus in this rematch? I'll make this quick. Let me take this for a sec. I effing love you guys, man. Don't. This was dangerous. Do not give Strickland the mic. Oh, that doesn't feel right. I kept it in place, kept fighting. The Dutchman is a bad mother effer. He kicked my behind. Dan Cormier's trying to take that mic. Hey, you guys. I effing love you guys. You feel me? I'll break my nose for you guys any day of the week. And he walks away. Giving Strickland the mic is so dangerous. Was Alex in the corner of Strickland? Did I miss that? Because Dracus walked across the cage and was calling out Alex Pereira. Which he was the former middleweight champion. People forget about that. He was. That did happen. Then he got knocked out by Israel Adesanya. People forget about that too. I hope they fight at some point. These two have two really good fights together. That's when I was kind of like, I went into this fight hoping Strickland would win so that we could see him a third time. I said that. These two guys will put together good fights. I would like to see them again